break easier. I do believe that because it will be bone on bone. My guys have an MMA glove. And what about this? For Thai boxing? You can shin kick somebody in the face, you can knee him in the face, you can elbow him in the face. They're all unprotected. Much harder weapons than a punch. Right? A knee, a foot, I mean, it's longer on its way to travel. It's a heavier object, and it has more time to develop speed and power, and that's why it's way more. So shin kick from Krokop in the face, and you think that's healthy, right? And now you're talking about a little tender hand that's going to hit the skull. Come on, guys, the smart guys, they hit 40-50% of the head.
You're allowed to knee someone in the face?
No, but I'm
saying yours, but in other sports,
in MMA, you can do that.
In the face? I've never seen that.
No, I have a really great knockout that I can show you that I drilled somebody's knee in the face. Oh, like literally grab him by the hair, and then I kneed him as hard as I could in the face. You see, but that's an unprotected knee. So people, that's allowed. A foot, a shin, a knee, and an elbow is allowed, but suddenly a hand is not allowed. You see, so if you start breaking it down, you're going to realize, hey, actually, he is right. And what I always say, don't believe me, just Google it. I can say, of course, because I'm the president of the company, people say, oh, yeah, of course he says that. Google it. See it yourself.
This CT has become a big topic.
Yeah.
I saw this thing that MMA junkie about opioids in the UFC already.
Oh, it's so bad. It's everywhere.
And I started thinking about the NFL. For years you're a player, you got to do what you got to do. You get $6 million a year, and every year there's a new college All-American that's coming out that's challenging your job.
Yep.
And you play hurt, and you shoot pain pills, and you shoot pain fucking solvents.
Yep.
Then you see these guys years later, they can't walk, or can't walk.
Yeah, you crumble your liver, you crumble everything. It's the worst stuff. You and I, we know this, I had after my last fight, all my injuries that I retired for in the very first place, I didn't fight for 7 years. I thought I was completely in the clear. Everything went perfect. I felt like a maniac. I mean, literally, in a month, everybody was telling me that I was training to do. You got a new career. This is insane. I mean, you're flying through everything. I say, this is wild, right? And then boom, your first injury came back, and that came back, and that came back, and that came back, and then some. So I fought. I couldn't kick higher than low kicks because people said because I stopped the guy with low kicks. They said, why didn't you kick him in the head? I said, I could kick higher than a low kick because I tore my groin. I had a rip out. I had my knees that were completely shot. I mean, everything that went wrong. I had tendonitis in both arms. I could only shadow box. I couldn't even hit a bag anymore with my arms. I was in so much pain. So what starts?
That Sky Rizzy gangster.
I remember taking 1.5 knots on the day of the fight at 10 a.m. in the morning because it said, at least 8 hours you don't have to take anything because it can affect you mentally. And I figured, my flight's going to be around 9 o'clock. The main event, not the co-main actually, I thought was. And then it's out of my system, But, I remember the next day, take it again. And after the fight, you were in pain and slowly. And then I remember a time that I wrote a 9, number 9 with a pencil, my wife uses her makeup. I put it on the mirror. I remember putting it in the left corner, number 9, because I took 9 pills a day and I was not going to pass 9 pills a day. Well, those 9 pills a day became 12 pills a day at one time. 4 times a day, 5 times a day. So now I'm taking 48 pills a day. Now the doctor says, dude, this is so bad for you. It's all the Tylenol you're taking because, okay, there's less Tylenol in the Norco than in the Vicodin, but it's still really bad. You're going to have to switch to OxyContin. Okay, doc, idiot that I am. And then I use an OxyContin. Oxycontin is that's pharmaceutical heroin. And then you realize, and I had this problem that I went to, I believe it was Ohio or something, and I measured all the pill out, and I had a 5-hour delay. I ran out of pills. And let me tell you, that's when I realized I'm addicted. I was on the plane shaking, I couldn't eat, sweating, cold sweats, goosebumps all over the place, and I got to kick this stuff. And then I started kicking it. And I did it the wrong way because of the wrong way. I did it with the Suboxone. And Suboxone is kind of the rich man's methadone, right, that you get from the doctor. But what you should do officially, you should build that up, but you can use it 2 weeks. And after 2 weeks, you should stop that. My doctor said, no, it's good. It still works for the pain, and you only can take less. So if you start with a whole pill, you can literally go to 2/4, you can go to a half. You can actually build off instead of going up all the time with the pain pill. So I figured, I believe the doctor, and I do that. But then I was on for that for 3 years, and you should Google what happens to people who are on that for 3 years. Because once I start hearing it, I heard Dr. Drew was talking about it on the radio, and I go, what? And then I start Googling it finally. After 3 years, I start Googling what I'm taking. Idiot, and it's so bad. It got in my bones. It took me 11 days to kick that.
So you're supposed to take it for 2 weeks.
2 weeks, because if you wean it over 2 weeks, you don't have any side
And
effects.
you did it for 3 years.
I did it for 3 years, so it gets into your bones, and it gets double vision, sweating, heart rate is like 95 in bed. You can't pee, you can't go to the restroom, you can't. I mean, I wrote a whole list of side effects that it had. I said, I gotta stop this crap. So then finally I stopped it and tried cold turkey. Didn't work, because my daughter, I was 5 days in, I was like freaking out. It's really hard. Like people say that it's way harder to kick than actually OxyContin by itself. It's way harder to kick the Suboxone. So then my daughter had a party that weekend, and I said, okay, I'm going to have to take it again. I mean, otherwise, there's no way I can help you. To my wife, it's 70 kids coming. So I took it again, felt good right away again. And then I said, okay, now I'm going to smart. I'm going to build it down. Literally go to a quarter, then a third from that quarter, and slowly but surely down. Then once every day, a little tiny crumb under your tongue, and then slowly, okay, then I stopped, and then 11 days. Those 11 days, dude, hell. You know what my testosterone level was? They've never seen anything. It was 5. So not 500. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The doctor showed it to another doctor, and they're both freaking out. They said, "How can you come out of bed? How do you get out of bed?" I said, "I'm really tired. I don't want to go out of bed, but I have to. I just force myself, drink a coffee, and once I'm going, I'm going." He said, "Look, women have 60." At 5, people don't go to work anymore. They stay in bed. It's amazing that you still come out of bed. How's your sex drive? I said, that's gone, And that's the moment that I stopped doing all that crap. And once that comes back, oh man, you're like freaking Superman. No, like I explained it like the bad guy. Michael Shannon, who played the bad guy from Krypton, right? He came here and he took his helmet off, and then he heard everything, all the people, all the sounds he heard, because he was not used to that. That's exactly when he came over that stuff. Like shades, I had to wear everything. This would be way too bright light for I was strange that your senses are so out of control because they're not stomped away anymore. Suboxone.
So how does it compare to like methadone?
It's the same stuff, yeah. So it's just what they call the rich. That's how I heard on Dr. Drew. He says the rich man's methadone, and I go, what did he say? And then I came home and started Googling. That's when I realized I should have stopped in it for 2 weeks. So yeah, I have so many people who email me, and I have a whole piece now written out that I literally can copy and paste, because you do that 5 times, you go like, I should save this because more people are going to ask me the same question. So now I have it all written out that I only have to copy and paste. And by the way, if somebody has a problem, now fortunately we have CBD, right? If you use good CBD with a little tiny bit, like 0.2% or 0.5% THC, it really helps you to calm down. Like a pain pill, if you take 3 pain pills a day, let's say, if you take CBD, you only have to take 1 because it will enhance it. So it's an easier way to build up. A lot of these facilities where you get detox are actually using CBD right now to bring it down. Marijuana as well, by the way.
It's funny because CBD does calm me down.
Yeah.
Somebody told me to take an edible and it's taking it out of control. I have emergency CBD in my drawer. Like in case you take an edible or something, the CBD calms you down.
Oh, really? Oh,
And I know at night for a fact that the nights that I put CBD under my tongue takes about an hour.
Yeah.
I'll fall asleep really good.
It's nice and relaxed.
It takes about an hour.
Yep.
You don't get high. I get the 1%.
You know what I do? I eat something. I take the CBD, I wait 10 minutes and just eat 1 or 2 slices of bread. And then it will go into your system right away. It's a better way of doing it, because sometimes an edible can show up 2 hours later, right? But if you eat with it like 10 minutes later, it'll pretty much within 10, 15 minutes, it's on.
I don't eat edibles no more, but I like the CBD without it. They say you have to have a little bit of THC to activate it for it to take it to where the pain is and stuff. So I get a small percentage now because I think it was starting to get me sick, the edibles.
Oh, unbelievable. I can do edibles. If I do edibles, it affects me the next day. I literally use what people don't believe. I buy a vape pen. I can literally do 2.5 or 3 months with that. There's no way. I literally go about 4 seconds. I put it, not even until it starts blinking, and I'm gone. And I don't only do it once a day. So, like, if I would do it during the day, if I'm at a party or something and I don't want to drink, and I take a little a zip just not to drink, and then at night I want to go to sleep, I need more. But if I don't do that, I only need 1 time a day, like 3 or 4 second drag. That's it. and I sleep perfect. I'm feeling great. No headache, no nothing. It's the best. All the pain is gone. It's really an amazing
You don't
product.
smoke weed though.
No, I do. I do it at night also. Like I take the flower, I do that. But also, very little amounts that I do. For me, I only want to calm down, and I tell myself, no, you don't need to go out of control. Just calm yourself down and feel my legs. My legs, I have this great feeling, and some of my friends have it too, and most have not, that it starts glowing. It's literally and it's such a good feeling. Like my legs hurt a lot, but at night, and I only do it once I'm in bed. So you won't see me walking around the house. And no, I lay in bed. That's when I take my little zip. I lay down, and literally, I think 25 minutes I'm out. Feeling great.
I forget years ago. This had to be 10, 11 years ago when people were talking about the benefits of marijuana. I got a toothache over the holidays. I needed a root canal over the holidays, and nobody was open. And I didn't have Vicodin, I was taking pain pills, whatever the fuck, and Advil. And one night the pain woke me up. I go, let me see if this marijuana shit works. And I smoked a bunch of pot. I smoked a joint like 3 in the morning. And it was so weird that I got so high and I started writing that I forgot about the pain.
Yes.
And I said, this really works. And now my wife is on the fence. After 18 years of being with her, she went to a kids' party Saturday night at the martial arts school. It took Mercy to watch a movie over there. And the owner and the wife and a bunch of the moms went outside and went to smoke. And she told me, the guy smokes. Come on, that guy's straight as an arrow. She goes, no. Bruce Lee smoked, man. He's having pain. And he got off the pain pills and started smoking blunts. And his pain went away, so he's been smoking blunts at night. And so my wife is considering.
And she should be.
After Mercy falls asleep.
Listen, we know this, and your listeners probably know this as well. It's just labeled a drug because of alcohol came out at the time. Before the government labeled it as a drug, it has always been medicine. I have a priest that I know, I'm a Catholic, and he said, no, absolutely, you can use it. If you use it for your pain, yeah. If you all day long start smoking, lay on bed, you don't do anything non-productive, yeah, you just don't live a productive life, it wouldn't be okay with that. But God invented that plant for a reason, and it is to help people. But just the government, they realize, wait a minute, we got alcohol now, we can tax that. It's very hard to tax the weed, though, because people can grow it themselves. No, let's make it a drug. And they labeled it a drug. And boom. It's funny, on the website now, on the government, all the things like gateway drug and all that stuff that they wrote, it's all off now. Because now the truth came out. Now they have to literally take that off because it's not true. You want to hear the gateway drug? Alcohol. Alcohol is the gateway drug. I know that all the crap, all the real bad stuff I did, and it's not never to other people, but to myself, right? It starts with alcohol because that lowers your level. You go, oh yeah, that's actually a smarter thing to do. I can do it right now, which would so.
We should do a survey. What'd you drink? What'd you do first? Smoke a joint or drink a bottle of Boone's Farm? And I guarantee it's 70-30.
Yeah.
70-30, because that's what I did. I drank Boone's Farm first. But I knew at the age of 3, 4, 5, I didn't like drinking. I drank a bottle of red wine.
At the age of 3, 4.
My mom owned the bar. So to put me to sleep, she dipped my fucking pacifier in Blackberry Band.
Oh, Holland did that with a sugar cube.
My mother was a savage when I was a kid.
Yeah, and Holland did with a little like that on a sugar cube, and they gave it to the kids.
So I saw her drinking this red wine, Italian, and she put it on top of the refrigerator. I don't remember this. I waited to go to sleep. And I drank the bottle of wine like Vito Corleone. She woke up 3 hours later. I was missing. She called the cops. The cops found shit, diarrhea, youth.
Oh, yeah.
I never drank again. So drinking was not on my agenda. When I was like 7, I saw all these kids smoking. One night I borrowed a Now cigarette. Do you remember years ago the cigarettes called Now?
No.
They came red, green, and whatever. I remember I took 2 hits of it. And in the bathroom of my house, there was like an ironing board in the bathroom. And one of those things that you scrub with.
Yeah.
I remember I was making believe I was shit. My mother was in the kitchen. Here I am smoking a cigarette in the bathroom like at 7. And I took 2 hits of the cigarette and I started getting dizzy as fuck.
Oh, yeah.
And I put the cigarette on top of a piece of wood and I left it there.
Oh yeah.
And she's like, who the fuck was smoking? I have no idea. I'm puking and shit. So I was away from all that.
Yeah.
But the first thing I did, even though I was exposed to marijuana, was drinking.
Yeah.
I drank for a while. I didn't agree with you.
Yeah, no, drinking is, always, I'm a happy guy. Everybody drinks, at least I have that, and I want to have fun with everybody, but it's just, being drunk, running around the house, it's just not a good thing. And that thankfully, I got out of my system really fast. Well, really fast. Well, people know all the stories, right? There's been a lot of crazy stories, but, that was drinking. Fighting keeps you in life. That's the great thing about fighting. You do after a fight, you go 2-3 days crazy. And then you have to train again for the next fight. I mean, I fought in Japan from 93, let's say, to 97, 4 years. I fought at 30 fights. That's a lot of fights, You fight, the first year I fought 8. 7 or 8? Oh, yeah, no, I fought that first year 9 fights, I think. I had a really high schedule.
That was MMA.
That was MMA. But at least it was in pancreas, so we had the shoes with the shin protection, the open head to the face, and a close fist to the body. But it was just a great way for me to keep myself in check. It's very hard also for the fighters when they stop fighting because you don't have that high anymore. Like if you knock somebody out, it's like a hole in one. From golf, I assume. You're there, people go nuts. It's a feeling that you start really enjoying. And if that's something to be taken away, you start trying to replace that with something. And most of the time with fighters, there's drugs or booze. Like Pat Miletich is very smart about it. He just picked another crazy thing up. He's chasing tornadoes. He says, because I know if I do not do that, it's probably going to be drinking or something like that. So he uses that to get that same high back. With me at the time, I was drinking. That's why actually I took the last fight in 2006 because I was drinking pretty heavy. And then I looked at my wife and said, you know what, I'm going to take the fight because if I take the fight, I can't drink anymore. I quit drinking. So that's what I did. And from that moment on, it was all good. Now I don't, I got a little out of hand like a couple of weeks ago. That was the first time I think I was drunk in over a year.
Bathroom. Once in a while, my wife goes to bed. I don't even tell nobody.
But now you're telling it on the radio.
Oh yeah, my wife goes to bed some nights at 10 to 9. And I can't go to bed at 10 to 9. I just can't.
Yeah.
I just can't.
No, it's early. I get 10.
It's like a nightmare. I'll be up at 4.
Yeah.
And I'll get high and make a meal. And then I'm back sleeping at 6 and I'll mix kickboxing. I won't wake up till 11. It'll ruin my whole fucking day. So some nights I'll have those. They give me 30 of those anxiety pills. And I'll take them to the Comedy Store and I'll put them in my jean pocket. And if I sit in the back, I'm high and I start getting a little bit of anxiety and pop it before I go on stage. That's my thing. I get really bad anxiety when I go to the Comedy Store. I don't know why. It's my home.
So weird.
As I'm walking up the stairs, I look, I make sure I see oxygen. Like I have to see an opening.
Yeah.
Those days, like I don't know how to freak out on planes.
Yeah.
And I've gone on planes on 2,000 edibles of THC.
Oh yeah.
Like in the third hour, you're just fucking home. Like I've never freaked out. But I've never freaked out. Like I keep it under control. But there's some nights I come home, I take an anxiety pill at the Comedy Store, and it's a faggy anxiety pill. Because when my friends give me the Xanax sticks, they ask me to compare it to that. They're like, it's 6 of those.
Yeah.
Like 6 of those little ones is one of this whole Xanax.
Yeah.
So I pop one of those. And some nights I get home, and I don't really feel the anxiety pill. Oh, I drink a half a Heineken.
Oh yeah, then it goes.
And I hit that pipe one time, and I sit at the desk, and I put on beautiful ones by Prince. And I just look out the fucking foxhole with that. And I still remember one night, I drank the whole beer, like one shot. Like I thought it was Johnny Bananas, and I drank the whole beer. And I'll never forget that I had to walk into the bedroom, feeling the wall. Like that's how drunk I get. Like I get fucking lit.
From wondering.
Oh, a couple weeks ago, JetBlue, I thought it was Johnny Bananas in bed. And I got the red wine. Oh yeah, just red wine is very good for you.
I know, but I've never seen red wine.
55. I've been drinking more red wine lately. Yeah.
Like full of syrup.
No. It's not it. No. This was the first red wine I've had in maybe a year.
Do you spit it and smell it? And,
No, I just went on the menu and mint. They have a certain red wine.
Yeah, it's nice.
And I drank the red wine.
Probably good.
Fucking passed out.
That's so crazy.
I fucking passed out for an hour. But I don't like drinking on a plane because it dehydrates you. And if I worked out Saturday and I fly Sunday, now I'm going to be really sore.
Yep.
So I usually drink on the way outbound. I usually drink outbound. Like I'll drink a little, but not all the time, not at all. And I fly mint as much as I can.
Yeah. It's nice.
As much as I can. And then I just went to West Palm Beach, but they fly to Fort Lauderdale mint. Got it. I'm going to New York Wednesday. Got it.
Got it.
Kennedy. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm addicted. We went to Boston. Got it.
Oh, it's nice.
Oh, I love mint. There's nothing.
It's the best.
I get that single seat, and I live like a fucking doctor in there.
Yeah.
You could jerk off. You know what? If you
It's
want
good.
to.
Well, I heard in the Hangover it's frowned upon, right? If you do that.
What's that?
In the Hangover, when it's like,
I would sit
on the
there.
plane is frowned upon, but you can do it. He
The
says.
one day I was sitting up thinking, right now I can bang one up. And nobody was up. It was like 5 in the morning. I got on there, and some hot chick. I felt like asking, like I went back to my cocaine days. Like I would fly on coke. Oh, that bitch freaky. I just sit next to a bitch and how are you doing?
Yeah. Dry mouth.
Oh my
Freaking your
God.
hand is like squeezing.
You gotta remember, I was flying from the 80s.
Oh, yeah.
You know, in the 80s to now, flying has changed.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
In the 80s, it was more of a party.
Yeah.
People got on a plane, the back of the plane
Get
was all smoke. So everybody who sat in the back was moving big,
Yeah.
making noises, buy them a drink. Like I used to go on planes where I was part of a group. All of a sudden, I was part of a group.
You need a Virgin at that time. Remember, they have their own bar, Virgin, you know, in first class.
I remember
You should have had that at the time. They had it?
when I was a kid, United had a bar in the middle of the plane. When you were in coach, instead of that shitty bathroom, they had a bar with a
And
bartender.
a big bowl of Quaaludes.
And first class was stairs upstairs. First class was upstairs.
Yeah.
And it was an airline that went from Newark to LA and Newark to England. And the Newark to England flight, I know for a fact, they had a pig with an apple in its mouth in first class.
No way.
And the guy would play the piano. This is real shit. This is the old school flying. But I went on a plane in 87.
Cigars.
In 87, 86. I would go back east and I would pick up coke and bring it back to Colorado. And I would be fucked up.
Yeah.
And one day I went up to the middle, I did my bump. They like, people walk around the plane and I shot right to the bartender. I went in that middle bathroom, I did a tremendous blast. I come out of the back and got the neck twitch the whole thing. Those days I used to drink gin and tonic. With a shot of booze. I was gone 87. That's how I opened up. And give me a beer. Keep you. I was
were there families on these flights too?
kids. Everybody didn't give a fuck. They knew not to sit the
That's
back.
what drugs do.
The back of the plane was drug dominated. People smoking cigarettes. Three people drinking. You could see who was flying to Vegas with a hooker.
Oh,
She had her tits out. Flying was completely different. When I flew to San Francisco, I banged my wife right now.
what?
Yeah, I gave her a stab in the dick on honeymoon night. In those days, planes weren't packed.
Did you build your towel, a blanket over you?
Well, she had guarded belt and picked her up, gave it to her right in the middle, like a savage.
Here we are.
Up and down like a pinball machine. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah. Well, I go up to the middle of this bar. I'm coked out to the gills. They got, the bartender's got like a black towel, like it's like a velvet thing. And he says to me, what can I get you?
The pieces fell out.
Oh, coke rock fell.
The black thing.
It fell, and me and him both looked at it. And I'll never forget, I looked at him, I looked at the top of the plane, like the chip had painted off.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on with it. I just wiped it off. He knew I was coked.
You just took it and go like,
No, I didn't know. I made believe like I didn't know what it was.
yeah. You looked at something thinking that.
It was just
It's different times.
It's a different time.
Yeah.
Were planes being like landed early all the time and people arrested for being
No.
drunk and stuff? No.
No, listen.
It's like now people go insane.
In 1984, in the heat of cocaine, an airline called People's Express decided that they were going to do something that nobody else was going to do. They were going to schedule a flight every hour on the hour from Newark for $49, but after midnight it was $29. That means that me and Boss Ruth could be in New York City at a bar talking shit. It's crazy as me and Boss Ruth was talking shit. And Boss would say, I got a cousin in Miami that gets ounces for $800. And I would look at Boz and say, Boz, I have 11 in my pocket. What do you got, Boz? I got 4. Let's go to Miami and see the cousin, call him up. And Boz would go to the payphone, put $3 quarters in. Because in those days, you put a quarter in, dial the number, and the quarter would come back out. He'd say $2 and 85 cents. And get quarters in. 35 more cents, please. 35 more cents, please. 35 more cents, please. And all of a sudden, she shut the fuck up. And your phone call would go through, and you would call, and your cousin picked up. I'm home. And you pick up that answer. Sure. Well, when are you coming? Tomorrow, Tuesday? Right
Tonight,
now?
yeah.
I was there 4 hours.
People's Express, you just showed up. And if they have room for you on the plane, you got I'll never forget going down there Friday night for Southwest at like 4 in the morning. And if there was 180 people on that plane, I swear to God, Boss, 160 women coked out.
Oh, I believe it.
And we all got on that plane. And it was just, everybody was joying because that was the thing. It was in Golden Atlantic City. It was an hour away.
Yeah.
What are you doing tomorrow? Well, I have to meet my motherfucker. Come on.
Yeah.
We're going to Miami.
$29.95.
$29.95. One way.
And price from the event.
Yeah, and you don't come the same day back. You don't have a jet lag. Nothing's bothering you. You can roll up. It's actually a really great idea.
This was a long, and they did LA, they did Newark to LA for $69 to $79, and they did Newark to England. They banged you out on the plane. They charged you for the pillow. You got banged for the meal. You want soda? Oh, that's $1.50. That's how they got you.
Spirit.
But you pay with a credit card on the plane.
Yeah.
That's why I came in. I go on there with somebody's credit card. I don't even know the person. I go see Joe the Baker up in the Bronx for a nickel credit card. And I just go on there.
For a nickel credit card.
Yeah, they wouldn't know till you got it.
That's what those cost.
They didn't have no computer in those days.
Yeah.
Put on the pad. So I'd be in there. Drink. Give them all a drink. Give the whole hour drink.
Yeah.
I'm smoking cigarettes, telling them with the mafia.
Yeah.
And also the check comes. They would charge you the $49 for the flight. And then anything else you took. The blanket, 3 beers, 6 sodas, the luncheonette kit, which was like 3 pieces of cheese, salami, and they would bang you out. And then by the time you got off the plane, you owed $300. You should have flown American.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You could have taken American for $279 first class.
Yeah, we get a good time.
But you had a good time.
Yeah. And there's no stress, no nothing. Nowadays, that's completely different, right?
No, they watch you on a plane now like a fucking hawk.
Yeah.
I don't see people having a good time on a plane. Coach, it's like you're flying to Auschwitz. Look at Coach. When you get up in the mid, look at Coach. It's like they're flying to Auschwitz.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody's smiling. Everybody's got their head down. Looking at something stupid. That plane can crack. Nobody's smiling. Nobody's in the aisle laughing.
Oh, and what tries to do to the first guys? They try to go to the restroom. They get sent back.
They get sent back.
How bad is that?
Oh,
Like, just let them take a peek. No. Your restroom is there in the back.
I used to before I flew in those days, I would take notebook paper, and I would make bindles. And I took the $250 and like 6 or 7 bindles. And I'd eventually do 3 of them, but they were tips. The airline people. In those days, I would do cocaine out like a tip. Every time you can't use that back. What do you mean? Oh, fine, good. $250 in their pocket. That's $250 in your land to get you to where you need to go to pick it up to the fucking load. That's a dime in the rough. I used to, every time I got coke and I had like an ounce, I'd make like 6 or 7 little bindles to get away like fucking Bob.
It's amazing you didn't get arrested.
No, nobody arrested you. You knew he was doing.
They were looking for knives and guns.
Yeah.
They had looking for drugs.
No, but he's tipping people with cocaine.
When you put a bindle in somebody's hand, they gave you like a look, like how do you know, right?
Yeah.
Like how the fuck No, it's quick.
Yeah.
Everybody was doing it.
Yeah.
If I looked in you went, I knew you were out the night before. So right off the bat, I'll never forget. Look at that. I'll never forget being at a bar and the cops got surrounded, like we were in there fucking around, and they were looking for us. That was the day we drew a guy in a snowbank, and the cops came, and I'll never forget walking past the cops. Like, I remember having maybe an 8-ball on me and telling my buddy, give me a dollar bill. I put like $50 worth of coke in a dollar bill, and when I walked out, the cops yelled at me, get against the wall, but you're my friend, and you're a cop, and if I could get to him, if I had to get to you with this 20 in my hand, because this was the juice that would make me get through. And I'll never forget the cops going, you turn against the wall. It's like going to turn late. And all of a sudden he just took me and go, he's all right. He's my nephew. Just 3 dollars. Everybody knew that was a tipping. That was you know Bitcoin? Yeah, that was my Bitcoin. That was my Bitcoin. Coke coin. You put a 20 in a bindle for somebody, you made that fucking day, dog. Wow, you made that day. Anytime I got a little bit of the shipment, anything like an ounce or something, I'd always give it a couple packages. And people, I had a guy, Alki, guy that sold sneakers at Levy's Sports Goods. I had every pair of sneakers when I was a kid. I would walk in there, find with a rock the size of your head and give it to him. He'd been drinking doubles all day. He was one of those guys that got to the sporting goods at 10. And the whole day he'd be sipping fucking, I forget what his name is. God bless his soul. He died years ago. He was like 50 at the time in 1982. I would drop a gram off on him and go back hours later. He'd be taking care of customers all fucked up. All fucked up, man.
Yeah,
like these drugs. It was hilarious.
It was so funny, you can tell.
Yeah, I tipped so many people with cocaine those days. It was fun. People loved it. When you gave somebody a little rock and coke, or we get the bottles and take half of it out and leave half of it in there, because it's like 3 minutes of a gram. You give that to somebody with a little spoon around it, they'll suck your dick.
They said actors, it was just common that they went to the trailer and there would be coke for them, for the actors, right? That like the movie company would literally just arrange that there is coke. If you hear the stories from the 70s with these people, all these actors, what they were doing, it's insanity.
I heard in Miami that they were doing it at restaurants. I could look you in the face and lie and tell you, I never saw that in my life.
Yeah.
I saw it in 84, years later in New York City at clubs. It was wide open. So if we were at the Comedy Store and we were in the main room, we'd be in a booth. There would be a mirror somewhere with coke on it in that booth. And nobody was accepted.
Yeah.
What is it? Whether it's a club, it's a dance club. You know what I'm saying? It's people dancing, or everybody would go to the ladies' bathroom and smoke there. But I never went to a restaurant where I heard stories where the wait staff would bring it for you. I never saw that.
I never saw that either. Yeah, it was crazy times though.
And you started doing drugs in Holland.
In Holland, yeah, all the way back. Yeah, that's crazy. Everybody goes through
all the way out there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I think a lot of these guys, you go through it, and then I think that the way we did it, if you do it when you're young, and then you realize, okay, you find out it's not good. It's always better. I say that I had friends of mine, and I knew some guys who didn't do anything until they were 45, and they drink a glass of wine or something, and they really enjoy it. And since they never had the bad experience, boom, they're hooked to it. And it's the same with coke or pain pills or whatever it is. They would get addicted. I said, we're at an age, we did everything, it's past, we know it's not going to go anywhere. You're standing a little bit stronger in your feet. That's what I think. I think it's okay to experiment. There's some things I never did, like acid I would never do.
I would agree with you.
Oh yeah, but I'm afraid. I'm the guy when the worms start growing out of his arms, and I'm going to stab him on with it now. I think I'm going to fly. I can fly. By the way, I never got that. Why don't they try it out first on the spot if they can fly, and then jump off the building, right? Yeah, you go like, no, it's not working. Maybe I shouldn't do this because it's not working. But yeah, crazy times. It was just, but with me, normally it was pretty much for a long time alcohol. That was my choice. Never weed, because in the Holland, it's always been legal, to my knowledge when I was there, but it slowed me down. And I'm always this upper kind of guy. That's why I'm only doing it, to go to sleep. Or if I go to a party and there's a lot of drinking going on and I want to eat, I say I'll take a little sip and I'm feeling perfect, nice and relaxed. I can still formulate sentences because if I'm stoned, I can't. That's why I don't want to do it during the day, and it affects my memory. So if you have to memorize pieces and things like that, there's no way I can do it. I have other friends of mine who excel when they use it. They actually get better and they can memorize better and they do everything better. With me, the opposite. So that's, for me, it's good that it happens like that because it keeps me in line, so to say.
For me, I cannot think of myself not smoking. It is the last of my teddy bears.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody has a teddy bear.
Yep.
It is the last thing from that life that I have left. I enjoy it. It calms me down. I like getting high at night when I get back from the comedy store with different, like I have to buy 2 types of weed.
Yeah.
Like I'll smoke this all day, but then at night when I get home, I'll smoke this. No, they're both ingredients. I'm a little bit
Yeah, me too.
So I'll smoke that at night to take that comedy edge off.
Yeah.
That won't keep you up till 2 in the morning. I get a notebook out, I put music on, and I'm writing as I'm listening to my set. Whatever. You know what I'm saying? Just to slow me down.
Yeah.
Marijuana has always slowed me down. I would never, I don't want to do Adderall, nor do I have any desire to do it.
Yep.
I don't ever want to speed up.
No.
I always wanted something to slow me down. When I wake up in the morning, I have my cup of coffee. I look at my early morning emails. I talk to my daughter. I talk to my wife. And then there's a point in time when I know I have to eat. I have no appetite. So I go in the back and I zip.
Yep.
The appetite opens up. Now you can eat. I don't have to eat like a gorilla. I could eat 2 eggs, a piece of wheat toast. I'm done. But that gets that appetite going.
Mm-hmm.
I want that appetite to move. Without the appetite, my blood sugar drops in the afternoon. And I'll eat much later at night. Now my hunger will triple. So if I eat early, like I can't do intermittent fasting.
Yeah. No, I'm
I
really
gotta
good
eat
with
when I
that.
get up in the morning because if not, it catches up to me and I eat triple at night.
Well, it's a good thing to be there on that. Like everything else, if you would have kept on drinking, you probably wouldn't have been here anymore. If you kept doing all the other crap, you probably wouldn't have been here anymore. It's literally weed that saved your life, pretty much.
I like it. It keeps me. Listen, the thought of saying the word sober would drive me crazy. And it drives a lot of people crazy. That's why the volume of relapsing that there is. After relapsing several times, you realize I don't like the word sober. And I don't like the word diet. Those 2 words kill people. Those 2 words kill people. I like the word lifestyle. This is the lifestyle that I could lead. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you look at it, it takes pressure off your mind without you thinking on it. I am not on a diet. I just have to acknowledge that I have to eat a little better. Yeah, you can go to fucking, what's the sandwich place? Jersey Mike's. And you can have a turkey and provolone for 6 points. You don't need the chips. You can put mayonnaise on it. It's not going to kill you. You just don't need the chips. Control yourself and not eat the chips. And drink a Diet Coke. Because you're out. But the rest of the time, it's water. Little things. It's a lifestyle. It's not a diet. Once you kill yourself with that word diet, you're done. I do not want you to be sober. I want you to be happy. Those are 2 different fucking words. If I need you for 90 days to walk around with a frown, every time I drive past Lancashire, I see black people and they want to do crack. Listen, you're killing yourself to live. Cut a deal with yourself. In 85, 95, I cut a bad deal with myself. I cut a deal with myself. I was going to go all in on comedy. I was going to dedicate myself to comedy, but at the same time, I wasn't going to keep fighting this cocaine war. If I do it, I do it. No more doing it and beating myself up and lying to myself that this is the last time.
Don't.
Boss, I'm happy you're here. This is the last time. I'm never going to do this shit. It's fucking poison. And 2 hours later. I heard that broken record.
Yeah, but then you hit yourself in the face. You're breaking your promise the whole time. And
it was a broken record for myself to other people. So I said, forget it. I'm accepting this problem that I have. I accept it. I don't want to go overboard. I knew that I could get 1 package and go to bed at night and jerk off till I passed out and maybe do a Xanax and fall asleep. I was hip with that. You know, I really was. I was very, because I knew if I looked at it like I'm trying to get sober, I would have never done it.
It's not going to work.
It's not going to work. And I think that's, I hate the word sober, and I hate the word diet.
Yeah, that's what to me, so you don't drink anymore. I would never say that.
You know what? When I go eat breakfast, just don't get the potatoes. Yeah, eat the bread, put a little tiny butter on the bread, eat the 2 eggs, and eat 2 pieces of bacon. Just don't eat the potatoes.
You see, I ate an enormous amount of potatoes like during the
I mean, I love them.
I'm taking, yeah, but I blend it because it takes so much with vegetables. I put it in a blender like a pan, and I literally drink it. And the meat or the fish or whatever I make, that I make really good for myself. And the rest, this doesn't even have salt on it. I just drink it for pure nutrition and pure clean, everything clean. Like my first till like 6 o'clock at night, and it's even if my wife cooks, I'm still eating clean with her. But sometimes when you go out to dinner, that's when I eat a pizza or doing this. But normally during the day, I'm trying to live very clean now. You know, I noticed that I'm a completely different person if I eat correct. You know, if I eat the vegetables and I do that with the meat, I'm feeling like a maniac. You know, you also, when you get older, you start getting bloated and all that, when you eat too much bread and stuff like that. It's such a BS, and as soon as you start switching to vegetables, and you do just one, if you have a bloating feeling, just do 1 week. I used to make a big pan of vegetables, all vegetables in there, potatoes, everything, and I would eat during the whole day. I would just eat that. You do that for 1 week, all your bloating is gone. Then you can eat bread here and there. But once you start eating bread 3 times a day again, it will start again. You know what really helped me? Because I tried it for my arms. See, it's all gone, the lower part, because of the neck surgeries. It's atrophied here. So what they told me is BPC 157. It's a peptide. And what it is, officially, it's a gut enzyme. And what they thought in the beginning, because if you have, for instance, you have cancer, they would see that all that BPC was around the cancer. So they thought, oh, it's causing the cancer. We have to watch out for it. But then they realized, no. It's trying to get rid of the cancer. That's what it's doing. It's the gut enzyme. So they figured out that it repairs everything in the body. So now you can get a peptide, which is real. It's not even the fighters can use it. And it will make you heal your tendons, everything, it will heal faster. So I start trying it, and I put it right here in the biceps to see if I can reactivate my biceps, the muscles, you know. But it didn't work. But what it did do was taking complete, I lost my the bloating. I don't have it anymore. And it's got to be in BPC because that's literally gut enzymes. And those are the enzymes that you start losing when you get older, and that's why you start bloating. So it's a perfect little thing. It's cheap, it's legal.
Where can you get it?
You know, yeah, I have an analyst for that because peptides online is a very dangerous thing because one of the guys, they just sell you bottles, right? Or it comes from China, you have no clue. I have a company, 99.9% pure, 100%. So I'll send you that. It works really well.
So you drink it with water or something?
No. What you do is you gotta shoot it. Yeah, like a little, how you call it, the diabetes needle. You know, you take your no. You just put it in the fat of your body, in your stomach, and when you have an injury, you do it closer to the injury as possible. That's why I did it in the bicep. But then I realized, I'm just going to do it here in the circle. Yeah, but it's a little tiny. Oh, actually, you can put it also in the mouth. You pour it in with the needle, so you know exactly how much food is in a little tiny bit. You put it under your tongue. You leave it there for 60 seconds.
Yeah, I have friends like that too. I go to acupuncture. In fact, I got to make an appointment for tomorrow. I thought there was something to acupuncture, but the needles, the drugs, in fact, I owe the doctor a blood test and type the shot. And I've been avoiding like fucking an HIV victim at 85. And when 85, you would talk to people who ready to tell you how to eat. You would fucking run the other way.
And then they would sneeze in front of you, take you getting it. And if you have an open wound and you're close to them, there were all these crazy stories, right?
Now you were where were you in 85 when the whole AIDS scandal and how bad was it?
We only heard the stories from here in America. You know, that story that they woke up in the morning and on the mirror was written, "Welcome to the world of AIDS." You know, you would have sex with a prostitute and she would be HIV positive, and then she would write on the mirror in the morning when she would read, "Welcome to the HIV club" or something. That was this. You don't even heard about that?
No.
Oh, you see, because that was apparently happening in America, that they were doing. That was some this weird thing that had been occurred in Holland. But for the rest of the Holland, I didn't really notice it. You heard it on the radio when people were afraid of it, and they thought there's blood can pass on with blood, like rubbing against each other, even with spit. They thought in the beginning, right? Drinking from the same glass, all that stuff. Yeah, people got paranoid. The other thing you realize, it's not. Still, it's logic. It's a natural thing to do. If I don't have to drink from the same bottle from somebody who's very sick, I'm not going to do it. It doesn't matter if it's AIDS or if he's got a cold. If he's got a cold, I'm not going to drink from the same bottle. You see, because why would you take everything? How are you going to get it? So it was pretty much with everything. But it was not as big as a scare. We just heard the crazy horror stories from America.
Rock Hudson went punk.
Yeah, that's right.
People started getting sick and stuff like that. I remember it was like people were fucking scared. People were really scared. And that thing that's going on in Jersey with the kids, with all the kids dying in the hospital, all of a sudden it was like an epidemic. HIV was out there for the first couple of years. When I got locked up in '88, it was HIV. And I became friends with one of the guys. He broke it down for me. I asked him. And then after that, I started saying, I don't have HIV here for 9 months. I don't have HIV.
Yeah.
So they were right. I used the same infection they used.
That scare, can you imagine? If I would have done bare knuckle boxing, in that time, people would have been really afraid. Because with bare knuckle boxing, of course, you're going to get cut. Right? So there's going to be blood. CTE might save it for you, but cutting, that's, I think people would have freaked out. I think everybody needs to be testing 100%, and still then you're going to freak out. Especially at that time when it was at the height, everybody was scared of it.
I still can't get over that we're back to everything makes a full circle.
It does.
We're back to fucking knuckle, hitting each other in the heads with fucking our hands.
How cool is that, though? Think about it. We were talking about hard times. It's like Johnny Hendricks, Brennan Ward. I mean, these guys are the main event. Johnny Hendricks, you all know he's got this crazy big left hand. But I bet you he's not going to throw it full power because he knows he understands the rules now. If Brennan Ward just leans in, like I said, and he hits the top of the head, he's going to break his hand. If you get to focus on his right hand, he's going to have a problem. You see, so now you're going to be more strategic. You're going to hit they also hit all the meaty parts. They hit the forearms, the shoulders, the body. They focus on that. The power shots go 40-50% to the head because you're going to get cut. But that's it. And by the way, with the cutting, we have plastic surgeons. That's where we hired. Instead of normal doctor, we said no. We're going to pay a little bit more. We have plastic surgeons. So if you get cut, which probably will happen, you go to the bed, you have a plastic surgeon there who's going to stitch you up and going to make it a nice cut. And you know as well as I do, all your weight class doing the same. Yes.
155, 170.
Yeah, and I think even with boxing, there's the boxing weight classes, right? So they have even more weight classes. So that's exactly the same. To tape the hand, you have to tape the minimum an inch behind your knuckles. So you cannot have any tape on the knuckles. But strategy-wise, I think it's going to be a whole different ballgame, especially the MMA fighters. Now also we have some professional boxers on that. So that's cool. Now we got an MMA fighter, actually Jew in the ring. He is fighting in a pro boxer. So now we get help. Because all the pro boxers all the time say, the MMA guys, you beat him up easy, he's boxing. Well, here's your chance. Sign up. WBKFF. Sign a little notice. Say, hey, I want to fight in the organization. I want to prove that boxing, that we have better hands than the mixed martial arts. And we team you up with the mixed martial arts on the show. Yeah, but the mixed martial arts can't use his elbows or his kick. No, it can't. No, but still, the thing with the mixed martial arts is that we have physically in a better shape. Listen, I'm not taking anything away from I'm not saying anything. These guys are phenomenal. I mean, this will qualify for. I'm not saying that. It's an unbelievable thing. But once you are used to kicking, and to grappling, and the grappling effect, that is what gets you really tired. Because every time when you crunch or when you take the takedown, you're working your core. Once your core starts pumping up, just like any other muscle in the body, well, guess what's behind your core? Your lungs. And they don't only pump up to the front, but of course they pump also inside. So now your lungs that normally go all the way in, if the core starts pumping, you can't go breathe in all the way anymore because it's getting tight in there, because of the muscles around it are getting tight. So, but once you are used to that as a mixed martial artist, and somebody, for instance, if I do Thai pass, that's punching, kicking, elbows, knees, everything, right? All I do, if I do 7 rounds or 5 minutes of that, or I do boxing, I can do 14 rounds of boxing 5 minutes. I'll fly through that. If I'm in the shape that I can do 7 rounds in 5 minutes in title with the kicks. That's how much the difference is with the shape. You just get really tight. That's what I always would say with boxers, even when you don't kick. You know, while you're boxing on the back, on a heavy back, suddenly, like every 30 seconds, throw out 10 right kicks. As hard as you can. That breaks the breathing pattern. You get really tired, and then you continue boxing again. It gets you in a way better shape, because what I realized is I didn't have anybody to train with at all. I had a bag. My first year of banquet, I pretty much trained on the back 2 times a day, 12 rounds on the back. That's what I do, 12 rounds in 3 minutes. Well, if you do that for 3-4 months straight, you simply don't get tired anymore. You need to find things that get you tired. For instance, sprawling. Every 10 seconds, deep breath, you sprawl, you get back up, and you continue. It breaks the breathing pattern, the interruption. And that's why you're getting tired. Or there's 10 right kicks and 10 left kicks, and then continue boxing again. But you got to come up with something, because your body is getting so used to it that you can't really get really tired anymore. So you have to start adding the kicks. And once you do that, you get tired again. But guess what? You get tired, you get used to that. Then you start adding sprawls. And, you know, it's just an evolution. But if you take a guy who prepared himself for a 5-round fight in mixed martial arts and you put him in a boxing event, he can go the entire distance. And don't go tell me now all these people don't know, but Conor McGregor also passes out in MMA, right?
Gas in the 3rd round.
But that's what I'm saying. So yes,
The 3rd round. There was 3-minute rounds.
yeah, and you see here he did 8 rounds.
He started to gas in like 5.
But 8 rounds he did pretty good. 7 rounds against Mayweather. You see? So that's what I'm saying. It's if he would have had a great stamina at that time, he would have gone the distance. I truly believe he would have gone the distance with Mayweather, 10 rounds only. That's 12. You know, and that would have been. I thought it was already incredible what he did. You know, he had a pretty good boxing match, I thought, when he was boxing against Mayweather. So, but that's also you can. You know what we do is like I have a workout. Right? It's the boss with the workouts and an audio workout. It's really hard. The number 3 workout. The MMA. That's what sprawls. So that is when I go forward, get combination, cross to cross, defense, can sprawl back up, cross to cross, left hook, right straight, left hook, right up, left hook, right defense. They get sprawl every time, sprawl. And they get you really tired. I had guys coming into my gym. We do 5 rounds of 3 minutes of that. As a warm up with the sprawl. These guys, they cannot even do the 5 rounds. And they will be fighting 2 or 3 weeks later. And they said, how can you do this? I said, this is just a warm up. You didn't even start the class. But the thing is, we just start doing it. And once you start doing something, you do it every day, within months, it becomes normal. You can do it. Now, the minute break, we do kettlebell swings. We don't even take a break anymore. You know, the kettlebell swings for a minute break, and then we go into the second round. Now we got a 20-minute, 5 rounds of 3 minutes with minute breaks. That's 19 minutes done. As a warm-up. And we had guys who had to fight 2 weeks later, they could not do the warm-up.
That's a warm-up?
That's a warm-up. And they go, it's like, what is this? I said, good, you didn't even start.
What do you do after that?
No, but the sport, you know, my concept has always been very simple. I make myself tired at the beginning of the training, and then the whole training, I learn how to deal with my power, with less power, and still using technique because I tire myself. But once you start doing it, like I said again, for a couple of months, it becomes normal. And then suddenly you have to do something else again to make it even more. Everything you can get used to is just putting the work in, as I tell people. You know, people always, oh, I can never do that. No, you want to lose 30 or 40 pounds? Yeah. Okay, give yourself half a year. Yeah, like, so half a year is nothing. In a lifetime, it's a blink and it's gone. But if you have a raise and you want to do it in 2.5 months, now you really got to force it, and then everything goes down the drain. With the diet you're already talking about, we cannot eat this. Don't tell yourself you cannot. I'm 100% with you. Never. You're all past, so you don't drink anymore. No, I will never say that. Because sometimes you drink a glass of wine with it. Because if I don't do that, I'm not going to be a happy camper anymore. No, at least me. Other people might be different, but at least it's me. You get used to everything. Just make it a habit and just keep it on doing it, and you'll be amazed what you can do.
Because like I watched some fighters over the year. In fact, Conor's stamina this time impressed me.
It was more, yeah, because there was a lot of grappling going on.
Yes, he impressed me. This time I thought he would die a lot sooner, but he impressed me.
Yeah.
But like even DJ Fenton struggled with his stamina. I thought that it was maybe just a weakness that some people have. And build on this stamina.
No, what it is, okay. In 90% of the case, I can never say 100%, but I'm telling you that they control what they're doing in the gym. If that coach says I would do 3 more rounds and they don't feel like it, then that's something I'm going to do it. Because they're at that statute that the coach is not even going to say anything. You see, and that's the problem. And once you're technically very good and better than everybody else in the gym, you don't get tired because you're foolish people. What you need to do is bring a few pro boxers in, or pro kickboxers, who put the pressure on you and watch how suddenly you get tired again. Because it's territory that you have never been in. The breathing pattern. If you're totally calm, you can breathe, it's good. I could get fighters tired by just fainting. Because then we start, they start, and they get tired. They interrupt the breathing pattern, That's why you get tired. You need guys. I never tapped in class. I mean, I maybe 5 times in the last 20 years I've ever involved. So I knew that I was pretty good there. So what I did only short tank exercises. Because otherwise I'm just walking school run, and I don't get tired. So what I would do, 1.5 minutes a day, 1.5, 1 minute. That was a short thing I did. 1.5 minutes for the Sataro, 1.5 minutes Pedro Diesel, Mark Kerr and Marco Boas. Do those rounds, 6-minute rounds against the French guy every 1.5 minutes. That's a fun short thing. Now you're going to be perfectly. Trust me, you're going to get tired. But if I do this with white belts, I'm not going to get tired. That's cool with that. And that's the problem. You need to bring people in who can beat you, who are better than you. And if you can't get those, then you have to do it like I did. Get yourself tired. Another drill that I did, I would kick 2 minutes a kicking shield as hard as I can. 3 right, 3 left, 3 right, 3 left. It started with a minute because then you're tired. If you do this really hard, extremely hard kicking, you're really tired after a minute. But again, you do it over and over again, so this goes 1.5 minutes. And then you get tired at 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, I throw the shield down, I lay on my back, they jump on top, any position they want, and they start attacking. I start rolling, I roll only 2 minutes, back, 2 minutes kick, full power. Now he got 2 minutes rest. So every time when I'm working and I'm getting more tired, he's taking a 2-minute break. And now I continue with him again. You see, so I make him stronger and stronger, I make myself weaker and weaker, but that's the way you're going to get in shape. Hill sprints. They go, oh, do it on a hill? Why don't you do it on the treadmill? That's what I used to do. Treadmill, you can't do a treadmill. You can pace yourself on hill sprints. It's still good, I'm not saying that, but the way I did it, I would go run 11, 12 miles an hour for 10 minutes. That's the warm-up. Then the incline goes all the way up. I go to 9 miles an hour. And I say all the way up when I was training, so it's 15%, because nowadays you have treadmills which go 30%, so don't do that. But again, if you build it up, you probably can do it. Go slow, 45 seconds on, 30 seconds off. 45 seconds on again, 30 seconds off. That is a killer. That always got me really hot. First 5, 6 rounds, easy. But boy, once you start doing 7, number 8, number 9, you're getting extremely tired because the treadmill keeps going 9 miles an hour. You can't slow down. You can't pace yourself. You gotta keep running. And I found other guys who were 7 miles an hour, 8 miles an hour. For me, I built it up less lactic acid if I would do it at a higher speed. Otherwise, I would do it at 8 too. But somehow 9 was easier for me to do than 8 miles an hour. I don't know why. It's probably because of that. You go faster, you don't build up as much like that. I have no clue. So, but again, you get used to it.
You like the treadmill contest or just sprinting?
Just sprinting. Never just straight. I'm never, like with my knees right now, I have bad knees right now. What I do, treadmill to the long rope, and I walk with my legs stretched because I have no touch on my kneecaps. So stretch legs is no problem for me. I can kick too. I do these kicking drills. Do now almost every day. I try to work the pool workouts I do, and then I do a kicking drill. The kicking drill is 15 rounds of 1 minute. So what you do is you kick as hard as you can for 1 minute, we take 1 minute off. And then again, 1 minute as hard as you can, and 1 minute off. As 1 minute, after 6, 7 rounds, if you don't do this, you cannot do 1 minute off. It's really hard.
How long does a punch last? I feel like you kick
well, at the gym, I just pick the ones out of the gym, so I never know when they go, when they break. But anyway, what I do then is this is 10 minutes before a fight, for instance, right? So I did a normal workout, and I'm going to do my half-hour workout, 1 minute, 1 minute. Now, the 1 minute, 1 minute I do, once I have 15 rounds, the next week, I do 1 minute, 5 seconds, and I take 55 seconds. So I increase it, the work time is 5 seconds, and take away 5 seconds of the rest time. And then a week later, I go 5 seconds every more. So slowly but surely, I do 1 minute 5, 1 minute 10, 1 minute 15, 45 seconds left, 1 minute 20, 40 seconds left. Till you hit, after like 10 weeks, you're at 1.5 minute rounds, full power, with 30 seconds left. People go like, well, you're going to be in the best shape of your life, trust me. Because how many times do you see a boxer or a kickboxer, they put somebody in the corner and they unload for like 15 seconds, 20 seconds, and they're gassing. That's 20 seconds. I'm doing a minute and a half, full blast, 15 of those rounds. So it's just training your body to relax, and you just keep doing that. Eventually, you get used to it, like anything else in life, and you can do it.
I learned more from you in 1 hour than fucking. Every time I'm around 1 hour, I get schooled. That makes sense.
Yep.
They call that something, right? Like they hit the program now.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
High intensity.
I call it. I've been doing
Yeah,
it.
you've been doing that since day one.
Yes, it's day one. That was my stamina. I used to, you know what I had? Really cool. We would go at 6 o'clock in the morning train because then there was nobody in the weightlifting room. We take 6 or 12 exercises. We do a power training, a pushing exercise, a pulling exercise, a conditioning exercise. And then you have 12 stations. And then we go around to 12, and then you go 50 seconds, 50 seconds. You give yourself 10 seconds to go to the next exercise, and then you do the exercise. You do the whole round of 12, that's 12 minutes. Then you take a minute break, and then you do that circle you do 3 times, it's 36 minutes. That's a very hard workout as well, because what happens, you start pumping up, especially when you do abs. I challenge you, do 100 abs and go on a treadmill. You're going to die, because the abs start pumping up, like I said, and they start also pumping up on the inside, so now your lungs cannot completely inhale anymore. That's why, with the auto trainer, that's why if you do this is proven, by the way, guys. I have this in published medical journal, so this is 100% proven. If you do it 2 times a day, 30 repetitions, in the morning and in the evening, if you do that for 6 weeks, after 6 weeks you can maintain it by doing it once. But if you do that twice a day, you take care of all the lactic acid in your core. That, you have no clue what that will do for you. That will do so much wonders for you. You can shoot up EPO, you can do whatever. That will never do as much for you as if you take care of the lactic acid in your body. Because that makes sure that it doesn't start pumping anymore. So you constantly have your lungs have space in order to breathe.
You're a fucking genius.
Right, well, ask my wife.
You just told us about bare knuckle boxing, Pepsido, whatever, peptides.
Yeah.
I love this. I've loved this since day one. When I saw you on there with somebody, I ordered right away. And I started the program from day one. And I even walk with it. I made myself walk with it around the park. And in the beginning, I had to take it out because I was dizzy. But then it just got used to it. Now, when I feel I'm smoking too much, this is what I fucking use to clean out my. And I'll do this in the morning.
We were just talking about it, and I love that because I had the same thing. If I'm having phlegm, right, and I feel my lungs of it, I do 30 repetitions, and listen, not even 5 minutes later, you cough everything out, right? It's so wild. And all my friends have the same thing. What is it called? O2 Trainer. The O2 Trainer, yeah. Go to O2Trainer.com, there's a video on there, and literally, and for me, it takes less than 3.5 minutes today. I do 30 repetitions. I have a Facebook page. It's a closed one, which everybody can join, and I will accept them. It's possible with O2 Bootcamp. And you will see me since last May. I've been posting videos. I might have missed 10 because I've been traveling internationally or something. But that's it. Every single day, I do a time lapse so they don't have to. They can watch for 12 seconds, 15 seconds instead of watching the whole freaking thing for 3.5 minutes. Nobody's going to do it anyway. But then at least they can see that I do it. Because if I do it, hopefully I set the tone that you say, okay, I'm going to do it also. It cured me of my asthma. All my friends cured me of their asthma. Nobody is using it ahead of me. One now, you go on the website, you read reviews from people that are writing to me that I'm off the cost. It's officially, I have no more asthma, my doctor said. Those things are for me insane because I made this invention when I was 14 years old. I was a severe asthma patient. I was a week in bed, 8 days in bed, not even able to eat because I couldn't breathe. 24/7 for 8 days straight. But then after, when I did that, I would resume my track and field when my lungs would be open again. And once I would resume my track and field, I would break my running time. And it drove me nuts. I go, why is that every time after an attack, I'm running better? Until I saw a doctor, I saw a poster from a paralogist at the doctor's office. And, as a kid, you think that, and as an adult also, that the infection is in your lungs, right? But it's not. It's the air pipes that go through the lungs. Those are infected. And there was one open air pipe, and next to it was a pipe that was closed like this. And that was 14 years old. I looked at it, I go, oh, man. I've been working out my lungs for 8 days. I've been pulling in air through this really tiny hole I made my inhaling system stronger. And now when suddenly the infection is gone, it's much easier for me to breathe. Oh, I gotta come up with something that controls the air intake. And I started experimenting with like these coins from France. They had coins. We would go on vacation to France. Coins with little holes in them. And I tried to put them in front of my teeth, so I could only breathe through that thing. But yeah, if you get tired, you breathe in, your mouth opens, well, you're deaf, that thing goes into your lungs. But it always was in my head, constantly. And then finally when I came here, and told people always told, most people at the parties, they say, hey, I got an invention, I got this invention, this invention. When I would tell my invention, every single person would go, dude, you gotta make that. That's So eventually I said, okay, I'll make it. I started creating with the prototype. Now, listen, I carried an inhaler with me everywhere I went. If I would come here without inhaler, I would sneeze. Like really, if I sneeze 3 times, completely close my lungs. I have to open them up with the inhaler. So if I would travel without an inhaler, I would be doomed. I always did. Every fight I had, every single fight I had in my life, in the dressing room, I have to strain my lungs open because it's exercise induced, they call it. A lot of asthma patients. If they take a sprint, a 100-meter sprint, they stop, they're good for about a minute, boom, lungs goes up. Then they need the inhaler to open it up. I trained with the prototype maybe 2.5, maximum 3 weeks. I never used my inhaler anymore. I don't carry with me, I don't have it in my bag, not even as a backup thing in my room, nothing with me. It's complete freedom. Because these bulky things you don't want to have when you pass out everywhere you go. So I sent it to a friend of mine in Holland who had asthma, and I said, here, try this out. This is crazy. At that time we used to train with it instead of doing the exercises. And he called me a week later. He said, I want to sell in Europe. I said, why? He says, my asthma's gone. I got a week. And then I started bringing to everybody with asthma, and it was curing their asthma. I go, man, we're onto something. So now I'm in talk. The guy who trains Usain Bolt, he trains 3 other gold medalists from the last Olympics and a silver medalist in boxing, Ken Macias. He's a very smart guy, scientist, and he wrote a really bad review about my competition product. And my manager called me and said, did you read the review? I said, about what? About that so-and-so product. I said, no, but I can tell you that it sucked, right, the review. And he said, how? I said, because they control the air in and out. They said it's not a good concept. You only have to control the air in, because then you can completely exhale your lungs. You can empty your lungs and entirely fill them back up again. But if you do with resistance, there's always air left in the lungs, right? You cannot completely clean them out. So they all said that I was crazy, and now suddenly they want to partner up with me because guess what? I have the patent. Told the guy, my manager, told the guy who wrote the review, okay, if you can find out who it is, I want to send him an O2 trainer. And he tells me, you sure you want to do that? Because what if they're going to write a bad review? I said, no, because I know if you're me from my house, all the other people, it's going to be good, trust me. He finds the guy, calls the guy, says, hey, I'm representing Boss Rupert. Guys answer right away, oh, O2 trainer, we're already doing that. Boom. Now I had some 12 or 18 published medical journals because they're already using that. And whether it's 100% proven, because that's what it means, if it's a published medical journal, that means it's 100% proven. I always tell people, if this is clinically tested, don't buy that product. Because if it was clinically proven, it would have said clinically proven. Clinically tested doesn't mean anything. What was the result of the test? That's what you want to ask. But people nowadays, they're so, clinically tested, it's got to be good because they read the word clinically and they think it's good. No. If it's clinically tested, it's not a good product. Because if it's clinically tested and it would be proven, it would have said clinically proven. That's where you want to look for. And that's the published medical journal. That's clinically proven, and you can find it. There's published medical journals online. You can literally look in there, and that's where you can find the test.
Well, I don't need to read no fucking test.
There you go,
You know what I'm saying? I'm a believer. I'm like, I'm born in 81. I'm a believer.
But you didn't eat it back.
Nah, fuck that shit. No, this is, I told you, I ordered it when I saw you on Rogan. I didn't even know who you were, really. I know you were, but I didn't even really think about it. And right away, I felt it. I went up the ladder. Yep, I'm up to the ladder home. And I sit there at night in the mornings, and when I'm doing things, I'll pop it in, especially if I hear a lot of wheezing.
Yep.
If I hear a lot of wheezing, listen to it. Yep. I work on that wheezing. Yep. Sure, you use a smoking pot, but it doesn't do. Yep. But this takes that top layer of phlegm. Yep. It really does clear it out.
You know what? I had a great thing. You believe that, right? You don't believe that? Yeah. So what happened?
I washed myself with this to stop breathing with my shoulders.
Yeah, but
I
I
like
believe,
all that stuff I do.
I think you put me in contact with her, right? That was in the
Yeah.
beginning.
So I told her that you guys had to get together.
So I went over to the park, Fifth Avenue, where she has her office, right? I'm coming in there. She says, okay, first thing you're going to do is measure your chest. So I'm breathing out, and then she measured my chest. She says, she's freaking out. She goes, what? She says, oh, do it again, do it again. That's not possible. She does it again. I breathe in again, and she goes, oh, you're going to have to wait. And she runs out, and she comes back with another doctor. And I go, okay, what's going on? She said, well, if I wouldn't do this, you would never believe it. I said, what's going on? She said, okay, my inhale, normally when somebody breaks a record, so what they do, they measure how much your chest expands, right? Because that's how much air you can pull in, because that's how your lungs open up, by your chest expanding. The lungs don't do anything. There's a vacuum between the lungs and the body, and if you expand this, that's how your lungs go open. The muscles almost don't do anything. It's all your upper body doing it. The more you can expand, the more air you can pull in. She says normally when somebody breaks the record here, it's like an eighth of an inch, maybe a quarter of an inch. You just broke it almost 2.5 inches. She says this is insane. And the only thing that I've been doing different than everybody else she was the O2 trainer. So now she, on her breathing classes, she gives everybody an O2 trainer. You know, she says start breathing with this. So we have a really good relationship now together because she's focusing on the breathing out part. I'm focusing on the breathing in part. I know people say, yeah, but you cannot do it both because you just said that. No. You cannot do it simultaneously. You won't find a test that's good. Yeah, maybe a test written by the person who invented that thing will say it's good. But a real test will not say that. But if you switch it up, if you do one day you're inhaling and the next day you do your exhaling, the way she does with the balloon, you know, then you strengthen both muscles, and then it's a really good combination to do. So it works both as long as you don't do it simultaneously. Out with resistance, in with resistance, that's not going to work.
Start breathing, the bed knuckle beating.
You better watch this show, right?
Every weekend. What day is it?
It's November 9th.
I'll be at the Friday night.
It's a Friday
And I'll
night.
be in New York City doing 2 shows, and I will promise to take it and give a review to my own animalistic review.
I would love that. Oh, it's fast.
And once I see blood, I start fainting. I faint to the UFC one time.
No, we don't know. He's looking for it too, so.
Faint to the UFC, they do the towel in the ring, and it was covered with blood. I just went out.
Wow.
When BJ Penn beat up Big Daddy Stevenson, that was the most blood ever in the ring.
Oh, with the elbows.
One in the morning.
All the puddle was there on the floor, remember?
I remember being on the couch and this thing waking up at 4 in the morning. You go, what the fuck?
Wow.
You guys could be up watching and he's waking up every few minutes.
I should have known. With the needle, she can even use the needle.
No, I gotta look the other way. And you gotta listen to music. You gotta trust the lady.
Yeah.
I got a little lady down at Pompo. She knows exactly how to handle Uncle Joe. I come in with the cart. I look the other way. And I gotta see right coming in. And I know I'm safe.
Yeah.
If I do it in a room with no windows, it's claustrophobic.
Okay.
I'm really careful. Always a pleasure, brother.
Yeah, man.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Always a pleasure spreading the O2 training. I love it. You know, it's helped me dramatically. I mean, I'm not fucking jumping over windows.
Yep.
I'm doing a lot better than I was.
Yeah, man. I'm so happy to hear it.
All right, so November 9th, and then what do you think after that? Is it going to be a monthly card?
No, I think in February they were kind of going for that. We're doing a lot of fun stuff, good stuff as well. It's a very classy show. Jimmy Lennon Jr. is going to be giving an announcement. We got Kenny Rice back with me in the commentating booth. I worked with him since a long time. And my brother. And they got that old voice, you know, Jimmy Lennon. Also, ladies and gentlemen, you know, he's got that canny little voice. What I love about him, I'm so excited that he was the voice for my last fight in 2006. And he was the announcer. I go, there's no way. Jimmy Lennon Jr. So I called him, and he said, sure, boss, you know, for you, I will do anything. So they came over with Burt Watson. We had Burt Watson running backstage, all the stuff. Okay. Kenny Rice is in there. Yeah, you know, the microphone is going to come from the top down, like the old boxing. We got the ring girls and nightgowns. We make it a very classy show, and then we let the boxing speak for itself, you know, because, you know, it will be bloody. But our competition is their last show, for what I believe, I think that's 14 fights. There was 1 knockout, and there was 1 broken hand. And there was some little custom. So CTE-wise, yeah, I hope people really don't believe what I'm saying and Google it. Is bare knuckle boxing safer than boxing? Because then you will find out that pretty much every single test looked at you is actually safer because you hit the head less hard. So yeah, do the homework. Come watch the show. $29.95, man. That's enough. Right? That's nothing. You know. So if you do the high def, yeah, that's going to cost you $50 more, or $10 more.
I got glasses.
That's what I
I
mean.
got 3D glasses.
Yeah.
Get the $29.95 with the 3D glasses.
As long as the blood doesn't come out of the TV and you pass out,
You're fine. I love you, bro.
I love you too, bro.
Taking the time and coming on today. The church is brought to you today by TheRidgeWallet.com. Listen to me. The Ridge is a minimalist front pocket wallet that helps reevaluate your everyday carry. Launched by a father-son team funded by Kickstarter in 2013, the Ridge now resides in the pockets of over 250,000 men and women. The RFID blocking wallet is made by two metal plates, either titanium, carbon fiber, or aluminum, bound together by durable elastic bands. Let me tell you something, this is the coolest thing you'll ever see in your life. And for the first time I used it last week when I traveled. You keep your ID, your two ID cards in there. It fit right in my pocket. It's not, listen, I like having a wallet with a picture of my daughter. But when you travel, you don't need all that stuff. What, if the plane goes down, you don't get the pictures and change your fucking outcomes? No, it's not. Anyway, I love this Ridge wallet. The Ridge is a minimal front pocket wallet designed to ditch your bulky wallet. It's slim, and it's got a lifetime guarantee. It's the last wallet you'll ever buy. It comes in titanium, carbon fiber, aluminum, and over a dozen different styles and colors. What I'm doing is this, all right? Do me a favor. I'm going to get you 10% off with free worldwide shipping by going to RidgeWallet.com. That's RidgeWallet.com. Use promo code CHURCH, CHURCH. Okay, again, RidgeWallet.com/church. The church is also brought to you by my personal favorite, Honest.com. These people don't fuck around, okay? Their supplements are tip-top magoo. From the Alpha Brain to the fucking Shroom Tech Immune. I test every time I fly. Every time I fly, there's a bunch of people, I'm not going to name no countries. They come in there, you can tell they're bringing something. I'm not going to name no countries. I'm not here to insult. I'm just here to spread the word. If you're going to travel, Immune Tech, Shroom Tech Immune is the way to go. You pop 4 of those fucking things and a fucking martini and not a germ will get in your system. You understand me? I don't recommend the martini. I'm just talking about the fucking 4 fucking Shroom Tech. Alpha Brain, tremendous. You're having problems remembering things, you're having problems focusing. Pop 2 Alpha Brain, you'll be tip-top fucking magoo. You remember the lyrics of songs you never even heard before. You understand me? I can't help you out with the weights of the kettlebells. But as far as supplements are concerned, I got you. You understand me? So go to honest.com right now /church and get 10% off. Ready to rock, no drama, no questions asked. You understand me? I want to thank my man. Bob Bruton. I want to thank the Christ Killer. And I want to thank you guys for fucking supporting the church and for watching the special. Don't forget, next Thursday sold out in New York City, but there's still tickets available for Friday and Saturday. And the night before Thanksgiving and Irvine, there's a few tickets left. That's all I got for you motherfuckers, all right? Stay black, have a great weekend, and I'll see you guys Monday morning ready to rock. Kick that fucking mule, Lee.
You gotta show people that not only does she believe in nothing, she doesn't know anything. That's the bigger. It's people in this country don't care that she believes in nothing. And Trump doesn't have a huge set of consistent political beliefs either. So it's not even about that. It's about how little Kamala Harris actually knows about any of the issues in the campaign. His going to debate, that is his ticket, and the winner of that debate will win the election. Trump, stop the race stuff. It doesn't matter. If she's Indian, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if she doesn't have kids or didn't get. They should know. They should know. This woman is not. He has already racked up some pretty amazing accomplishments. About the issues in the campaign. She doesn't she doesn't care. She's being used by people that have agendas that she may or may not share, but she doesn't even know if she shares. That is the case.
And you know what I love about him the most is how he runs his rounds.
Fully
Usually that takes him actually a long time to understand how to exert your energy through the round. But from the very beginning, he understood
fun,
how to manage the rounds
immediately,
and to run and to conserve energy for a final. And he
but
was
has
sure that he
no
won the
idea
game.
what's going on.
He is
And everyone likes her. Everyone hates.
natural
Kathy is a cunt who does compliance
seen, particularly
because she's got to make sure the company is, compliant. And then everybody doesn't go to jail. So she can't be fun. Kamala can be fun.
Of the Rio gold medalist Wayne.
She can be fun. But make no mistake, she doesn't have any beliefs and she doesn't really know.
Don't take your
Why
eyes
or
off
why
him in
not?
lane 6.
She just knows that it might be fun to be the president. How fun would that be, bitch? That would be fun. She's like everyone else from California. They don't know what they believe. No one lives in their heads. No one lives in their heads. I mean, if you spend long enough here, everybody's Kamala. Everybody is Kamala Harris here. It's not rare to meet Kamala. And they're lovely. They're actually lovely. They're nice. They're fake. And they're, it's good. It's nice. Everything's very small talk and fun. Look at you. Look at me. And there's nothing real. And nobody's tethered to the earth. It doesn't matter. They knocked on her door. Just, it's me.
But you say that for late.
And then immediately they're like, we're just going to get people to turn. You're going to talk about history. Just talk about history.
He gave himself
Just
quite
talk
a bit of
about
work.
it's historic. What you're doing is historic. It doesn't matter. It's historic. It's historic. Whatever it is, it's historic. History, we're going to do it. And people like that. People like frauds. It's America. They root for the con. They root for the thief. They root for the criminal. This is America. They root for John Gotti. Not the feds.
And he was always coming.
Now, the brilliance of the feds, she is a fed. She's a prosecutor. But the brilliance is she's wrapped herself in enough of the identity politics.
No doubt. How are you?
She's a fed, but the feds did something brilliant.
Yo.
They did something smarter than I would have
How are
called it.
you?
The feds have now wrapped
Can you hear me?
themselves in identity politics so that
Oh, who the fuck?
It will not call these people out. Because the higher principle here,
What up?
you're going to have a black woman president or an Indian black woman. That is
Yeah.
the higher principle.
How are you? Oh yeah, definitely. Psych. How you living, pimp? No, they didn't show it here because, it's Canada. How's your Canadian women's soccer team? Bunch of cheating cunts. There you go. Do you like Canada? What's your favorite part about Canada, aside from it sucking cock? Do some Canadians not like that? Yeah. I gotcha. Yeah, I was just gonna say they don't necessarily have to be racist, do they? Can't they just be Canadianist? Well, it's just diversity generally breaks up culturalism. It's- I gotcha. Well, um, here are the best things about Canada: Terry Fox, Pamela Anderson, Wayne Gretzky, hockey, Canada's love of hockey, the bats blue, all that fucking space. The You don't want to call them Eskimo people because I think that's offensive. There's the Inuit and the other one. What else is great about Canada? I mean, great about Canada. There's really nothing no, except, um, well, do you consider maple syrup Canadian? Right, that's what I figured. But when I think maple syrup, I kind of think of Vermont because it's like the Canada of the United States. So, but I mean, maple syrup is cool, but it's not so amazing that it's like, you know, anything that great. It's like that punini or whatever. Uh, Poutini. We eat the same shit. I can't believe you guys don't make a joke about that. Anyway, um, that's Canadian. Okay. Oh, Molson. All right. So of all of these things, Jim Carrey. Who else? What else is great about Canada? Oh, Canada's government sucks cock. Canada's banking sucks cock. Its its economy's just dog shit. Why? Because it's related to the British. Anything British sucks because they burned down our White House in the War of 1812. So why wouldn't I think the British suck cock? Anyway, what else is good about Canada? In all honesty, I think Canada is a really beautiful country. I think it has some of the most untapped resources, and not even that they have to be tapped, but it's just it. Aside from like Russia, I mean, it's the world's second largest country. Arguably, China sometimes tries to jump in there, and that's cool, whatever. But I mean, Canada, it's so massive. I would say that most of Canada has not even yet been explored, really. Like in on foot in like major um in in a major way. I mean, you've never been to like have you ever been to Nineveh? Exactly. And like Northwest Territories. There are less people in Northwest Territories than there are in Nineveh. You know what? I just made it up, but it's basically like Nineveh has. Okay, all right. So I did not. I was not aware they were that close to population. Okay, dude, big time. It's gonna be like the Caribbean. Um, but there's a really fucking amazing place in Canada. What is this place called? Yellow Horse or something? That's what it is. Yeah, exactly. And I just combined them. So White Horse and Yellowknife, which are two pretty small cities, right? Wait. So that 25 of like Nineveh, 25,000 people live in the capital. Oh, you okay? Yukon. All right. Yeah. That one has- I can tell you, Canada does have some hot chicks. Like I would say that per capita, Canada has a higher amount of hot chicks than most countries. So that makes it a good country. Anything else about Canada that I like? Well, that would be probably. Um, I would say that Canada. What is good about Canada? You don't have a like good constitution, do you? Is there a Canadian constitution? Do you have rights in Canada? Eroded. Okay. Oh, okay. So you have something. Um, do you like the Queen? Is she on your money? Have you ever seen the Bank of Montreal building? I think it is. It's like a scary view. It's just I like skyscrapers and I like architecture, though I wouldn't consider myself an expert. And one of the things about I think it's the Bank of Montreal building that is interesting to me is its lack of windows except for like the 12th floor or something where there's just like one area of windows and then it's just like an ominous building. It's cold. That's the thing about Canada. Everything is just seems cold there. And I understand it's not always cold there, but it's like the oh, you know what is cool is the CN Tower. The CN Tower is pretty cool. The CN Tower. Well, it was like a radio tower that broadcast like to most of Canada, which was difficult to do because Canada's so far, spread out. Exactly. So, especially ones that you normally can't areas you can't transmit. That thing is big. From what I understand, it can transmit pretty farly, like at long distance. I don't know if they can hear it in Yellowknife and fucking Whitehorse, but I'm sure they can hear it in like Ontario. But yeah, what else is cool about Canada? Um, Pardon me? Is the CN tower a 5G tower? I don't think so. I thought it was radio communications. I'm in agreement with that. Well, technically not forever, but a long time. But they have. Why did they have to be a little person? Yeah, you would think that just a contortionist or somebody oh hey, let's have to have it be done by a little person. That seems like it was contrived just to be a news event. That sounds very Canadian, to be honest with you. It if anything would not be an American thing. Like America would not be like, oh yeah, and then the tallest man-made object in our country, we had a little person screwing the top. No, we would have like a fucking bald eagle that ate the heart out of a fucking everything and taking a dump on the fuck, and then just singing the Star Spangled Banner with fucking fireworks. We wouldn't have some little person screw. I like little people. Maybe if we couldn't we would just figure out a tool for that job, so we wouldn't have to have someone do that. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like a thing that in the United States would do. But that's cool. That Canada. That completely seems like a Canadian thing, though. Completely. Like I could see them taking a little person up there and also having like a mime. Like why? Why not? It's like the French part of Canada. That's another weird thing about Canada. You know French? Dog. Dude, especially douches. Dude, French Canadians are known globally for being assholes. I didn't even know it was a meme. I just had heard about it. And um it's just like number one, they're Canadian, so they suck cock. On top of that, they have all these weird fucking rules and they're really strict about it, where like everything has to be in 2 languages, and French has to be the first one, and all this other weird shit. It's like it's weird. I mean, it's cool. Yeah, why do they do that? Why do they do that? That shit sucks. Um, they can have that shit. So even like there's like I've heard that Quebec and Quebec City just want to break off someday and become their own country, and I could see that. Dog, you know what is amazing is I just have to say Manitoba is amazing. Even though I've never been there and I hear it's cold as fuck. They have an amazing radio station. CJOB, if you don't know, it's CJOB. Canada CJOB. Manitoba, Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. Just, oh, dog, CJOB is the only good thing about Canada. Like, honestly, you could ask me, Rabbi, what do you like about Canada? What's the thing that you like most about it? And I like Terry Fox, and I like the CN Tower, but I like CJOB more than anything Canadian. I'm trying to think if there's anything that I like more. Yeah, maybe. You know who Sherry Lewis is? She was a puppeteer who did Lamb Chops play along. She was Canadian. I always had a thing for her. Anyway, she. Do you know what Lamb Chops play along was? You've never seen Lamb Chop? Okay, well, this is like the best thing about Canada, and you don't even know about it. So I don't even know what to do with you. But anyway, aside from Sherry Lewis and Lamb Chop, I wasn't so much a fan of Lamb Chop, but I like Sherry Lewis. Anyway, she had this song at the end of her show. You've never heard the song that never ends? It goes like, it's the song that never ends. Yes, it goes on and my friend. Some people started singing it, not knowing what it was, and they continued singing it forever just because this is a song that never ends. And then it goes, yes, it goes on and on, my friend. Some people started singing it, not knowing what it was, and they continued singing it together forever just because of it. And you just keep singing that. Anyway, this was the end of her show. She would always sing this song. All right, there you go. Well, let's get to CJLB. So Sherry Lewis was a puppeteer, and I like that about Canada. Well, just Sherry Lewis. Okay. CJLB is Canada, Manitoba, Canada. No, yeah, Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada's like big radio station. And normally I would know nothing about Canadian radio, and it would suck just like everything else in Canada because because they were allies with the fucking British when they burned down our fucking White House in the War of 1812. Anyway, So, be me. I'm working, and I'm working nights, and I would listen to Coast to Coast AM on the radio, but sometimes, pardon me, sometimes I wouldn't be able to listen to it for whatever reason. I'd be busy or whatever. And then I would get home in the morning and I'd have to go to bed. And I would sometimes want to listen to what I was listening to overnight, Coast to Coast AM, but I was unable to because I wasn't what's called what do they call it? A Coast Insider, where you pay 15 cents per day to be able to play the show back at another date, and I wasn't going to do that. So I could find the old Coast to Coast shows on CJOB 20 like within 24 hours. They had a really nice website. So basically you could go to the CJOB website and they had you could just go back for 24 hours on their website and just listen to anything that played on the radio. It was really, really convenient. And so for about, I don't know, a couple of years or so, I would say, I got pretty into listening to CJOB almost every day. And I remembered it pretty well because its call sign was like CJOB, like kind of like made a word job. And I remember because it was Canada, like in the United States, generally there are exceptions, but if you're east of the Mississippi, the call sign for radio or television starts with the letter W. And if it's west of the Mississippi, there are exceptions, but it starts with a K. So, like in LA, we like KBC and KNBC, KCBS. I think actually one of those is in San Francisco, but nevertheless, in like New York, there's WNBC, WABC, WCBS. Those are all in New York City, and Canada's are C, and CJOB is the major radio station or a major radio station in Winnipeg, Canada, Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. And another weird thing about it was, I think it was the Atlanta. It was like the Atlanta something. I don't know. They like the Winnipeg Jets the Winnipeg Jets used to be a thing, and then they moved to be like the Atlanta Wild or something, and then they or something happened. I don't follow hockey that closely, but then they moved back, and I was listening to CJOB when the Winnipeg Jets moved back to Canada, and it was like the biggest fucking deal. It was the biggest fucking deal that they got this hockey team back for this like kind of small I mean, it's like a province in Canada. It's not that big to have like a major sport team. Anyway, that's my connection to Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. So two things. I'm a really big Winnipeg Jets fan. Like of any hockey team, I want to see do well. Even more than like the LA Kings, I want to see the Winnipeg Jets do well. And I love CJOB, the radio station. That's Rabbi's incredibly long, drawn out CJOB story. You like it?
Absolutely.
What did you just call it? CDOJ? Hold on. What did you just call it? Yeah, but you didn't say that the first time. All right, that confused me. Okay, I got you. Yeah, I know. There's a lot of deep history between Rabbi Rothschild and CJOB. Have you ever listened to CJOB? Dog, I don't even know if it's called CJOB. Look up the radio station in Manitoba, Canada. Is it CJOB? Exactly. Do they play Coast to Coast AM? I don't know if they play it anymore. So yeah, I listen to it every night. It's like if Rabbi Rothschild had an obsession, it would be like let's see here. What came first? I had listened to Joe Rogan, but I wasn't like all into Joe Rogan like arguably I am now. I was definitely CJOB before then. And yeah, no. So Coast to Coast AM is a radio program that is the largest overnight radio program in the Western Hemisphere. So it's a big radio program. The only thing that it would be the biggest overnight program on Earth, but for the BBC radio that plays like in all kinds of Asian and African countries and stuff. But this is still a big radio station and or radio. Dude, the guy to catch a predator doesn't have a mustache. It's Chris Hansen. Yeah, that can be okay. So you think George Norrie looks like a predator? Well, you wouldn't be the person who thinks that he probably looks like a predator, but no, he's a seemingly pretty good guy. He is. Perhaps, yeah. I mean, he's up 4 hours a night doing the show, and then at least in LA, they replay it, so it's on twice a night in the biggest AM station in the West Coast, arguably in the United States, but like New York and LA kind of fight for that. But basically, you can hear this transmission of this Los Angeles station all the way to the Mississippi. It goes at night because AM stations travel further at night. Anyway, CJOB is amazing. The Winnipeg Jets, even though I can't name anybody who plays for the Winnipeg Jets, they're amazing. And are you going to play fantasy football this year? That was March Madness basketball. Yeah, but you're going to have to do fantasy football. Yep. Yep. Excellent. We'll get a bunch of people in, from Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, Tanino. Believe it or not, so I'm the best person in the world to play with him to play anything, but particularly fantasy football. Because here's what I do is I go to ESPN.com and I make 25 teams, which normally would take a long time. But I just, yeah, basically. Well, ESPN.com allows you to have bots choose for you. So they have auto pick features. So all you have to do is create the team, which isn't hard. You just have to basically give it a name. And then once that's done, you can just choose the option for auto pick. And so what it'll do is just choose all the best players that it thinks that you should have based on the circumstances. And it's pretty accurate. I mean, it just is based on statistics. All right, so then what happens? So then I've got 25 teams. Normally people have one team and they just get all behind it. They're oh man. Fantasy football, Winnipeg Jets for the win, FTW, exactly. But fantasy football is getting much bigger in the United States, especially like it's growing. And so what does that mean? Especially the things that are especially growing are the like the bets that you do with your friends. So you'll be in a fantasy football league. There'll be 10 of you or something like that. And you'll say, all right, the winner is going to get a trophy and like a heavyweight championship belt. We're going to make a heavyweight championship belt for the winner. And the loser has to wear a dress at Hooters, or they have to have a bumper sticker that says, I lost my fantasy football tournament this year, or whatever. Most of, like, in years past, people wouldn't have to do anything when they lost, but like more and more it's becoming they're having to do something anyway, and it's super embarrassing what they're having to do. Like, what have I seen somebody have to do like that was embarrassing? I don't know. Like, they were at bw they were like BW3s, which is like a sports bar, and I don't know, they had to like wear a dress to a sports bar, and the the guy's friends were there and got to take pictures and upload it to the internet and stuff. Anyway, so I have 25 fantasy football teams. Well, I know that generally, if you're gonna play fantasy football, the odds that you're gonna win your league are pretty low, because if you don't know what you're doing. But if you have 25 teams, the odds that you're gonna win one league are pretty high, because it's just like a 1 in 25 chance you have to win, you know. And if you're pretty good at it, then you can win a lot. So when I did it last year, I had 25 teams, and I won 10 of the leagues, which is really, really, really good. I mean, really, really good. And how did I do so well? Because I had so many teams and I didn't have a job, I could focus on this. But specifically because I had so many teams, I knew who the good, like, I was paying a lot of attention, and I knew who the good players were. And so if I knew that there was a good player available, I would get him with 25 different teams. And over the course of a season, it just meant that I had done pretty well. And what else? You don't bet. So it's like, no, it's completely different than that. Yeah. So March Madness is you bet on the teams to win. Basically, you don't bet, but you predict what teams are going to beat what other teams. Fantasy football is completely different. It has nothing to do with teams. It has to do with individual players. And so the teams aren't even mentioned, basically. So what are the individual players? What's their deal? Um, so there, I don't know. Do you know any NFL players? Like Tom Brady. You would know Tom Brady, right? Even though he doesn't play. So Tom Brady in a lot of leagues would go as one of the top picks, but not necessarily the top pick, but he would be one of the top picks. Why? Because every year you could expect him to do pretty well. But like back in the day, the best person that I recall for fantasy football, well, LaDainian Tomlinson, he's a running back for like generally the No, it was actually Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning was very, very good when it came to fantasy football. And the reason why is so it's what it's what makes fantasy football really interesting is it's not about your team. So it's like it's not about the guy's team, it's about his individual performance. So what does that mean? It means that you don't give a shit if his team wins by 50 points. That doesn't help you at all. If he doesn't score, that sucks for you. Even though his team won by 50 points, it doesn't matter. You need him to do well in the game. So what's doing well in the game? Throwing a couple touchdowns, that's good. Or running a touchdown in, that's good. What isn't good for him? If he hands the ball off and the guy scores, that's not good. You don't get anything for that. So basically, yeah. So wait. So generally, most leagues are only offensive players, and the reason why is because people. The reason why is, people don't know enough about defensive players to really be able to judge who's going to do well, and they only really pay attention to offensive players. So what you do is you draft quarterbacks, running backs, wide receivers, kicker, and then a defense. But that's when you choose a team's defense. So you'd be like, oh, the best defense in the league is, say, I don't know, the San Francisco 49ers. So then you would just choose that defense. And what is it? How do you score it with the defense? Basically, if the defense holds the opponent to under a certain amount of points, it depends on the league. But basically, like, if it's under 10 points, you'll get 10 points. If it's under 20 points, you get 5 points. If it's under 30 points, you get 0 points. Or if it's between 20 to 30, you get 0. If it's between 10 and 20, you get 5. If it's 0 to 10, you get 10. And these things are... So here's the interesting thing about fantasy football leagues is it will turn... Like, I can tell you, I've been streaming my life now for years, so I can tell you some things that I've seen. I've seen 3 Olympics now. I've watched 3 Olympics on stream. And it's one thing to just be like, oh, I've watched the Olympics. Oh, I've watched the Olympics, and I've recorded myself watching the Olympics, which is like something that normally people don't do. But, okay, so there's the Olympics. Okay, so then we've got football seasons. I've done this where I didn't watch a single football game for an entire season. I didn't watch college or pro. I was just busy on other things, part of the streaming. Okay, fine. But then last year, I watched a lot of football. Every single game, basically, I could. Like, I'd watch Thursday night games. I'd watch college on like on the weekend. I'd watch on Sunday. There was this thing that I would do that I could get that's called NFL Red Zone, which is a really popular thing to get in the United States, but it's really, really expensive. I think it's expensive. It's like thousands of dollars for a football package, but it's the most expensive football package. It's the most expensive it's the most expensive television package you can get basically in the United States. But what does it give you? Well, you can get ESPN Sunday Ticket, which is actually the most expensive thing you can get. which is thousands of dollars. And usually, unless you have like a ton of friends who are coming over every single weekend, there's no reason for you to have every single NFL game. Or if you are a sports bar. If you're a sports bar, something like that, they charge that like tens of thousands of dollars for the rights to watch NFL games. And but if you have it at your house, there's it's like thousands of dollars. All right, I don't have that kind of money to just watch fucking games about which I don't give a shit. But with the internet, the internet gives you all kinds of options. So I would watch just any game, and they have this thing called NFL Red Zone, which is really what I would watch. So usually there are 32 teams in the NFL, and like I don't know, in a given weekend there are 16 games because each team's playing each other. Of the 16 games, sometimes you'll have like 4 or 5 of them going on simultaneously, and you just can't pay attention to what's going on in 5 different games at once. And on top of that, you are trying to keep track of what's going on with your players. But what they make is this feature called NFL Red Zone, which is really, really nice. What is that? It is a feature that basically tells you what's going on in all the games that are happening simultaneously. And whenever any of the guys is about to score, basically in the red zone within the 20 yards of scoring, they'll show that game. So you basically only see scoring for an entire afternoon. And it's very, very interesting. Anyway, I say all this because I got really into fucking fantasy football last year. And my teams did really, really well. To the point where then it got me in a little bit. And I made a bunch of fantasy hockey and fantasy football teams, or fantasy basketball teams. And then I did the March Madness thing, which is a little different. And Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu does a fantasy football league. And so if they do, you might want to get into that one. And if they don't, I'm going to make them. So I'll force them to do it. And also, I think I'm going to do one with just the people in this community, in the Rabbi Rothschild community. So as August continues and we move closer and closer to the kickoff of the NFL season, just know that you might get an invitation to pick some teams. And if you're like, Rabbi, I don't know who to pick, I don't know what to do, there's just an auto choose function, and it'll choose everything for you. And then you can do everything, have the computer do everything for you. But it is a cool thing. And I mean, you're not a big football fan, so I get it. But if we had a few people in here and we all had teams, it makes a game so much more exciting. The reason why fantasy football is very popular is because it makes games where you normally would not care at all. Like, I care about LA teams, and that's kind of about it. And I don't even really care about them that much. And that's like any LA fan. But if I'm playing fantasy football, I care about all 32 teams. I care about their players. I care about their quarterbacks. I care about their backup quarterbacks, because there's a chance that those players are on my team, or we're playing a team that has those players. So I have to pay attention to a lot more teams. It just makes things a lot more interesting. As you can tell, I get excited for it because it's a lot of fun. Well, it depends on the league. So if you are playing in a league for money, you're going to win money, and you're going to win a lot of money, perhaps. If you are just playing ESPN, it's a thing where you have a chance to win like $2.5 million or something like that. But, you have to be really, really good. It's normally just for bragging rights. And then there's just that where you play with your friends for bragging rights. But how would I describe it as best I can, like in hockey terms? Not that I bet you understand the football version, but it would be like, okay, Normally, you only care about the Vancouver Canucks as a hockey team because that's your hometown team, and those are the only players you really follow. However, due to fantasy hockey, because you have a bunch of players on different teams, you pay attention to the Toronto Maple Leafs and the Montreal Canadiens, and you pay attention to their players who you normally wouldn't to whom you normally wouldn't pay attention. You pay much closer attention to them. You might even watch their games because some of your best players on your fantasy football or fantasy hockey team are on those Canadian teams, and so you want to pay more attention to them. It's basically a way for you to, or like a way to find um, more excitement in games where you normally would just have absolutely no interest. And then another thing that's interesting about fantasy football, what'd you say? Do people bet on it? Yeah, it's similarly. Yeah. But this is a way that people do it. And exactly, bragging rights much more so. I mean, I would say most people who do fantasy football in the United States don't spend any money on it. Um, just they do it for free, like on ESPN.com or Yahoo, and they just do it because it keeps them more interested in the games. Here's an interesting thing: they do have fantasy football for the NFL, but they don't for college, and it's kind of a complicated reason. The reason is the NFL has 32 teams, but college football arguably has like more than, I don't know, like 117 now. It's more than that. So because there are so many more college football teams, it takes way too long to um, draft. Also, a lot of times you wouldn't know who a lot of these kids would be. And then in college players have a way of dominating a game much more than an NFL player does. So you might have one college player who scores 4 touchdowns in a game, or because they're playing against guys who aren't as good at competition as they're going to find in the NFL. So because of that, and then I think probably a big reason too is you're not, like, at least in the United States, you weren't allowed to use the names, images, and likenesses of players without their consent or the consent of the NCAA. So now that that's changing, I think we'll see fantasy college in the future, but currently you just see it in the major pro sports. So you better get excited. That's true. Hey, do you know how to play chess? I asked you, do you know how to play chess? Right, because you're Canadian. That's great. So are you ready to play chess? Now, if I lose, then it was just a practice because I've never lost at anything in my entire life. However, if I win, then it was a legitimate win. It says waiting for opponent. Cool Ranch Doritos.
You're listening to right now. Did you know that iHeartRadio not only lets you listen to all your favorite AM FM stations locally and nationwide for free, but iHeartRadio also has a team of people who are as passionate about music as you, working round the clock to hand curate.
What's yours?
Perfect for any mood or activity. Know the right help set the mood, change your mood.
What? Dog, remember when we were gonna play chess and then it was waiting for opponent? Dog, all I hear is I'm being a little bitch. That's all I hear. No, I'll wait. No, I'll be nice. All right, waiting for opponent. Waiting for opponent. There you go. All right. You're really good at That's a good question.
Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
It was an ordinary flight from Portland to Seattle turned extraordinary when a man in
The infamous D.B. Cooper hijacking occurred in the fall of 19... During the 6 years between 1967 and 1972, more than 300 commercial airplanes were hijacked wide.
Welcome. How are you? What's good? I have 4 laptops and 5 Chromebooks and 33 other devices. Thanks, Doug. How are you? How'd you hear about me? Doug, am I what? Yeah, on 8 different YouTubes right now, dog. Dude, I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. Oh, you're amazing. Hey, thanks for coming here. So you saw my spamming? Oh, wow. They're amazing. Oh, I love them. And I love you. Pardon me? Yeah, I do know Guna Gooch, actually. I'm in their Discord. Oh, yeah. I'm on all of those right now. You're live on every single one of those. Oh, no, I'm not live on 4chan or 8chan, but the other ones. Oh, like the ones that you can be. No, I do have an account, though. Yeah, I have a podcast on Spotify. I have 15 episodes. I'm also live on it's also available on Amazon Music, on Apple Music, on iHeartMedia, and on YouTube. I interview kick streamers and ask them Vogue Magazine's 73 questions, and it creates content. Because I'm a rabbi and my last name is Rothschild. Is your data being collected? I fucked up. I did not make that plan, that move.
Send George a text message anytime at 818-6521. From the City of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. We'll take your calls this hour with RJ Spina, so jump aboard.
What's up with all the questions? Yeah, apparently. I have enough to get by. Are you rich? Well, you should know I stream my life 24/7, 365 for Will Peace. I have been doing so now for more than 3 years. I'm live on all of those platforms. Additionally, you can find I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,100 Twitter accounts, and 5,000 Kick accounts. It's the biggest event in global history. Word, dog. You got it right, man.
It's easy to help protect yourself with Wi-Fi. Join now, save up to 1-800.
Actually, with Twitter, I had a very good strategy, or what I thought was a very good strategy, and you can see what the people on Twitter thought of the strategy. I would create an account and have it just follow 400 people, and then it would create another account and follow 400 people, create another account, follow 400 people every single day, and it drove people absolutely crazy. You can see what they said about me on Twitter. Just type in viral rabbi into Twitter. You'll see people went nuts. Viral, VIRAL, rabbi, RABBI, and you'll see what people commented. They go crazy. Word, dog. Now you're seeing. It's a big deal. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So you're absolutely right. So these people, the people on the right of the aisle would hate me. The people on the left of the aisle would hate me. So I'm like the one thing that I think that everybody in politics can agree on, that they did not like me. Word. How hilarious is that? No, but those people did. Oh no, I would just follow them. No, I wouldn't spam them. Exactly. Yeah, I got things to do. I don't have time to fuck around with sending you a message. Yeah, as you can see, it's pretty. Yeah, man, I'm pretty notorious on that platform.
Was there a time you said to yourself, I don't want to do this?
Oh, I'm watching the Olympics right now. Yeah, do you have a favorite Olympic sport? There was the men's 400 meters tonight. Yesterday was the well, 2 nights ago was the men's 100 meters. Um, Nothing in particular. I mean, I just like the overall competition. I find that to be interesting. Israel? No. It's included in my what I pay monthly. Yeah, yeah, definitely. And even still, I get throttled. So yeah, definitely. Hey, it happens. But yeah, I've been doing this for 3 years. I do it for world peace. I don't want war anymore. Some of the things about which we talk about on this stream that are important to society are things like antimatter, anti-gravity, faster than light travel, fission energy, where you take two atoms and slam them or tear them apart, fusion energy, where you slam them together, geothermal energy, where you take a pipe and stick it into the ground and use the Earth's heat to create power. We talk about things like, yeah, definitely. I don't think we should be cutting our dicks off anymore. Oh yeah, I see anti-Semitism every day. You got that right. And I'm okay. I take it on. I've been doing it for 3 years. I don't let it get to me. And it's something that you just uh, have to be the bigger person. No. Yeah, it just means teacher. God. Listen to you and question. Most inquisitive young man. No, No. We're good. We're playing a game. Chess. And get my ass whooped because I'm answering your questions. Welcome. Hey, what's going on, Frost? How you living, pimp? We have a new friend in here. His name is Zebek. Zebek, this is Frosty. Frosty Zebek. MILFs. I answered MILFs. I said right away, MILFs. I said right away, MILFs. Frosty, what's new? All MILFs. All MILFs. I'm a fan of all MILFs. I'm a fan of MILF culture. I'm a fan of female empowerment. Right, great question. I've written on this. You can check out my AMA on Reddit. Just type in Rabbi Rothschild AMA in Reddit and you can see. So I think MILF culture is really an underrepresented contingent of society that is very, very powerful. So it's essentially like women who are driving Porsche Cayennes, drinking Starbucks, doing yoga, doing day drinking, white wine with their girlfriends, basically not having a care in the fucking world. That's MILF culture. Good job. What kind of chicks do you like? No, that's a different person. Yeah, no, I'm not that guy. That's a we can work on that. Dog, what are you talking about? They're like a shit ton of women. Damn, you know far too much about this subject, my friend.
After I got her inside, I was not. Okay. So what we're talking about, and that's what conscious. He never actually what we really are, and never dies. And so you were reality.
No, it'd probably be good at this point.
Consciousness. And that's exactly why you can even remember what was going on while your body, live motion, moved in a coma. Very clear. That's George. When we start to see possible, not what. So that's you're listening to me. It's step by step. Deep down inside, they're like, I know I can overcome this, but they don't have the step by step process. Well, not to give up. Desired result. Never give up. But with that, I know it's overcome cancer. So you set your intention, just like you said.
I think that was one of mine.
At that point, in this strange way, you kind of forget about it. And now you can actually just do what
You took 15 melatonin?
In other words, turn left here, turn right here. And that this, whatever it is, you can kind of forget.
And how'd that work out for you?
I know it sounds when you allow you to live in the moment and do
Desperate
the moment.
call for desperate measures, son.
Future, which is the moment. These are some of the enlightened metaphysics that we have to be with the problem. Go to Joe, Long Island, New York. Joseph, go ahead. And I have a couple of questions. And the question you were talking about was unlocking hidden talents and abilities. Where do you see that happening besides in healing in general for people? My second question.
What in the fuck?
In the area of when people have faults or shortcomings that lend into potential addictions or those lines make it bad.
Yeah, so was this the person who had transitioned? They had also messaged underage people sexually or something? Sure.
Third grade. It's like this is theory. And just people's ability to when that's made prosperous and instead of being by that they get To go to your first unlock and hit, we can use like Prodigy as an example.
Yo, technically, according to the state of California, I have been non-binary and I'm legally a woman. So be careful what you say about trannies or transgender people. That's right. That's right. Dog.
And so when we have disengaged or unattached with a bodily sensation, whether that's drug, sex, food, gratifications for our own peace, and
The way that he wanted to go.
what I just said, deeply to tangibly understand it and do. I've worked with
Do you have an ant trap?
various addiction issues. Craving around.
Can you get an ant trap?
The key is to realize the truth. You're just of the craving and not.
There are different kinds of them. Some of them are like a little shelter that have bait inside of them, and the ants will take the bait back to their nest and it will kill them. Some of them are sticky, where the ant will crawl on them and no longer be able to move and then eventually die of dehydration or starvation. And then there's just like plain old insecticides. But if you have ants, hell yeah. Dude, let's play Putt Party so other people can play. Let's go, big dog. Let's see what you got. Give me that casual. Where are we gonna play? Oh, Mazemore. I can do it. At least we're not playing Invisible. Mazemore. Here we go, pimps. Get in the hole. Get in the hole. Oh, dude. Whatever person just put it in the hole, they got fortunate. There you go. Zibek living like a punk.
iHeartRadio app is number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast.
Zibek.
When you work undercover, really have to play the role because you stand to lose more than just an Oscar. If you make a mistake.
Yeah, just because I'm sexy. Word, dog.
I was
Yeah, like pinball.
She would kill you if you personally insulted her. Sometimes she would just kill you for the fun of it. He had all the resources in the world. A man that could have
Zivik, dude, he's one under. Dude. Oh, you could have been in Happy Gilmore. Are they shooting it in Canada? Oh, they are?
Destiny traffickers have is either prison, death. Marco sits down with the fearless agents and journalists.
Damn, you guys are good. Oh, Zivik running into some issue. Ooh, he got fortunate there. He's caught in the wind. Oh. All right, he's got to make this putt. This perhaps might be the most important putt of his career. Somebody might have turned on the reverse button on you.
Miami Carl Park High School. University will be the first to have a college athletics building. Snoop Dogg reportedly making quite a bundle for his Paris Olympics coverage.
There you go.
Venture capitalist. As he heard from an NBC. Although now that Dogg has confirmed the exact amount. Biopic, A Complete Unknown, will hit theaters Christmas Day. The film stars Timothy Chalamet telling the life and times of Dylan, set in the early 1960s.
Riser.
Doing his own singing in the film, and Simone Biles, the most decorated.
Riser sucking cock. Riser, what's it like to have your throat be so raw because you've been sucking so much cock on this hole? Oh, that's right. Oh, you're just going after weak parts of the American psyche. All right, final hole. Ready for it.
Once upon a time, girl with moonlight in her eyes.
Bingo, bango, bongo. Riser. Riser's got a solid. Well, is he going to be able to come in second? Riser might come in third. No way X-Spec might be able to beat Riser. Dude, I think X-Spec. Silver. X-Spec won. That is okay. I can live with that. Just like the chess was my warm-up game. Casual. Hey, Riser, get your ass in gear. All right. Choose one then. Choose whatever one you want. Teletown or Fortune Falls. All right. It looks like it's going to be Fortune Falls. Everyone is excited for Fortune Falls. F to the O to the R to the T to the U to the N to the E to the F to the A to the L to the L to the S. Fortune Falls. Pimps. I just read the name of it. Oh, this one is a weird one. Yeah, exactly. 100%. And you can't really control how well you do. No, it's like extra small. What the fuck is this shit?
Versus just counting calories is the true secret to weight management. To explain how insulin
Plus 2. More shit.
Focused on calories. What a lot of people don't realize is one of the most insulin when we eat it's going to first go through the liver, then it goes to the muscle. Anything more than that, there's insulin present. The body.
Word dog. The perfect description of it. The Plinko. Who's gonna win between Riser and X-Spec?
So tell me about Weight Magic drops.
It's unfortunate because really choose. Ooh, X-Spec made it.
Dan, Weight Magic capsules help resolve a problem most overweight people have going against them. What is that?
What in the fuck? Have I gone yet? What?
So it really is the perfect duo for fat loss.
Buy George's Weight Magic drops. Those pounds. Order now at healthylooking.com or by phone at 800-595-7490. Free shipping with promo code George. That's healthylooking.com. 595. George's Weight Magic from healthylooking.com.
Into your car in a parking lot.
Horse shit.
Somebody jumps out trying to take advantage of you. For several weeks, talking about Hero 2020 and Hero, our number one pick for non-lethal defense that will save your life or the life of someone you care about. You don't need a permit or a license. They're small, easy to use, easy to carry, concealed wherever you go. The cartridges for the rebuilt so you can read. Every kid includes
Riser, do you think you want to tell X-Spec about your defense system for predatory animals?
The Hero 2020 shoots projectiles that explode a powerful irritant. Gel has a very sticky gel, which is very difficult for them to get off. Get a Hero for yourself, for somebody you care about. The perfect gift.
How'd it go? You don't know what pickleball is? The fastest growing in the United States. I can't find the ball. Where's the ball? Do you know where my ball is? Where the hell is the start of the hole? There we go. Word. Very difficult to see. Hell yeah, dog. Okay, what was the name of that one? There you go. Oh, I'm still not in? It's a champion. The timer's still going. All right. Selecting. Riser. Get your shit together, son. Oh, we're going Droppington? Riser, do you have the shit? Do you have the balls to be able to be champion in Risington? Droppington? Oh, horse shit. Word dog. Oh, damn. Damn, you guys did well. I'm back 4 strokes already. Riser and X-Spec both went under. X-Spec 2 under. X-Spec 2 under. Oh. Rabbi's making a comeback, kids. Damn, X-Spec. For being in this game, you're pretty fucking good. Horseshit. Riser. Damn, X-Spec. Because Sticky was involved. Right, it's Sticky. Nice putt. Fuck, you got that right. I didn't realize that. Stop. Damn it. Nice putt. Oh, shit. I expect.
Really, you say you never 5 minutes without praying, and you never pray for.
Why does it time 15, 14? Like, why do we have to wait for the timer?
We're working with the self, right? True self. That is.
Oh, we don't. Okay. Selecting.
By staying in communion with that, which speaks to just what you said about the 5 minutes. It's the same thing.
Jumping to.
I'm saying it in a different way. Consciousness, but it is the exact same thing. God is within our consciousness. To our true self, that is the practice of God, and we're in the flow.
There might be 10 or so.
Addiction, ill health, the doubting mind, they literally disappear. They're seen for what they really are, an illusion. There's nothing really there except our belief in their authenticity. And when you're connected to something bigger,
That's such an easy hole.
finite mind,
You'll fuck it up.
God is within your consciousness, and that we can actually a broken back, paralysis. It doesn't matter what it is. I'm very happy to hear that, by the way. Very happy to hear that.
Oh, some of it.
Joy. Hey, Joy, go ahead.
Dog, because I don't fuck the other thing.
Your dad's that phenomenal. I really appreciate what you're doing and sharing it. I cannot tell you, it's really
What a putt.
all the higher thinking. You both, thank you.
Anything ever tragically falling in?
Yeah, well, I don't know that it's anyone like
Riser, is it 2 under?
I guess I just mainly wanted to say thank you all. It just having
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I just called to say thank you.
Okay. RJ, you don't have to be injured. Practice these techniques, do you?
No, not at all. And by the way, you're most
What the
welcome.
fuck?
It's my pleasure.
A tornado?
Anyway, your quality of life, and that can be more out of yourself, your relationship with your
Riser is fucking unstoppable this game. Oh, this tornado is gonna fuck him up. Oh, yes, it did.
about accessing more of what we really are. What we really are, George, is a fractal of God. And last I checked, only our conditioned, programmed mind that makes us think and therefore feel that way.
Ronnie is with us in Santa Barbara, California. Ronnie, you're up. Go ahead.
Hey, there you are, RJ. I'm an RJ too. I'm around Jesse. Hey, sir, you know what, buddy? You are 100% on with
Riser. Don't fuck it up, dog.
Except I got an accident. And a third of my left foot. I lost the ball in my foot too. They said I'd be in a wheelchair for. I told him I could.
That was amazing.
In a few weeks, and I'm going dancing to my favorite band, favorite bar. You know, Little Feet's playing at Tavern.
I see how it is.
In my crystal ball itself, I tend not to look at it for my team.
What'd you say? Do you guys play 1 or 2? Oh, yeah, go for it. Dude, no. Absolutely. Go for a smoke. We'll be here. Knock yourself up. All right, pick one. Maxington. Because it's like maxi pads.
I've been playing it for a million years, and I've never played harmonica, maybe a couple times. And then by hand playing, they had a bongo set. Play a bongo. He said,
Excellent.
professional band.
How?
They were kind of come up and fart around, and I started being.
I know that he's financially independent. I see what you're doing. You have to hit it backwardly and then forwardly. Oh, it hit the thing. Oh, what? Wait. The wind.
Your book is available on Amazon.com. All of them? Comes out today. How long did it take you to put the book? Okay, I knew you were going to ask me that. So if the first book took forever, it literally took forever. I must have rewritten it 12 times. It took a year. Came out changed in 30 days.
You know why they call it a maxi pad?
So sometimes they write themselves.
Because you need it to absorb your tears.
If you have an outline and want to talk about, and then you kind of reduce it down, talk about this and so on and so forth, then you can just kind of, it's just like filling in the blanks. So this one,
No, actually, I took that one from Joe Rogan. Did you see that he has a new special out? It's called Burn the Boats.
yeah, I'd like to get it. Give me insight. Seems to be new age refers to ascended masters, and they certain level.
Thanks for the huge balls.
Go beyond that. They don't have much to do with humanity if they are truly.
Oh, wow. I almost hit it out of the park.
Spiritual masters are much higher, and they don't involve that can help us. And as far as using your superconscious mind, you can learn to do that without a philosophy. In fact, you go to YouTube, and a lot of people are giving techniques, and it's not that difficult. The thing is that you do have to practice quite a bit. I am glad that he healed himself, and I'm glad that he found a method that works for him. And it does.
Oh, wow. I hit it out of the park. I hit it out of the park twice in a row. Nope. But then it went right in the hole. Yeah, because I'm a sex addict. I'm waiting for you to ask, what is having to do? What does being a sex addict do with you? You do. Well, I'm in a hole. Back-to-back teleports. You were supposed to ask you were going to make me famous somehow. How did you win? Question. So, at what point is your brother going to make Rabbi Rothschild famous? Yeah, dude, you're not telling us anything new. The only new that you had was that you were going to make me famous. Is it Mickey Mouse Literotica? Who said? Dude, I'm gonna make that take off. Once I've already made it, I'm gonna make it super. What the fuck, dude? This game sucks.
draw upon our experience of what it's like when we give
What a fucking putt, though.
physically. So when we sit down or lie down, we're giving ourselves permission to relax physically. If we just give ourselves permission to relax mentally and emotionally, just like we do physically, we'll start to realize that the mind will become silent, the emotions will calm down, and we'll start to be safety.
Did you like that putt?
And then we make our decisions from there.
Well said.
You like this
Access super consciousness by R.J.
tornado?
For Dan Galanti, Tom Danheiser, Lisa Lyon. Source.
This is the west side.
Chris Quarles, Tim Manal.
Do you want to know what my nicknames for myself are?
Sarah, I'm George Norrie, somewhere out there on Coast to Coast AM. I'll see you on
I'm the west side pimp. I'm the east side gangster. I'm the best motherfucker you've ever seen. I'm the prettiest motherfucker you've ever seen. I'm the greatest person of all time. Dude, make this fucking tornado go away. Well, I actually made the tornado go there. Do you think this tornado is going to time out? Or do you think it's just going to sit there? Dude, there's a giant fucking tornado right by my ball. Hole in one, bitch. Hole in one, my motherfucking bitch.
All the good stuff. Yeah. On top of pop culture. The CW has found a new home in Miami and a familiar one in Detroit. After announcing that the network will leave stations owned by the EW Scripps Company in Southern Markets, it announced deals with CBS-owned independent.
It will. It's more difficult, and the wind it makes it much easier to get blown by the wind.
Followed by a second move just months later. Was a founding half owner of the network until 2022, when current majority owner Next owns 12.5%, and the new deals are part of a package renewing CBS affiliations at 42 Nexstar owned or operated stations. The CW previously announced moves to WGN Channel 9 in Chicago, WAVT Channel 43.2 in Norfolk, Virginia, and KLFY Channel 10.2 in Lafayette, Louisiana. Take place first, along with switches in California. All right, that's what's popping on Camps on iHeartRadio.
KSI
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Aftershocks. I'm Bree Tennis in the KF.
Yo, dog, I have a question for you. You ready for this question? You ready for one of the greatest questions in the history of mankind? It's this. Where were you when Rabbi Rothschild won the game? Dog, I wasn't even paying attention. I was having to answer every single question of our friend. Oh, Thin Trails.
Deceptive emails and text messages. Health officials in Contra Costa County, San Francisco, and Marin counties are urging the public to mask up indoors. The county's public health department says concentrations of COVID-19
Get in the hole.
wastewater has more than quadrupled.
Hole in one, bitch. How do you like that, sluts?
Less than 90 days until the presidential election. The new poll by Morning Consult shows Harris is rising in the polls, but she's only beating Trump by a very
Ooh.
margin, 48 to 44%.
You guys are crazy for going that route.
The governor says clean cars are here to stay in California.
We continue to outpace the rest of the nation. We have no peace.
Are you fucking me?
Clean cars, plug-in hybrids,
Oh.
electric.
Just put that fucking thing there. You're a slut.
Drivers is now in an EV. Winter Roses is now accepting applications for the Rose Court. Applicants must be between the ages of 17 and 21, full-time resident and full-time student. And Adam Sandler drop a new comedy special on Netflix August 27th. It's called Love You, and it's his first since 2018. Southline weather from KFI. Sunny and warm today. Highs in the 80s and 90s. Right now, 67 in Costa Mesa. Laguna Hills at 66. 67 in Calabasas and at 71 in Redlands. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In Hollywood, on the 101 northbound between Sunset and Cahuenga, a work zone, Caltrans has the two right lanes closed until 5 a.m.
Well, that was rough. Welcome, pimp. How you doing? How you living? Oh yeah. Fuck yeah, back in the saddle again. You're stuck?
And in Banning, on 10 eastbound before Ramsey Street, an accident involving a big rig that rolled over. The right shoulder is blocked. With Southern California's only airborne
Hell yeah. I can't wait till we get all four of us in here and I'm whooping your asses.
Every business needs most attention. Think about it. We swipe and scroll past stuff all day. But when we're driving, cooking, and working out, we're also listening. That's the magic of audio at iHeart. We're in your next customer's ears while they're living. Listening. Just like you.
Did that go in the hole?
So get your customers to listen up today using
Nice. Hole in one?
Visit iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
That's pretty good. XBC, XBC, living like a pimp. XBC.
Summer special, free demo, no payments for 12 months. 844-PAY for 11, or go to bellmanpapers.com. That's bellmanpapers.com.
From the team behind Atlanta Monster and Up, new investigative true crime podcast.
Dog.
Listen as they explore the homegrown terrorism threat through the lens of the Atlanta.
Frosty's in this bad boy. How? Yeah. Oh.
Listen to Flashpoint on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Flashpoint to start listening.
In this week's Marketers Report, Angela Zepeda, CMO Hyundai Motor America, talks about audio storytelling.
People scratch their heads and say, why would you channel that doesn't show the sheet metal? But for us, it's about storytelling. Brand awareness, but we can also drive a lot of intent.
As the #1 audio company,
Expect, dude, you're playing out of your fucking face. Oh, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. Oh, damn, the wind saved. Oh, no, it didn't. Wait.
Luxury ocean fun escape at Terranea Resort on the Palos Verdes Peninsula. Bask in cool ocean breezes. Make a splash in our 4 pools. Enjoy a round of golf.
Riser.
Indulge yourself in our legendary spa.
Get in there, dog.
Book your oceanfront getaway. 75. Don't miss. Visit Terranea.com to book now. That's TERRA.
What in the fuck was that?
Hi, this is Luz Rivas running for U.S. House of Representatives for District 29 in the November 5th general election. The only way to create change is to have your voice be heard. Make sure you register to vote today. Visit vote.gov. Have your vote count.
KFI, AM 640. This
Well, boys, looks like that was an easy victory for the rabbi. Frosty. Even though you had 2 holes, you still got 14 strokes. Good job. You played like a champ, man. You came out of nowhere. If are we all in? Yeah. I love how there's going to be 4 of us. We're just going to be shitting on each other with these power-ups. Tornadoes, big spinning things. Frosty, can you hear us? Oh, okay, never mind. We'll let you focus. What is this movie?
Meanwhile, Hezbollah looks increasingly like it may strike Israel independent of whatever Iran may intend to do, according to 2 sources familiar with the intelligence. Lebanese-based group is moving faster than Iran is in planning and is looking to strike Israel in the coming days. Howard Bloom, the author of the Lucifer Principle, with us. Howard, strange situation, isn't it?
Yeah, and we're waiting for the other shoe to drop while Iran is lining up its ducks. Hamas political leader Ismail Haniyeh was assassinated on July 31st, 1 week ago. Iran's supreme leader vowed to avenge his blood. And
Riser's playing like a G.
Iran's proxy armies, Hezbollah, added of rage and revenge that will make Israel weak. The Hezbollah leader revealed that the attack will come from all of Iran's proxy armies in the Middle East, probably simultaneously. North, the Houthis in Yemen, who is Gaza, is so attack yet. What's holding things up? Leader Hassan Nasrallah says the delay is a psychological ploy.
Sticky walls fucked me up.
The enemy now must wait. The Israeli weak interpretation of response is part of the campaign and part of the punishment. It's part of the war.
Fuck you and your sticky walls.
Is part of the campaign. On top of that, the holy books of
Riser. Riser's just sitting there, 1 under par. Just sitting pretty.
There's more. While Israel is lining up its allies in the West, Iran too is pulling together its global allies. It is tightening its bonds with its fellow nations.
Somebody just gave me a big ball.
And it is tightening another set of
Hell yeah, dog.
don't exist.
You know it.
Strengthening its ties to the biggest intergovernmental organization.
There's just so much shit flying around. It's hilarious.
An organization of 57 nations. An organization whose members have a total population of over 2 billion.
I'm gonna fuck somebody up.
1/4 of the population of the Earth. That association is called the Organization
Enjoy your small balls.
of Economic
Oh,
Cooperation.
what the fuck?
August 4th to Tuesday.
What the fuck?
Cooperation held what it called an extraordinary meeting in Saudi Arabia to hear Iran's case against Israel. The organization currently lined up on Iran. India, nations until recently have been carrying out a hitting war against Iran, came out supporting Iran, calling the
Sticky
assassination of
walls.
Iran's political chief at a military in Iran's capital, Tehran, a blatant violation of Iran's sovereignty. Chairman of the
Damn it.
Organization of Islamic Cooperation, who is from
Oh
the
fuck. I
organization,
fucked up badly.
the sovereignty and territorial integrity of nation states are fundamental principles underpinning the international order. Respecting those principles has perfected. We equally carries the Organization of Islamic only member. But there was a hitch. Ron called on all 7 nations of the organization.
I don't know how that happened, but congratulations. You're very good. How did that happen? How did you get a 0? Did you use a special power up or something? Is there a teleport? Oh, okay. No, I don't get the fucking easy thing that makes you win. No, I don't get that. I get like every game. All right, I get sticky walls in the fucking ice skating grid. Boostington. Poor Frosty's over on Choosington. Boostington, dog. So to Riser's like point earlier, I think it's just that's what you vote for, not where you necessarily go. Get in the hole. Horseshit. Riser just cheating again. Hey, did you teleport there or did you get it the good old fashioned way? What the fuck? You can eat. What was that? You can eat? You're welcome. Twisted aim, son. Twisted aim. Gangster. That's gangster. Hey, you know who needs to get their fucking ass in this? Hey, Tin Tam, what in the fuck are you doing? You know, Tin Tam did not know the song to the Pink Panther theme, but he had Pink Panther as his fucking avatar. I had to write that shit. Hey guys, I just want to let you know my ball's in the hole. Hope you guys know. Oh yeah. Oh. Riser.
Up next, the numbers lady, Glynis McCants, joins us. Later on tonight, we'll take calls with her, your calls. She'll give you a little reading or two. Next on Coast to Coast AM. Did you know that every 40 seconds, someone in the U.S. has a stroke, and that 80% of those cases are preventable? I want you to all listen because there's something so easy you can do to manage your heart. Doctor's visits, even while you're listening to our show. KardioMobile 6L is a small medical-grade personal EKG device that records right to your phone. You get 6 views of your heart and 6 times the data to share.
I like this hole. This hole might be one of my favorite of any hole.
Who can afford that? The answer.
What did you just say?
Because right now, for a limited time, KardioMobile is giving 20% off to all my listeners. Just go to cardio.com.
The reason why I like it is if you hit the boost correctly, it'll like put you like all the way at the end of the level.
President Trump says Newsmax is terrific. Mike Huckabee says he's tuning in like millions of Americans. Newsmax is now the fastest growing cable news channel in America.
Dude, I've never played so well. I think this is the best round I've ever seen anybody have. Is 6 under. 6 under. There are only 6 fucking holes, people. I'm basically saying I'm the greatest person of all time. Never been anyone. I'm the prettiest person to ever play this game, and I'm fucking great. Expect. There you go. Oh, I will never forget sitting here gloating at 6 under while Expect is sucking on a mean cock. Just not even a normal cock, a mean cock. Oh my word. He flew off again? Hit the boost. You're good. You're good. Bravo. 6 under, folks. How do you like that? There are only 6 holes. And you recognize it. I've never seen anybody have a better round than what we've just seen. I'm going to gloat a little bit. I'm going to say that it's the greatest score in the history of scores. That no one's ever had a score as low as 6 under. And perhaps no one will ever have a score that low again. So take in the history. I'm phenomenal. That's all I want everybody to know.
And I will say on that note, so often
Spinning. A picture.
Everything has vibration. So that means when you're in a building.
And did Jesus play party? Did Jesus play putt party? And if so, what was his handicap?
And that's why sometimes you might say, "Oh, I really am enjoying this person," or you meet somebody and say, "Wow, I feel a little bit drained." That's all vibration.
This is a world number of 8. What is that?
Well, it explains how insane. I don't want to say insane, but it really. Everything that July. Talk about right now, right? Yeah, but that's energy. So here's the thing about 8. I always say if you trace the number 8, it can make you feel a little crazy because it goes round and round. But the good news is it means you can also.
How nice is it that somebody on Kick put my name or my Discord as their channel or their stream name. I find that very, very kind. I know. Fuck. You are 100% right, dog. You know, bad time for baseball, dude. Right, sir. Or I mean, Frosty, you're so funny. What is this? It's like a shooting range.
We witnessed that. So I'm going to just jump in to say one thing I've been really excited to see is the Olympics.
What the fuck? The thing isn't even going straight. What did you guys do to me? I got this fucking hockey puck in the middle of the goddamn course. That just makes you the rubber hockey puck. Or, God damn it! I can't get past this. What is this? How am I supposed to? And now a big ball. What the fuck? And now it's knocked me off. Get up there. Whoa! It just hit me off the map.
No one was there. She was 10 seconds ahead of the person in second place. So when I see that, George, I'm like, okay, what are her numbers?
Dude, my fucking aiming.
To understand how could she. One life path. One's a very competitive. They strive to win.
Dude, what is that? Like a magnet? Dude, this was like the most difficult hole.
If she had come to you before, done a real same.
It would have been exciting for her knowing that the energy. She did not win the gold. There were other meets. I think she won a bronze in one of them. One of the meets. But that's also the energy, right? You can have a bit, but there was no doubt in my mind with that kind of lineup of the 1-1-1, she was destined to do a really great job. But here's what's powerful. People listening right now, some of them have learned numbers. Right? Luna says your number or love by the numbers, and they've learned a little bit about it. So they're thinking, wait, does that mean if I'm not a 1, I can't win in a contest? And the answer is no. All you have to do is be your best self. So here's an example. Simone Biles, the other gymnast. This gal, if you recall 3 years ago, do you remember when
One
she
too
dropped out of
many.
the Olympics in the middle of it? Yeah. And why she did it? She said it was called the twisties, and it means when you just don't know where you are. It'd be like
Frosty having some trouble.
It's when someone goes into the ocean because they went down. Is that the same idea? She came back. All eyes were on her. She's a 7 like that in a personal year of 7. And so, again, it lined up for her. This time, she won 3 gold medals and a silver medal. Those are the ones I've witnessed. I don't know if she's won anything since then, but to see her joy.
What the
when you
fuck?
see someone's been through so much, it turns out she was in a foster care program from age 3 to 6. I didn't know that. So she's been through so much. And then her grandparents ended up adopting her and raising her. So I really love the inspiration that we can learn from people. By the numbers.
By the numbers. Mm-hmm. You talk about destiny.
Dude.
What are they?
Oh, well, the destiny number is awesome. And I'm going to teach you yours tonight because it's just so appropriate. Here's why I love
I'm gonna fuck everybody.
Trying to understand. And an aha moment.
Suck my dick. I'm the greatest motherfucker there's ever been. I'm the prettiest motherfucker there's ever been. There's never been anybody better than I am. I'm the greatest person ever. I'm the prettiest motherfucker there's ever been. Ain't nobody better than I am. I'm the greatest motherfucker of all time. Biggest cock ever. Best lover ever. Funniest person ever. Never been beaten. Undefeated in everything I've ever done ever. I'm the best. There's never been anybody better than I am. I'm the greatest person ever. I mean, how can't you feel like $1 million?
And notice how you don't compete with other people, you just compete with yourself, correct? Right? And you do it all the time. Like I feel when you're
What the fuck did you do to my ball?
That's coming from your destiny number. That's right. That's right. And it also means
Dude, this thing fucked up.
like I gotta kick it up a notch. I gotta do something. That is 911. So for everybody, we all have a destiny number, and what I'm gonna do tonight,
Sticky walls.
the number system, like just the letters and the numbers so they can see it. I'll put when they go to numbercity.com,
Reverse.
on Facebook, I'll make sure that's what they see.
Sticky walls.
Wonderful people on your website can post it as well. But what this will do, they can just add up all their letters, reduce it to 1 digit to get to a destiny number. So
reverse.
There are one destiny, and then we go to the number 2.
How'd you like that, pimp? How'd you like that? Hey, I'm in first place. I'm better than everybody. Psych. Nice. Good job, Rabbi. Nice win. Rabbi. Hell yeah, dog. Because I'm the best. Dog, I beat my chest like a primate. I'm the biggest pimp there's ever been. Nobody's prettier than I am. I'm the greatest motherfucker of all time. That's how we do, baby. That's how we do. Arr, arr. Then I start barking at you. Isn't that amazing that I came out of nowhere and just beat the shit out of you? No? You don't think that was amazing? You don't think that I'm the greatest trash talker in the history of talking? I'm the greatest trash talker in the history of trash. Did you hear that joke? I'm not only the greatest trash talker in the history of talking, I'm the greatest trash talker in the history of trash. That's fucking hilarious. I hate this level. Dude, what the fuck? What are you doing to my ball?
We're going to come back in a moment with more on this Answer the Numbers Lady right here on Coast to Coast. Sign up now for Coast Zone, our free email newsletter. Get it today at coasttocoastam.com.
Dog. Sticky walls. How'd you like that putt, gentlemen? Gentlemen, I just asked you a question. How'd you like that putt? While you guys were attacking me, attacking my greatness, attacking my amazingness, attacking my charisma, my fortitude, my spunk. I persevered.
USC is set to reopen all campus gates starting August 15th. This after months of restricted access and campus
What the
shutdowns.
fuck? I can't even hit the ball.
University ID for access. An audit by Children's Partnership shows patients calling from Los Angeles for help with Medi-Cal coverage wait nearly an hour. Callers from Fresno and Kern wait longer, up to an hour and a half. You can see the giant pandas at the San Diego Zoo today, starting at noon. And Taylor Swift's concerts in Austria this weekend have been canceled following 2 arrests connected with an alleged terror plot. One of them is a 19-year-old Austrian citizen who allegedly pledged allegiance to the head of the Islamic State. Southline weather from KL5, sunny and warm today. We'll see highs top out in the 80s and 90s. Right now, 68 degrees in Irvine, 67 at Westminster, 60 Beach, and 69 degrees in We lead local from the KL5.
Thank you. Thank you. Word. Initially, you hear it and you're like, what the fuck is this cocky asshole saying? And before you know it, you're saying it yourself. Oh, whatever person put that motherfucking hockey puck in there, you should die. Frosty. Oh, Frosty. Tough round. Tough bowl. Who the fuck just put this fucking tornado here? That was bullshit.
Listen to Flashpoint on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Flashpoint to start listening.
In today's Marketers Report, Erica Taylor, Chief Marketing Officer.
Remember when some asshole made the thing ice and then Rabbi made the putt?
Everyone is listening somewhere somehow. So it's a great way to take something very precise in what we're trying to do to reach patients.
Everybody remembered that.
We can all agree is
I already made it. I'm that good. I'm the biggest pimp of all time. Ain't never been anybody better than I am. I'm the sexiest man of all time. I'm the sexiest pimp of all time. I invented sex. I ooze sex. Everyone knows me by the name, not even the pseudonym, the name Sex. When you hear sex, you think Rabbi. I'm all content all the time, though. I'm always firing on all cylinders. That's what makes me better than everybody. Dog, am I going nuts here? Did my ball not go in the hole yet? Oh, Frosty. Poor Frosty. I'm over here sucking my own dick. Hey, L, you have a very good memory. You'll remember this. Can I tell you something? L. No, you have an amazing memory. You ready for this? Dog, once we rebuild the Beta Migdash, the next goal is autofellatio. Remember that. Once we rebuild the Beta Migdash, that means we rebuild again the Temple of Solomon. The next goal is autofellatio, the ability to suck our own dicks. Do these words make sense to you? It's just like goals for humanity. Once we rebuild the Temple of Solomon, then the next goal for humanity should be for guys to be able to focus on having longer dicks and being very flexible so that they can suck them up and then perform autofellatio. That was always just a rumor. Dude, I just want everyone to fucking know that whatever little fucking thing you use to make it really difficult for me to hit the ball, fuck you, dude. Everything was fucking with me. But not enough to beat me. Not enough to beat me. You know why? Because I'm untied, I'm untried, and I'm undefeated. I've never lost to anyone in anything ever. especially not ever in chess, and I'm the greatest person ever.
If you're looking for podcasts of the paranormal, supernatural, just download the iHeart.
Dude, I wasn't even paying attention. I wasn't even paying attention. I was paying attention. I was having to answer that guy's questions. I wasn't even playing. Somebody else was playing on my behalf. I wasn't in my right mind. No, there was just some loser. Dude, mine is still loading. Motherfuckers over here getting a hole in one. Teletown hasn't even loaded yet for Rabbi. This motherfucker's waiting. Dude, I don't know if this is going to load for me. It says Teletown, and it's just loading. Is it just loading for Riser? Good for you. Okay. Just one moment. Teletown it must have gotten stuck or something. I'll close and reopen.
Dr. Malay, how will I feel after taking adaptostem and immustem?
The immustem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put adaptostem along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at healthylooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Malay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with adaptostem and immustem and your free gift Relaxol is only available at healthylooking.com. Or 563.
I'm out of the game? Well, I'm back in it now.
Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's stem cell wellness kit at healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com.
What happened? Oh no. Oh, I hate this one.
KardioMobile 6L is a small medical-grade personal EKG device that records right to your phone. You get 6 views of your heart at 6 times the data.
Oh, dude, I got the teleport thing. Now I remember what it was.
Now you're probably thinking, who can afford that? The answer is you. Because right now, limited time, KardioMobile is giving 20%. Just go to cardia.com. That's
No, I didn't figure that out.
or amazon.com. Use promo code 20COAST-AM. It's 20COAST-AM to get 20% off KardioMobile 6.
Yo.
At California Psychics, we know that doubt can get in the way of your relationship. Enjoying a romantic date. The next you're thinking,
is this guy right for me? Could I spend my life with someone who has more hair on his feet than on his head?
then you realize you've been thinking out loud.
Wait, come back,
Riser, would you have sex with a woman who had called California Psychics?
Our accurate psychics are available 24/7 to give you all the time.
I just asked you a question. Would you have sex with a woman who had called California Psychics? Would you have sex with a woman who had called California Psychics?
California Psychics.
It's a common question that people ask when they first meet. Don't they ask that commonly in Canada? Have you ever called California Psychics? Because if you have, we may or may not be able to have sex depending on my feelings on whether I have sex on with people who call California psychics. I guess you don't find this to be as funny as I do, but I'll explain why it's funny. So there's this commercial that plays that's called California Psychics, and it's like, you know, like a psychic helpline. And so you call them and they'll tell you things about the future. And I'm asking you, if a girl had called California Psychics, is that like a deal breaker to you? Or would you still have sex with her? What I wanted you to say was, I wanted you to say, not only is it not a deal breaker, it's mandatory. It's mandatory that she calls him. Dog, I had the best fucking whole. Remember that time? No, I'm trying to think if I've ever called a number like that. Um, when I was a kid, the coolest thing you could do, the coolest thing you could do, the coolest thing you could do was to stay up really late and wait in until on television the 900 numbers would come on like late at night. 900 numbers were like numbers you could call to have like phone sex. And we would never call them because we were always afraid that we would get in trouble with our parents. But we would watch the women on them because the women would be wearing like negligees and things in the commercials, and we'd be like, "Oh wow, they're so hot." And were they? Yeah, these chicks were hot as fuck for like the 90s. So then what? Dude, I don't know which way to go in this fucking. Am I going in the right direction? I don't even know. So in answer to your question, I've never called any number like that, but we did one night stay up really not one night, like a bunch of times, stay up really late and write down the 900 numbers. So here's what I remember happening. You ready for this one? We're having a sleepover. Be me having a sleepover at my friend's house. He is he has us over. The thing is, everybody says that they're gonna try to stay up all night, and everybody always says that, and no one ever does it except I do. And so, what in the fuck happened to the guy? Anyway, to Frosty. Frosty, where'd you go? Anyway, so we used to play video games way into the night, and then we watch movies, and on the commercials they would have 900 numbers. And so I remember this one night in particular, my friends were like, "Oh, these girls are so hot. We should write down the numbers for whatever the 900 numbers are, in case we ever got the courage to call them. Then we have the numbers." We're like planning ahead. Not only are we horny as kids, but we're so horny we're planning ahead phone sex calls, perhaps that we'll never have because we're not 18. We don't have credit cards. Like, we have to get on the phone when it's really difficult. Nobody has a cell phone, so what do we end up doing? I write down all the numbers all night. I stay up all night. All my friends fall asleep. I write down every single 900 number to the point where I knew I had all the 900 numbers covered because I was getting them duplicated. So I knew, like, I had gotten all the numbers. So then what happened? My friends awoke the next morning, like, I got all the fucking 900 numbers, and I gave them to my other friend. And my one friend's like, you didn't call any of them, did you? I was like, no, because I wouldn't want him to get in trouble. We're having a sleepover at his house. We don't want him to get in trouble. He's like, okay, good. The other friend's like, what are you gonna do with all of the what are you gonna do with all of the numbers on the piece of paper? I say, I say, I don't know. I'm just gonna throw them out. He's like, dude, let me have them. I'm like, all right, fine. So another week goes by or so, and our friend comes in, and we're like, you look really sad. What's wrong? He's like, yeah, you remember that list of numbers that you wrote down when we were at our friend's house? I'm like, yeah. He's like, well, I ended up calling one of them, and we didn't talk for a long time. They knew I wasn't 18, and so I just hung up right away. But it still charged my parents' account, and I got into some trouble. And we were all like, oh, no way, you got in trouble for calling 900 number. So that's the end of that story. I hope everybody loved it as much as I like telling it. It was a 900 number. Do you know what a 900 number is? It's for phone sex. So not only was he not 18, but he, I think, used his, or he didn't use his parents' credit card, but it went on his parents' phone bill, and they saw that he had called a 900 number, and he got in trouble. I don't remember what happened to him, but I do remember he probably got grounded for a weekend or two. Yeah, they do. Weirdly enough. There's a certain segment of the population, people like Frosty in particular, who want to get off to a real live woman. And so what happens? A horny guy calls that number, and a desperate woman on the other end who just wants some money is on the other end, and she works in like a phone. She works in like either a phone bank, or like a like a call center, or she works from. They just cycle the numbers to her at her house, and guys are just like, yeah, tell me, they'll set a fantasy or something. The woman will get him through completion, and depending on the amount of time that it takes, it'll be, like $2, $3, $4, $5, $10 a minute, and then the guy's gonna get a phone bill of hundreds of dollars sometimes, and it's kind of like one of those things, like with porn, probably, that people experience, where it's like at the time it's like, oh, I'll pay anything for this, and then once it's done, it's like, oh, what the fuck was that about? And then all of a sudden they're hundreds of dollars in debt because they have an addiction to talking to these ladies. I don't know if it's that expensive now, but I'm just saying, like, if it's been inflated like other things have. But back in the day, it was usually like 99 cents a minute was the big thing. 99 cents a minute. And what did that mean? It meant like, and the other thing, no, because it's free money to them. So, yeah, oh yeah, then they will. I have remembered, I was hearing the way I hear about this industry a lot is a lot of stand-up comedians do it, and why? Because it has like open hours, and these people usually are kind of have dirty minds anyway. And anyway, a lot of women do it in stand up. So I've heard them tell their stories. And sometimes the guys are really, they'll want to talk about something that is either illegal or maybe just makes the woman feel really, really uncomfortable. And she'll go to uh, she'll go to her, um, she will go to her manager, and the manager will make a decision like, well, just hang up, or you know, you got to be better than that or whatever. But the thing that they would do, again, I never called these numbers, but I had friends who called them, and I've also heard the stories of what happens is the first minute and they'll say 99 cents and the first 3 minutes are free or something like that. And so you're like, oh, the first 3 minutes are free, great. But what you don't know is that the first 3 minutes are just bullshit advertisements for other things, like whatever. So maybe, you know, you think you're getting something. Dude, they used to use that kind of shit as blackmail on people, just like they use porn on people today. Back in the day, no, it's not that, but the FBI will be like, we know that you have a penchant for calling these numbers, and you should know that that is a threat to national security in your role, and you can lose your security clearance. No, not at all. It's completely legal. It's just expensive and seen as sleazy, but it's completely legal. But the thing is, if you want a security clearance, you have to have like a squeaky clean background, and they don't want you to have done a lot of times drugs of any kind. They don't want you to have visited brothels or have a penchant for calling sex hotlines or even a porn addiction. Why? Because all of these weaknesses can be exploited by perhaps a foreign government and can cause a weakness for national security. Oh, could be big guy. Yeah, yeah. They'll make you think it's a really good person, but in reality, most of the stand-up comedians who I've seen who have done phone sex, there's a reason why they do phone sex is because they're terrible looking. Usually they're very, very overweight. The ones who are really good looking don't do phone sex. They just are a prostitute because they can make way more money turning tricks or, you know, getting a guy off in person than over the phone. So it's only like, I don't want to say it's only ugly chicks who do phone sex, uh, but maybe it's just chicks who don't want to touch the guys. It's not only ugly chicks, but it's a lot easier for ugly chicks to do it because all they have to do is have a voice, basically. Of course. And the women, I'm telling you, the women they used to have on the commercials were so hot that we would stay up as little kids just to watch these ladies. That's how attractive they were. So you're thinking, dude, that woman is employed by the this call center, and they make a commercial with her in it, and that's who I'm calling, not knowing that that woman is an actor who is never ever knowing that they're even associated with this. She did like a swimsuit video 2 years ago, and they're just using the footage from that to make this commercial for a 900 number, and you think you're talking to her when she doesn't even want to be involved with that company, perhaps, but because they have her image, there's nothing she can do about it. Weird dog. And this is, he was asking, do these 900 numbers still exist? Yes, they exist. In fact, in the future, I want to have one. I want to have a big one for like horny older women, and they could just call it anytime, and it'll just be like an AI rabbi who can just ease them through an orgasm. It is fucking Main Street on MILF culture, dog. Absolutely. I'm telling you, MILF culture is big. Yoga pants, going to yoga, having an affair, lip injections, Botox, wearing a white hat, wearing leggings, having a mani-pedi hat, like being into younger dudes, being like absolutely not working ever. She's like married, but her husband does everything. Additionally, it can mean, it means this bitch is a lady on the streets and a freak in the sheets. This bitch can get down. What else? She wears sunglasses. She has probably blonde hair, dyed blonde hair, even though she knows she's not blonde and everybody else knows she's not. She'll come out as the biggest blonde ever. She has Botox, lip injections. What is this called? It's called Valise? No, Levis. It's this stuff. I don't know. She has like fucking cool sculpting. What is this? Lenise. It's called like Lenise. It's this shit that makes your eyelashes longer. Lip injections, Botox, face filler. Nuvaderm, Juvederm. No, that's not necessarily MILF culture. MILF culture is MILF culture is not. MILF culture is apolitical. These bitches have their mind focused on shopping and coffee and it's really an entire world about making your girlfriends jealous. That is MILF culture. Like the war in Afghanistan or Iraq or anywhere else in the world doesn't matter to these bitches. The war that these bitches are fighting is at the country club, is at the pool, is at is their neighbor. That's the war these bitches are fighting. That's MILF culture. Oh, fuck no. These bitches' conversations are just one-upping each other. So they don't even care. Sometimes they'll just make up shit. some bitch will be like, "Oh, I just got back from Turks and Caicos." Some other bitch will be like, "Oh, okay, well then I just got back from the French Riviera." Some other bitch will just want to one up them and just be like, "Oh, we just did a worldwide cruise. We just got back." Some other bitch will be like, "You've been here. What do you mean?" She'd be like, she'll just ignore it, and then when somebody calls her out on it, she'll just say it's complicated, and then never accept it. And it'd be like, "Wait, what are you talking?" Most certainly. Oh, definitely. It's almost understood. They have this like secret catty alliance. But these bitches, the thing is, they say that they're best friends forever, but they don't. They hate each other deep down. They fucking are just competing and they're just clawing at each other. They really just want to be the best of their friends. It's this like mentality that you have that you don't want anybody to be as good as you are. Oh yeah, definitely. Nope, it's the exact same garbage that you're saying, 100%. In fact, it's probably dumbed down even worsely. I live it. That's when I go to the store. That's fucking my neighbors. That's all that shit. Do I watch the show? No. I mean, that's who lives here, so I do my best to avoid it. I have a question. You're not talking about joining the Russian army, are you? Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Yeah, we'll need it. Some people. Some.
Nori 501-109. The first 818-501-4721 to talk toll free. 533 from west of the Rockies toll. To reach 973. Send George a text message. 651. This is
Dude, you know what India sucks at? Sports. They only won 3 medals in all of the Olympics. North Korea won more fucking medals. I don't know. I think 1. No, they won 1 gold in something. I'll look it up. Because I'm the biggest fucking fan of India.
personal EKG device that gives you 6 views of your heart. It's the Cardiomobile 6L. Normal, it'll give you the confidence and peace of mind. Send the information.
They've won 3 bronzes. Yeah, they can win gold in hockey. But think about it. That's the biggest fucking country in the world, and they have 3 bronzes. That's it. That's horseshit, man. Those people need help. They could though. That's the thing. They could be the next China, and they should be, and they will be. Rabbi Rothschild and India are going to the top.
Get 20% off Cardiomobile 6L.
Yeah. I've already talked about it actually at length. So first and foremost, we need to work on India's infrastructure. We can't have people shitting in the streets anymore. They need proper piping.
And you can also find /radio. Sorry.
All of that. Whatever Frosty just said. Absolutely. Additionally, though, we need proper hygiene for people, and it starts with a proper toilet system and proper hand washing stations. And then also we need to improve the public transit. Now, these aren't things to make them better at athletics. You need infrastructure before you can start building fields and having parks and doing all those other things. But essentially 20 years or so, perhaps less, of infrastructure investment can start to churn and become a catalyst for athletic growth. And then additionally, at a certain point, you're going to have to start juicing. You need bigger people. You need athletic advantages. And, it's kind of like what Frosty has said, that people, and it makes sense, are very technology only. Well, look, at a certain point, there aren't enough jobs for everybody in India. And so you need a support system so that people have other options. And there currently is absolutely no support system. When you see people who are the most gifted software engineers in the world, and they're having to travel to work on a train, like literally on the outside of the train, because it's so full from the inside, It's just absolutely incredible. If you've ever seen what it's like to get on a train in India, where they have to like jump through the door to like fight each other to get on a train, it's unreal. There you go. Did you ever have people riding on your train? Yeah. Did you ever have anybody? Did you ever have anybody who jumped on the outside of the train? There. We don't want people to. Well, they will. It's the most populous country in the world, and people don't realize it. They still think it's China, and they need to start realizing it. India is a powerhouse when it comes to population and other things as well. IT is incredible. It's essentially, arguably, the world's brain when it comes to its investment and development.
Because you know what I see? It also means you're doing really. You see how cool now this year, the year out of you. You have
Brian in Indiana. 62. How are you? All right. So they just wanted to take it away.
Yeah, it sounds like it. It sounds like the capital of the third world.
what did you say the last part? Did you talk about
That's his life.
guy right before 20 when you're it's an 8? You're have that energy moment. But well now I that
Like, like you were. What kind of freak?
just blow up for them. Like life path. Starting to a personal year of 8. For you. Awesome. I'm lucky. How about just lucky? On that note, swimmer, right? Broke the record again. When you in your
Listen to put 8. A friend of mine. Yes. And he won. He came back. He was all like, "Works." Go back. And I told him, I says, "Don't push your. Doesn't work with."
We trace
Right.
it goes round and round, doesn't it?
I gotcha.
So even the belief system to say, okay, don't get greedy. Well, guy called me. Or I look at you because here's people get greedy, they're not appreciative. Next thing you know,
20, 30, 5, 6. Oh, Canona. Welcome to the show.
doesn't need that in 2020. And my middle 22. And my and that 5 and 5, I cut my the shape of a V, which is like thought it was the craziest thing. Never find able like it was. You know what I would tell you? correct? You said, oh, yeah, I have 56. 66? So one, so that, no, let's see, 3, 4, 5. So you're double 5? Well, you're on a 5 flat top, correct? And this is true for the 5 energy. If you travel in the same space, I'm sure they're like now. You have right so much. You come on, the 5's out the door. You so that's very much you. You stop. And numbers like George. You obviously mind. I wouldn't say that to me. End of enjoy. Intellect. Someone knows you're very excited. It's true. That's what went. Do it anymore. People on them. If we can, people who are
Next up, number 19. So, here, great to have you. Do you have a question? Young and living. Gonna be 70. Woman in straight. I love her from him. She's had challenges and so far, so have I. I'd like to know if I'm, on the right path. Should I kind of like,
what are you going to get connected?
I would like to know it.
This person?
Gemini on the 23rd.
I love First Lady Astrology. Okay, but you're on the 23rd. What do you know?
Yeah.
Let's say this. Like, example, me. I could never have, like, a long-distance relationship. That wouldn't work for me because I need my partner. But the number 5-7, these are movement numbers. You have double 7, John. So you're able to, like, wait, but still fit. He's your 3. When you, the child. When you're only have a phone, and he's not, but only sit with them. Still not see what's there. This one, you have to put this or actually raise it.
Do you not?
knows his family is huge. He surprises my friends just to make them happy. He decorates this house where I feel like when I go near the pool, I feel like I'm at a hotel. Talking about. Well, do a family. People loves to amazing. Three of them. Yeah, but it's so much fun. And like you met my sister Vanessa. Yeah. Who you got a kick out of. I just spent time in Michigan. Like, fortunately, it didn't even go. I had, mufflings and stuff, but I got Holland. There, and I don't.
But her work Saturday, that is one. Mobile devices, if you're a coast, your phone, just your iPhone.
Wow, that's a lot. Right. 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 I understand. All right, big dog. I'm gonna catch some Z's. Take care, big.
When you're way to our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One. September 20th and 21st, T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas, streaming live only on Hulu.
Keep listening for your next chance to be there.
Audible is a proud partner of the 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival. Explore the best selection of audiobooks, plus podcasts and originals, all in one easy app. Audible, there's more to imagine when you listen. Sign up for a free trial at audible.com. Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by getting your stream on. Starting us off this week is the new Apple TV Plus mystery, Sunny, starring Rashida Jones. That's followed by the debut of the crime mystery, A Good Girl's Guide to Murder on Netflix. Debuting at number 8 is the new DC Comics animated series, Batman, Caped Crusader on Amazon Prime Video. Lady in the Lake, starring Natalie Portman on Apple TV Plus, falls out of the top 3 back to 7. House of the Dragon on HBO and Max is down 1 to number 6 this week. The Peacock Roman epic, Those About to Die, starring Anthony Hopkins, also back a spot to number 5. And landing at number 4 is the new period piece comedy, The Decameron on Netflix. The top 3 starts with the new fantasy comedy, Time Bandits on Apple TV Plus, starring Khalil Tuck and Lisa Kudrow. The Bear on FX on Hulu remains at number 2 for the second straight week. And back on top for 2 weeks in a row is Presumed Innocent, starring Jake Gyllenhaal on Apple TV Plus, your top streamed show.
And those are your top TV streams of the week on iHeartRadio.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds
millions of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Amazon Fire TV supports iHeartRadio with a beautiful big screen display while you enjoy your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Make sure you link your iHeartRadio account and use voice controls for easy navigation between content on iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio on the big screen is easy to control from the remote or with voice controls, and it provides large cover art on the screen and can sync with your iHeartRadio account for seamless listening between your devices. Your iHeartRadio music, radio stations, and podcasts now on your big screen TV, Amazon Fire TV, and the Fire Cube. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
Excuse me, pardon? Getting lost in the city you always wanted to visit.
What up, madame? Pardon? S'il vous plaît. Je cherche un restaurant. Merci.
Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed.
This is so cool.
Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George 97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We'll be back with final calls with the numbers lady, Glynis McCants, right here on Coast to Coast AM. Next hour, RJ Spina joins us to talk about super consciousness on Coast to Coast. Well, this being Wednesday, that means for you Coast Insiders, 2 more great programs from the Art Bell Vault.
Yes, indeed. We've dug deep down into our vault of over 500 programs. Come up with 2 this week. One from 2004. Art was joined by satanic abuse survivor Zeph Daniel, who shared his unusual life experiences. And then we go to 1996. Art's guest was author Dr. Albert Taylor, who spoke about various aspects of out-of-body experiences. So we invite you to take a listen to this classic audio. It's available to Coast Insiders. You can listen on multiple platforms. You can sign up in Canada and the United States. And George, 2 weeks free if you sign up through the app.
Absolutely. If you sign up on the website, just click Insider at the top of the homepage. And those people who sign up just simply adore it.
I'm a Coast Insider because now I have 24/7 access to the best show ever, Coast to Coast AM.
Hi, it's Teresa. I love being an insider because the shows I listen to, I always appreciate the diversity of thoughtful insights it brings me on a variety of topics on Coast to Coast. The shows have challenged me to think deeper and to broaden my horizons.
Give it a try. Again, it's 15 cents a day, and as Tom just mentioned, if you're in Canada, you're eligible to be an insider now as well. Now, here's something for you to lose some weight.
If you're looking to lose some weight, learning the science of weight loss versus just counting calories is the true secret to Weight Magic drops and capsules. Here's product creator Dan Putnam to explain how insulin management is the key.
everything for weight loss has been focused on eating less calories. What a lot of people don't realize is one of the most important things controlling insulin levels. What we eat is going to first go through the liver, then it goes to the muscles. Anything more than that, then it goes into the fat. If there's insulin present, the body's thinking that you just ate. So the body has a mechanism that it actually shuts down the energy in the fat. So you have to be able to control that insulin, or it's going to be very difficult, almost impossible to burn the fat.
Dan, so tell me about Weight Magic Drops.
We have the absolutely amazing Weight Magic Drops. The concept of this is control insulin, makes body insulin sensitive. Also, it has an exact diet to control your insulin levels. So by using these drops, by following this diet, it's putting the body into the fat burning mode.
Dan, Weight Magic capsules help resolve a problem most overweight people have going against them. What is that?
Their core body temperature is less than the people after I go weight. That is your metabolism. So just in summary, we've created the Weight Magic Drop to help control the insulin, also cleanse the liver, and then the Weight Magic capsules to increase that metabolism. It's not uncommon for somebody to lose a half a pound to a pound a day. So it really is the perfect duo for fat loss.
Buy George's Weight Magic Drops and capsules now and shed those pounds. Order now at healthylooking.com or by phone at 800-595-7490. Free shipping with promo code George. That's healthylooking.com. 800-595-7490. George's Weight Magic or healthylooking.com.
Did you know that every 40 seconds someone in the U.S. has a stroke, and that 80% of those cases are preventable? I want you to all listen because there's something so easy you can do to manage your heart health. At home, between doctor's visits, even while you're listening to our show. CardioMobile 6L is a small medical-grade personal EKG device that records right to your phone. You get 6 views of your heart and 6 times the data to share with your doctor. And it's FDA cleared to detect AFib, one of the leading causes of stroke. Now you're probably thinking, who can afford that?
Oh, Sherry Lewis is a Canadian.
Because right now, for a limited time, CardioMobile is giving 20% off to all my listeners. Just go to cardia.com, that's KARDIA.com, or Amazon.com, and use promo code 20COAST-AM. That's 20COAST-AM. You get 20% off CardioMobile 6L. I want to talk to you about rising crime and personal attacks in our cities. Law enforcement simply can't get there in time to stop an attack, so who's going to protect you and your family? My friends at Hero2020.com are in the business of saving lives. Hero 2020 is my #1 choice for non-lethal self-defense. It's a powerful pepper gun with interchangeable cartridges that's easy to load and reload, even if you're not familiar with firearms. Inside is a military-grade pepper irritant that stops and disables attackers. One of my favorite things about Hero 2020 is how small and compact it is. I can comfortably carry it concealed everywhere I go. And while there are a few restrictions, it's actually legal in all 50 states. It's no wonder Hero 2020's patented design has won 2 national awards and is trusted by over 10,000 families in America. If you want to protect yourself, your home, your family, choose Hero 2020. Get 10% off with my code George. Order today at Hero2020.com.
Oh, look at that one. I love what it does that. Tells me this shit's working.
And welcome back, George. Right back with you with our segment with Glynis McCants, the numbers lady. She's got a couple books out there. Love by the Numbers. Glynis has your number, available at Amazon.com. Glynis, I want to tell you something that concerns me, and that has to do with Hezbollah and Iran threatening to attack Israel. If I give you the date of Israel becoming a nation, would you be able to run something?
Well, sure. I mean, go ahead and give me that number.
May 14, 1948. That's the date it became a state of Israel.
Okay.
May 14.
So here we are again dealing with double 5 energy, okay? So what does that mean? The 5, there's no such thing as smooth sailing. There's always something, like a little bit of chaos. Something's always coming after the energy. Now, sometimes the 5 enjoys that, right? They might stay busy. They could work in like an emergency room, right? So that they're used to never a dull moment. But when you are Israel, right, you are an established country, this has been a problem. Like, when has it ever just been peaceful and smooth there? No, it hasn't. So, what's happening right now? The number 8 is a huge challenge to the number 5. Like, whenever I see 8 and 5 come together, I know it's going to be a problem, like some sort of lesson. Right now, that's what Israel's up against in this cycle. They're dealing with 8 energy coming up against that double 5. So, yes, it's difficult. But when people sit there worried, going, oh, my goodness, are we headed to World War III?
To you by Stanley Steamer, the leading professional in whole home deep cleaning. We'll get your carpet, upholstery, hard floors, air ducts, and more cleaner and healthier. Book a cleaning Stanley Steamer today.
Hey folks, Chris Kramer with Bill Kramer GM. And around here, you know we like to work hard and play hard. And we've got over 200 vehicles in stock to help you maximize both. So whether it's a crab walking 1,000 horsepower Hummer EV, Silverado High Country,
Silverado?
GMC
What the West Side? The West Side.
it'll help you get it done. And discounts up to $13,500. So shop us online at BillKramerGM.com or visit the corner of Frankfurt 23rd. We'll make it easy.
Greetings from Podcastville. The Church of What's Happening Now is brought to you by FujiSports.com.
Frankfurt 23rd. I'm here, motherfucker.
I never give up on Fuji. That's
Who
all
the
the
fuck
DIY
are you?
is Fuji. If you're a big guy and you want a durable jeans, Fuji is the way to go. They have mats, they got rash guards, they got shin guards, they got mouthpieces. Whatever you can need, they got Fuji Sports is there for you. Also, this podcast is brought to you by one of my favorites, my bookie. Listen, whether you're an expert or a rookie, you should be better at my bookie. If you're the type of guy who likes to bet a little and win a lot, like playing numbers on the roulette, you can create a huge parlay. Pick 3 teams to win, and if you hit all 3, you turn 100 into $600. Listen, this weekend we got UFC, Cormier versus Lewis. The World Series is done, but you got the NBA. You got everything, and it's all under one roof with my bookie. I recommend these guys, so do me a favor right now. Log on to my bookie right now, and don't miss out on the last opportunity to collect the industry's biggest bonus. Use promo code CHURCH, and you'll get your first deposit matched at 100%. 100%. You understand me? That's promo code CHURCH. My bookie. You play, you win, you get paid. It's Tuesday the 30th, Netflix Day, Degenerates, and my main man, Jerry Rothschild. Kick that motherfucking muley. If you're not awake after that. No, fucking deal. Greetings, you bad motherfuckers. Thank you very much for streaming fucking Degenerates. If you haven't, and you had, whatever the fuck you did, you know how we do it here. Uncle Joey loves you no matter what. It's up, it's ready. I don't know. Anyway, Jerry Roach is here, direct from Laredo, fucking La Palmaville, the original. And you got my little brother, Weesai, stoned to the gills. I'm trying to make him the Twitch Man of the Year.
I think you're right, though. We just got to rip those hits on Twitch. It'll be the most popular channel.
They got a big thing. And you can't say it. You gotta hit those long hits. You know what I'm saying?
I try to hit the long hits, but you hit long hits that, like, my lungs feel on fire. I don't worry
That's all that means. The reason why I was thinking about you lately, Jerry, is it's just so weird how there's a certain breed of people. And I've been here for 20 years. I've been doing this podcast for 6 weeks. You've had all types of guests here. You've been on the podcast before.
Yeah.
I dig it at that. I love it. Come on, I love having it.
Yeah.
But it's so weird to hear it grind. Like, for LA to get rid of you, you either have to get into warrant.
Oh, yeah.
Get a bad case of chlamydia. You're always up to something. And I've known you since day one. How long were you in the game, man?
I've been doing comedy maybe 3 years, 4 years.
We met in
El Paso, Texas. I was middling for you. It's one of my first ever. It might have been the first week Bart ever gave me 2 middle. And once I had 20 minutes, 25 minutes, I sent them a VHS tape, and I did bug them every day. And here I'm open. Of course, my veils are wide fucking open, But I would always lie and say, "Oh, this week I can't do it," but next, I would do that. I was at a bookstore, working at a bookstore in the music department of a big ass Barnes and Noble in Dallas. And and I was just, and they were cool enough to write, "Hey, I need next week." What year was this? God, 98 maybe, 99. I was thinking, yeah. I know this. Yeah. You were for 20 years or 20 years. You had just done basketball, I believe. I believe you had just finished basketball. That was, I believe. I think that's about the time it was. Does that ring a bell?
Okay, the first time I went to El Paso, I emceed.
Yeah.
I took a fucking bus down there. $250. Yeah. 4th of July weekend. I forget the two guys' names, so I even
right.
And then I didn't hear from him for a long time. And then I think I got booked through him through an agency in New York City. And then I became friends with him.
Because he really trusted that dude in New York.
Now, did I headline the week you think?
Yep. Yeah, Bart was really, he really valued that dude in New York, the agent in New York, that guy. Bart would kind of throw Bart a rack, and Bart was like, "Oh yeah, okay, great." Like he was kind of silent. He worked with that guy a lot. And I remember, I think it was my first time ever meddling. It was still in the West Side room, the second room in the West Side, the really big one. And I remember I got there and instant, we're talking about Pink Floyd. The minute I walked in the door, we bonded over that. I remember you went with me. I went, it was like Thursday. I drove across town to the comic book store to buy some action figures. Do you remember that? And then we go to the Chinese buffet, and then I went and bought like 4 action figures in the comic book break in my mom's.
I was gonna say, how long did he last in the comic book store?
Oh, he didn't go in. He waited out. He was in the car. I was real quick. I got him, and he was just laughing his ass off, walking the Thor and Iron Man, and he was dying, breaking my head. And then we went to Burlington Coat Factory. Remember this? And we stocked the fuck up on. Remember when Outkast had a clothing brand? The rappers, they had like those velour sweatsuits and shit. Dude, we were fucking. All the rest of the weekend, Joey and I were just in Outkast velour crushed velvet. Dude, we were like fucking jeans, man. The hoodies on and fucking sweatpants and that.
In those days, I was so big. I was starting to get big. And the only place I could buy clothes was in Texas.
Yeah, because, dude, yeah.
2X.
We got you, boy. We got you, son. Get over here.
A 2X in Texas is way bigger than a 2X.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Really weird. You go to Texas and you buy a shirt, it's 2X, and it's big on you.
Yeah.
I lost weight. I'm going to eat. Oh, my God. It's weird. So I remember working there as an MC.
Yeah.
And then I did a lot of feature work at El Paso. I give props where props is due. And that was a club that I learned. Oh yeah, that old club with the gay manager who I dearly loved, John. What was his name?
He was John. You're right.
I mean, I loved him with everything I had. Like, whenever I would get the call to go down to the feature, because I had a relationship, I got all the cancers.
It was about survival.
And one of the biggest ball bustings I ever got in this town, which I'll tell the story now, is, Bart would call me on Monday afternoons and say, "You're going to can you come to El Paso? Somebody featured from New York canceled last minute." And in those days, leagues were getting $550 for the week.
Yeah.
But the flight, no matter when you fucking looked online, it was always 180.
It was always 180.
So that's a third of your pay.
That's a third of your pay. So you look at that, and you look at the Greyhound bus, and you got 2 hours.
$45.
It was
20, maybe 25 back then, 28. Yeah.
And $35 for the Mexican bus.
El Conejo.
Where they put the Telemundo on.
Yeah.
Grandma sell tacos.
Those buses are nicer than the Greyhound, by the way. Those Conejos are fucking dope, man.
They have places where you can hang your shirt in laundry.
Yeah.
You get the Sundays to wash your shirt.
They get laundry done on the bus?
You gotta see this thing.
They don't fuck around.
They don't fuck around.
Because you have to think a lot of those people are on a 2-3 day trip.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? A lot of them they're coming from deep in Mexico and they're coming up and so are going back, whatever. And yeah, that they accommodate. It's almost like being on like a fancy train, except it's just one big bus. Yeah, like this.
After I became tight with El Paso,
Yeah.
like I was such a regular down there. Like anytime he had a fallout, he would call me last minute.
Yeah.
Joey, I got this guy, or if somebody's agent was busting his ball,
He would be fuck this guy. Yeah, fuck him.
he would call me.
Yeah.
Light him up. Like, do your fucking nastiest material in front of him.
Dude, he did that to me a couple times. It was the best.
He didn't like you as a headliner. He would sick the dogs on you.
Oh,
Because then your agent, it was at that time, it was a guy from Omni Pop. And he was booking real features.
Yeah.
Great comics, but they were features.
Sure.
But they were booking them on as headliners because at that time El Paso was a B room.
Yeah.
So I was a fucking B a feature.
Yeah.
And I would light these fucking guys up like Christmas trees. I still remember one Saturday night, this poor guy had a ukulele out.
Oh, that's it. That's over. It's over.
One weekend we buried somebody. Like a weekend, you and I
don't want to say names.
Okay, so but we did bury somebody.
Yeah.
Didn't you and I team up on somebody and just buried him on his head? We laughed our asses off.
And then what was funny is when you passed on, when you went on to headline, I kind of took your place as the Fallout middle guy, right? Because I mean, and of course, I would drive from Dallas 10 hours. I'd just do it. I would just get in the car and drive. Yeah, that's it. Because it's almost halfway. So it's almost the same driving LA to El Paso and Dallas to El Paso. And yeah, like about 9-10 hours. And so
I'll never forget being in Houston and Pete Pirelli coming downstairs because hey man, I just got a call. Like it was Saturday.
Yeah.
I was snorting coke like a motherfucker.
Yeah.
Whatever my salary was down in the shed. I should have already went. And I would just go to Texas. Like I would just tell Terry, like I'm going to Texas. Like when I'm coming back, I have no idea.
Right.
So I was in Houston. I got a call to go to some place, and I agreed to go. I forget the comic's name, and I was so coked up, and I agreed to go. I got a call from the kid Monday, and he's like, all right, yeah, I'm going to pick you up Tuesday night at 11. We're going to drive all night. I go, all night? We're going to Midland, maybe?
Yeah, probably.
It was a 9-hour flight.
Yeah, that's about right.
From Houston to Midland is 9 hours.
And you're not. That's not even like. That's like you're covering like not even half of the map. You know what I mean? Like,
is it the biggest state in the country?
I think Alaska technically, but it's just all ice, right? So yeah, like land-wise, it's right up there. It's Texas, California. It's like they're.
What do you mean California is like what 7-8 hours?
It's a little more to go from like if you go like from San Diego to the very top. That's a haul. Like I mean Texas. Because if you go both ways, all right? Like so, Houston to El Paso, that's a trek, and then from the top of the Panhandle down to Laredo, and that's
how far from Houston to El Paso?
God, that's probably more than Dallas. I bet that might be. You're looking at maybe 10-12 hours. Yeah, 10-12 hours.
I still remember Ralph coming to visit me in El Paso and Jody.
How great it is to be here.
That club was that corner club. Yeah. I don't know about when he moved. Yeah, now, whatever. That corner club, I got a knack in there. Like I just had a knack for fucking. Like I was in there so much.
Yeah.
But I just became comfortable. Like I was one of the few feature acts that killed on military night.
Dude, those were man.
It was rough. Yep. Wednesday nights was military night, and I figured them out.
It was packed.
Oh, we go to the bar up the corner. There was a cocaine festival. Everybody was fucking high as fuck. I never saw anything like that in my life.
I remember you wouldn't let me drive home the weekend we met. It was Monday morning, and I had like a 10-hour drive back to Dallas, and I woke up at like noon, and I'm getting ready, and I'm packing my shit, and you're like, where the fuck are you going? And I'm like, no, I got to drive it down. Sit the fuck down. You're not going anywhere. And on VH1, it was the Behind the Music Pink Floyd. Remember that? You're like, you're not going anywhere. You're going to be here for 2 more hours. We're watching this, and then you can fucking leave.
Yeah,
The lion something? Was
Right
it?
at the edge of the
Yeah.
You walk down there, you could walk.
Yeah.
And I was a fat fuck, and I used to not making the walks because the food.
Oh, it's real good. The homemade food, the homemade Mexican food there.
Homemade Mexican food in the supermarket. It was Fridays. I always made sure I got cooked up on Thursday nights. Because Friday they had fresh Yucatan fish soup,
right?
And it was like Mexican soup with everything included. Fins, eyeballs, spines, heads. You had it every time you took a bite out of it,
you're getting something.
Yeah. But the food, the soup was so good for you.
Yeah.
You could see this was real fish soup. This was no couple pieces of fish.
Right.
Cream. This was a Mexican style fish soup. I would get the big container of it, and they would have those packages with those fucking chowder thing.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. And they give you lemons to pour in the soup limes.
Oh, man.
They give you like 5 limes. And you're like,
yeah,
dude. And I'd be hungover as fuck. And I'd bring that bowl home, and I'd drink half of it straight up. And then I'd put the limes in there. I'd put the chowder in, and I'd just sit in front of the TV and eat everything. And at the end, it'd just be spines, and we spit them out. There was every type of fish in there. God knows. I didn't write it. You don't have.
Right.
And they had ceviche in the corner on Fridays. They had a bunch of shit. And they had Hardee's, which at the time, that was the last time I ever ate Hardee's.
Yeah.
Because I ate it one time, and the second time it tastes funny. And I took the bone off, and the meat was skin. It was human skin.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, that just the people were just in a fire.
Yeah.
And they called it was like the charcoal burger. Because the people had just been burnt. I looked at it, you can see the fire. That's the when the horseradish fucking can't the taste of meat.
You're done. It's something wrong. There's something wrong there.
I was always an Arby's guy.
That's Soylent Green. That's
Do you remember the Arby's in El Paso? Arby's. There was Arby's, the supermarket, and then you made the right hand turn up the hill. That Arby's.
That was on the west side.
And it was next to a Radio Shack.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. So I used to fucking go to that Radio Shack, and I used to go to that Arby's, and I was because you're broke, week.
Yeah.
You got to live off $300.
You were making
like a week.
Yeah, because 180 goes to the plane ticket.
Yeah, 180. No, in those days, the $30 bus.
Yeah.
So now I had become a regular. Is like I was telling you the story. So I'm sitting there with John Westling, Ralphie May, and Jody, and I say to them, I'm taking. I'm so embarrassed that I had a rival.
Right.
They're like, "What time are you leaving for El Paso?" And I go, "I'm leaving tonight." You know, like, what time? Do you need a ride to the airport? And I go, no. I need a ride down to the Union Station. The guy I'm working with is going to pick me up again.
Right.
I was too embarrassed.
Dude, I feel it, man. Yeah, I've been there. Fuck yeah.
And John Westling had to take it, but I had to take a fucking bus. Ralphie drove me down there. And Ralphie, the cocksucker that he is, went around the corner, sat there, and watched me
get on the bus.
Like, no, like going to the bus station. Right. Like I waited out there, like waving at him.
Right.
5 minutes, and then he went up the corner and waited on me. And they saw me going to the bus station.
Oh, man.
So when I got back, he's like, what time's your flight get back today? From my passport. I'm like, oh, like lunchtime. He goes, you're a fucking liar. I saw you. And I'm like, no, I didn't. So for years, I didn't claim to it at all. So I kept saying, dog, I did not. I took a plane. You didn't see me, did you? So for years, he didn't bust my balls. He just forgot about it. And he always goes, what time is the plane coming? Because El Paso was a great route to do on Saturday. Yeah. Because I think you could still catch the bus.
Yeah.
After the show on Saturday.
Those buses went late.
Yeah, there was a 1 a.m. bus.
Yeah.
I got you back here At 1,
Like 2 o'clock in the afternoon next day.
Yeah. There was no
You sleep on the bus and you're good, man. Just crash on the
Sleep.
bus.
Not too bad underneath Debbie, but boy, they're still dealing with heavy rain.
Oh my God, I used to get fucked up on those buses.
Yeah.
That's the only way you can go on those buses.
I remember when I met you. Do you remember how we met? I got to the condo and you were just sunbathing like a gangster at the swimming pool. Remember that? You were just sitting there by the pool sunbathing. Yeah, man. That's how we met. That was a great fucking week.
Doesn't coke make you want to like walk around and like do stuff? How are you getting that high on a bus for 12 hours when you're stuck in the seat?
Man, I would sit there by myself.
Just get lost in your thoughts, right? Probably bring a notebook.
I would bring a notebook. Yeah. I would drink water. I would sneak a beer.
Yeah.
I would have like a carry-on bag. There was no dogs then. When you got into Mexico, the first time I went down on the bus got pulled over.
No shit.
4th of July weekend. The bus got pulled over. Dogs came on and snorted all the coke. The girls knew I snorted it. He kept barking weed.
I get in that motherfucker.
Yeah, I knew it was him.
But they can't do shit if you already snorted it. Hey, it's too late.
But that was it. The guys never came on.
Yeah.
But that bus was. Today, to think about that bus, it was torture. But it's what we do. Right.
Dude, the shit we've had to. I remember one time I was doing a triple run. I hit black ice. My tire exploded, and I had to make the show. Too bad. I fucking put on the donut and did 80 the other 150 miles. I can't believe the donut made it. And it's fucking
I've driven a donut for 2 years. You know what I'm saying? That's the bullshit. You got to get 25 miles on it. You can get out of a donut when you get out of a donut. I've gotten, and I can tell, dog, you laugh. I had a donut on my Nissan for 3-4 months, taking 4-hour triple runs, Wanachi. I didn't just laugh. I think I had 2 of those service fires. I think I had 2 of those at one time. You think I'm fucking kidding?
Donut in the front, donut in the back.
Oh my God. When I was on the road, those cars were fucking. Once I figured out it was just all bullshit.
Yeah.
It was only a 25 miles.
They just do it so you can go buy a tire the next morning. That's it.
Then you don't go to fucking. When that thing goes, then we'll get another one. That's what I used to do. I used to drive with the real tire in the back.
With the donut on.
Because I knew the donut would go. They always go in the right hand lane.
Yeah.
Because if you're in the left, if you're in the left hand lane and that right tire pops, you're fucking done, though. So I used to have a car. When I first got here, I had a car that had no brakes, no registration, no insurance. And whenever I would step on a brake, you would hear the metal like,
yeah, man.
Sparks would come out of it.
I can see why you didn't drive it to El Paso.
That one was local. That one was from local gigs.
I drove from Texas to Washington for the triple run. Drove from Texas. I remember one time I drove to host. I lost money, obviously, but I just wanted to try to get in with every club I could. That Club Bananas in Poughkeepsie. Remember that in the hotel? Drove to Dallas, Texas to go fucking.
Okay, so what were weekends? Let's chronologize.
Yeah, man.
All right, so I met you in El Paso.
Yes.
And then did I work with you at Haddison?
Yeah. It was right after Longest Yard. Yeah, and you requested, hey, you want to come in? Because you know I was living there. And so I went and hosted for you and Addison a couple times. Yeah.
I didn't move to New York at one point.
Yeah, about 2004, 5, 6.
And how long did you stay in New York?
About a year. And then it got to the.
You got mugged in New York.
I didn't want to leave. I loved it. I didn't give a fuck. I got mugged. I did a show. I did a spot the very next night. My fucking face was purple. It was after here. There's blood everywhere. I was like, fuck it. I wanted to do this. The night it happened. May he rest in peace, my brother Mike DiStefano. he called me because I didn't hear from him. We used to hit me up when we get home from the gig, and he calls me. And luckily, I had two cell phones. I had a New York cell phone and my regular cell phone. And my New York cell phone I had with me got destroyed. And he called me. He goes, "What the fuck? Where you been?" I'm like, "Yeah, jump." He goes, "What? Nah, what fucking street corner?" I'm like, "No, it's okay." And I go, "No, Jerry, you're doing it." My brother just really wants to beat the fuck out of a couple of Puerto Ricans tonight. So here, tell me where it happened. We'll bring some lads. We'll let you get a couple of shots. I'm like, nah, good. But yeah, I went to the spot the very next night. And so I was in New York for about a year. And I loved New York. I loved it. I fucking loved it, man. And I was getting love at some of the clubs. I was kind of, but it was just this weird, because before I left, I was already passed at the Improv out here, right? And so part of me just thought, I felt like, man, you remember you got me that spot at the store, and I was starting to get a couple of those like friends and family spots, and I was like, man, I just kind of missed LA, and I'm like, I think I should be in LA, just for me personally. And so I
was you in LA first before New York?
I was in LA. I was staying with my buddy for a couple of months on his sofa. Remember that? And then I went back to Texas, and then I went to New York. And then after New York, I went back to Texas, saved up a shitload of money, and then came back here for good. And that was it.
And how long have you been here for?
Almost like 10 years now. A little over 10 years. Yeah, straight. Yeah. And it was just, and I remember you told me, I remember when I moved here, when I moved out of here the first time, you called me and you said, "You're going to be okay." I remember you telling me it saved my life in a way, because I was thinking of like, you know how hard it is when you have to move. You know what I mean? And you told me, "Look, you're going to be okay. You're going to just fucking grind, come back." And you're like, "Trust me, coming back the second time is the hardest move you're ever going to make, but you're going to have to do it." And I was like, "Yeah, fuck, you're right." And you just, you grind through it, and you fucking I worked day job, shitty gigs in Texas in that period to save up enough money to 1 year. Yeah, I loved it. Oh, fuck, I loved it, man. I loved it. Man, I love New York. I lived in Astoria, Queens. I was right there, right off the M train. Man, I loved it. It was, but I was there for about a year. It was great. I mean, we would talk a lot. I remember that too. We talked all the time when I lived out there, because I didn't know anybody. But Mike, Mike was Mikey D and I became instant friends. But, that was it. He was really one of the few people I really knew in New York, because when I met him, I was opening for Stanhope at Caroline's. And he was pissed because he wanted to open for Doug. But Doug knew I just moved to New York. I was, "Hey, come and open for him." I was like, "Fuck." And I went over there, and Mike was mad. And that's why I met Big J. Big J was hosting. And it was, 2006, maybe, something like that. Yeah. Big J. And it was like, and he was one of those, he was like, he was super cool to me. He was one of those guys who was like, "Hey, welcome to New York, man." He got me in touch with a couple of bookers, and it was great. And I don't even know if they remember that, right? But I used to work for Big J. Big J got me in touch with Lewis. Lewis used to book a couple of rooms. Gomez, he used to book a couple of rooms, and he would, man, just on Big J's rec, he got me sight unseen. It was really kind of him, man. It was really helpful. A little bit, yeah. And then fuck yeah. And then Mike got me in at a club that he knew the owners at, and it was, and we would work there. It was the Ha. And we were there in Times Square, and we were there. It was, look, I know a lot of comics talk shit about the room, but man, Mike and I, every night, fucking almost 6-7 shows a night. It would start at 6:30 in the morning, 6:30 in the evening, it would end at 2:30 in the morning, and every hour on the hour, they had 2 showrooms. You just run upstairs and downstairs, and you can't help but become a good comic, right? It's just it's a fuck. You're in front of tourists. You're like, God damn, you really got to bring it, because the guy before you just crushed. You're like, shit, okay, and it made you good. And it was, why did they talk shit about the club? It's just the owner was, he was fine with us, but he just wasn't that kind to other people. Yeah, fuck. I mean, I think the problem is, I think he only paid the guys he liked. You know what I mean? So I was lucky enough to be a guy that he liked. But he would pay, yeah. I mean, you would leave, he'd give you a lot of cash every night, stuff like that. Yeah, it was great. But I just, as much as I love New York, I just had this nagging. I wanted to be back here. I just something about LA. I just felt like I wanted to be back in LA, and not, nothing against New York, but I just felt like there was something missing, because I felt like when I was out here for those first few months, things were kind of starting to go good, and then what year was this? 2004, and then my buddy buddy that I was staying with, he had to leave. 2004, there was a lot of action going on. It was nice. Pat Buckles put me on that Latino Laugh Festival TV show. Yes. Like, it was all this shit. It was like, fuck, this is great. Like, I was like, man. And then, you know, it just, again, I was staying with my friend, and he ran out of money. He had to move back to Texas. And I was like, fuck. So I was working a day job at T-Mobile in Westwood. And I was like, oh, shit. Like, I wasn't making enough to afford, you know, taking over the rent for that apartment. And I was like, I was like, shit, I don't have enough to just start getting an apartment right now. I was like, fuck. So I was like, well, I moved back to Texas too. And then that's when I saved up for it and moved to New York. I wanted to give New York a try. And I loved it. But I was like, man. And you were great. I mean, you would always give me pep talks. Like, you're going to be all right, whatever you do. But you always say, but you know, whenever you want to come back to LA, we'll be here. You know, it'll be waiting for you.
Okay.
Temperatures get as high as 115 degrees today. That puts us in an excessive.
I went to Cleveland and took a ride.
Yeah.
To Cleveland on Wednesday night.
Nice.
Which I never take.
Right. Oh, yeah. All right. All right.
I gotta tell you both the story. Because if something happens, this is the next show I'm pitching.
Deal.
Next show I'm pitching is about those 9 months that I did in New York. When I really think about those 9 months, those 9 months really made me a comic. But it brought me back to speed as a character. There's certain times in your life when you have to do something for maybe 8, 9, 12, 14 months, and it seems like a bump in the road. But 10 years later, you look at that, and it's the best thing that ever happened.
No questions.
I was in a horrible, horrible state as a human being, as an individual. You guys called depression. I was stuck in living it, and I was never starting to lose reality or something. I was just down. Yeah. The Boulder place had fired me as an MC. There was a new comedy club opening. Judy Brown had talked these engineers from the University of Colorado to open up a comedy club and not to serve booze, to serve popcorn and hot dogs. Everybody sat at the desk. You have no idea how it was. They called it the University Comedy Club. And it was all PG rated. The fucking Chinese guy told me not to come around no more. The guy was beating. Oh shit! I was beating this little Chinese dude for about a year. Out of money and all these open mics and shit. I was gonna bring Cosby and Richard Pryor. When he wasn't there, I would bring a black guy. And I told him, like, bro, I get $300. Like, all my avenues and dried up.
Fuck yeah, man.
I was just down and out. I was losing a divorce. I lost my job in the sports betting service. And I knew it. I knew it was time to touch New Jersey ground. I had been through prison. I got married. I got divorced. I hadn't been home in 8 years, and I had lost a pep in my step.
Yeah.
And I knew it. My soul just needed to go back to that area and start from scratch, you know. And I went back, and the first month I had a cushy. A buddy of mine, I would just wake up and every day he'd spill off a yardstick.
Yeah.
That's great. Like that, nobody does that.
Yeah.
Those were friends I had.
Yeah.
He would give me his car if I had to run errands, go to New York and pick up Grandma Blow or whatever. At night I would stay with his wife and get checked. She was pregnant. It was then after that I moved to Fort Lee, New Jersey, Cliffside Park, and I lived with George. George was a fucking heroin addict. And me and George shared a room the size of this office. There was a single little kid's bed.
Yeah.
Like a little kid's bed that your feet hung off of, and there was a couch. George was a gentleman, so he took the couch, and I took the bed. Because I had the bed while he was in rehab.
Right, okay.
I moved in with his grandma to help her while he was in rehab. So when he got out of rehab, he lived on the couch. And those were the most fascinating 8 months of my life. It taught me how to get up in the morning again and go into the city and how to make money selling cars. Just it was a brilliant time. And something else happened. I figured out the equation of comedy. I figured out that you just didn't get on stage. I figured out that if you wanted to write a joke, you had to write it and then add to it. And it all came to me, and I was ready to pursue it, but I couldn't pursue it in New York.
Right.
I was just going to spin my wheels in New York.
That's weird. I felt the exact same fucking way.
Spinning my wheels in New York. I wasn't going to get to that next level. There was a big gap.
I felt it's crazy. Yeah.
It was just too big of a gap. I didn't have the chops to cover it.
Right.
I did not have the chops to cover it. And there was no way I was going to get the chops living in New York at that time.
Yes.
If I knew one thing about Denver, was that the comics, since the Comedy Works was such a high-level club, and they handpicked that the comics all had to go out and hustle. Denver taught me how to do comedy the right way. Thank God. And knock on wood. I have to bring 4 people, 8 people.
Oh, man.
But anyway, to get back to this New York State. So it's September of 93. It's August of 93. I'm doing okay.
Yeah.
I'm doing okay. I'm getting on stage maybe 3 times a week, 4 times a week.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I'm not getting any laughs. I had 2 or 3 jokes, but my health was improving. My whole, because of this heroin addict. It was just, I love torturing people. It was perfect for me. I just tortured them. But he put the cards on me and tortured me. Right. But there's this one Sunday that I get up and I got about $18 in my pocket to join. I don't know what I did for breakfast, but it was 1 day after. It's a Sunday in New York. It's warm out. Jesus Christ, I'm 30-something years old. It's 1993. I'm 30 years old. I should be out in New York having a few of those. All I want to do is go home and get a bag of weed, which I can't. Yeah, I got $18. I got $10 to get 2 joints. And I can get lunch. I can eat a hot dog or a slice of pizza. But Jesus Christ, is my life really this pathetic? I got $18. And we lived underneath a chick that had a kid. Okay. That's all I know. A chubby type chick. Sure. And one day, I'm sitting on the bed reading the book about comedy. That's when there was that magazine. It was out of all the comedy club. Yeah, of course, yeah. I'm reading this magazine. I'm reading the Judy Carter book. That's when I got Gene Perez comedy. And I was, I had this day job, but I also had this dream at this point. I had seen Jay Leno in New York. I had seen a couple of people. And now I knew I wanted to go to it. I seen it was on. Well, now I was just waiting to get out of it. I was trying to figure out how to get out of fucking New York. Because New York I was just an addict in New York. Right. New York, it's too easy to get drugs. Jesus, isn't it crazy? It's just too easy.
I mean, I don't even, you know me, I'm clean. I don't do any of that shit.
You was junkies. Fuck, you could get my friends would give me money to get that flow. So the days I didn't want to get high, and then I was ended up getting high. It was just that was the car with these toasters. Was too available. So one Sunday I'm sitting there with my $18. It's 2:30 in the afternoon. And there's a barbecue grill in the backyard. And I see the mom come out with the barbecue grill, a little boy. And she opens up the barbecue grill and she's putting burgers on and stuff. Now, I had lived in this building in 85, and I've lived in this building now in 93. And I'd robbed this building 1,000 times. Well, I lived there the first time. On the 3rd floor, there was a couple. I was just robbing them once a week. I'm like, if they had left $100, like if they left 5 20s, I would take 3 20s. And I would take their credit card, use it, and put it back a week later. They had a stack of.
Oh, that's where it is. I don't know where that thing went.
Yeah, they had a stack of credit cards with that. I was robbing them every 2 or 3 days. They would always put money in the circle. I would steal something every 3 or 4 days. So it's 93. When I left, I remember George saying to me when he came to Colorado, he's like, "Yeah, man, the girl upstairs called the cops." They said, "Well, listen to the bunch." Did you know anything to do with it? And George never accused me. He never said
that's
that.
great.
So now it's 93.
How the fuck would they leave it out? You deserve it. If you leave your shit out like that, how fucking stupid are you, man? Come on.
I was a piece of shit. So it's Sunday. George, his grandma would leave on Sunday, so George could have the green light to shoot heroin.
Right.
So by Sunday, he was broke, and he would save just a little taste, just enough to get him high, right?
Yeah.
So I see grandma leaves for an hour. George gets up, goes into the bathroom, blasts off, and I can see he's coming back. And
man.
He would watch that stupid fucking show on MTV, Beavis and Butthead.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
So he's watching Beavis and Butthead giggling, all nodded up on heroin and shit, right? And I see this lady cooking, and I run upstairs to her apartment. I open up the front door. I knock first. I open up the front door, and I look, and there's a table with a purse in the middle of the fucking room. Right on top of the dinner table. And there's an envelope sticking out of it, like a deposit envelope. And I look at it. I just take the envelope, close the door, and I go downstairs. I go in the bathroom. I count out like 8 bills.
Right.
I take the envelope. I rip it up into 1,000 pieces, and I flush it down the toilet. And I take the 800. I take it, and I hide it in the mailbox. Somebody would go upstairs mailbox Sunday, and I'm gonna check it.
Right.
And I just waited. I ain't that stupid. I know this is not. So we're laying on the bed. He's all fucked up on the heroin now, right? Then her and the kid go upstairs with the cooked meal, and it's not 20 minutes, and I hear. Now, they already had problems with George because everybody in the building knew he was a heroin addict. So she's like, the grandma opens the door. Hello? She's like, is your grandson home? I'm missing $800. I know it was him. He's the only heroin addict. And grandma's going, no. He's been laying down the whole time. And he goes, George, wake up. This lady's saying that you was out of the house. And George's like, I've been fucked up. I've been laying on this couch for 2 hours. And I'm sitting there giggling inside. I cannot laugh at all. I cannot laugh at all. I'm holding it in. And now the cops come. Oh, and there's 2 cops in the hallway. They got George out there, and he's fucking nodding. And fucking the cops are asking him, did he rob it? And he's like, I'm telling you, it was him. I left it on top of the dinner table. And I'm sitting right there howling my ass off.
Pretending to read the newspaper.
Like, you know, I already know nothing. Like, I'm napping. Right. And all of a sudden, I get up. I get involved. I go, what's going on, George? He goes, this fucking lady's accusing me of robbing. I go, George hasn't moved at all. Nobody robbed you, lady. And she's fucking crying. Oh, and I'm feeling bad enough as it is.
Right.
It's a doggy. You know, at that time, I was crazy, and I felt really, so funny, I feel really bad.
Right.
But I couldn't give it back at that point.
Right.
The cops came, and they interviewed George. That George outside for like 30 minutes. He was out there all fucked up on heroin. They made him empty his pockets. So, boom, I fucking wait like an hour. I let everything calm down. I told George I'm going to walk into the city. I get the 800 out. And I'm at a Chinese restaurant within 15 minutes.
Right.
The Enchanted Lily. The shredded beef. Oh, man. I got a session of shredded beef. And I was over the city. I went pick up like an 8-ball. I went down and picked up this girl I knew. I went crazy for a night. And I gave him like money like 2 days later, but I never told him.
That's crazy.
I leave, I Cobra.
Sure.
We reconnect. In 99, 2000, no, like 2005, one night we were at a restaurant. Like, he's high on the heroin.
Right.
No, he's straight now. He's been sober for his
that's great.
Yeah, he's been sober since 96.
Oh, that's good for him.
So, I tell him the story, and he goes, I remember that, you motherfucker. I was high as fuck.
You killed his high.
So, Thursday night, he's at a bar in Cliffside Park, and he's sitting there, and these girls, the bar next to him, and guys. I don't know what they're watching. Thursday night football. Sure. What the Giants? I don't know. It was this Thursday. We played this Thursday. He said the girls next to him asked him if he was from the neighborhood. He goes, yeah. And the girl goes, I'm from Cliffside Park originally. He goes, really? He goes, where'd you live? And she goes, Inwood Terrace. He goes, get the fuck out of here. I grew up on Inwood Terrace. She goes, where'd you live? He goes, 754 Inwood Terrace. And he says to himself, come on. I live in Inwood Terrace. He goes, where'd you live? I live in that same building. Oh, shit. The girl goes, we live on the second floor. So one day my mom got robbed.
Oh, fuck. That was the baby.
That was the baby.
Fuck, man.
On Thursday, when I take a red eye at midnight, because of the Uber was picking me up at 8:30. Yeah. My call time was between 8:30 and 8:45. Called at 8:10. I'm thinking to myself, it's George. I'll just call him because I had the baby in the living room. Yeah. We'll watch some TV shows in the last 20 minutes, but I don't want to be on the phone. Sure. So I figured I'll call George back on the drive to Uber. When I called him back, he's howls by himself. And he goes, let me tell you. He told me the story that he's talking to the girl. He goes, he just stopped. Once he said that we moved because we got robbed, he stopped because he knew if he told her that his grandmother was the super, she would know. Yeah,
that is fucking great, man.
I can't. Has that ever happened to you before? Like when you were living in Jersey, would someone sit next to you and you'd be like the person you robbed?
Right. That is a crazy. That's a fucking crazy coincidence. Yeah. So what are the odds? What are the fucking odds? It's amazing. My mom, we got robbed.
We moved 2 months later or something. He said he was crying.
Fuck, man. That's great. Oh, shit.
So how much? Now you have a Netflix special?
Yeah, it was only on for a year, but yeah, it was up there for a year. Yeah, that has been for a year now. And now I'm doing my CD on Thursday.
How long have you been doing comedy total?
God, since I was 17. Yeah, I started at 17. I'm 41 now. Fuck, that's been a minute. 24 years. 24 years.
So I've been doing comedy 3 or 4 years long.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah.
91 I started.
Yeah, I started in 95, right before I graduated. Actually, right after I graduated high school. So it was after the summer, like the beginning of summer, like in August, at the end of summer, August, I started doing open mics in Dallas. So
and you've been living how long?
That's since New York, so about 12 years, I guess. Not on wood. Yeah.
How long to start making?
At least 10, at least 5. Just consistent? Yeah. But because there's always I've always had a day job.
So it's great when you have a day job. You get like 3 weeks. Oh, you have this like
yeah, dude. I'm buying all the fucking video games. I'm going to GameStop and I'm cleaning them out.
About being a local comic, a local job that pays you. I mean, that was your bill. And then you do 3 different comedy clubs an hour apart, and each of them give you a week. Every month of 500, 300, 600. You're going to kill it, yo.
You have no idea how great it was when I'd be like, I'd pay all my bills from work, and then I'd be like, I just have like a couple of bucks left over. That sucks. And then kind of scary, then boom, Randy from Hyenas called me. Hey, want to come down to Arlington this weekend? Fuck yeah, I'll be, the best. The fucking. I remember those days. I would go work at the bookstore, and walk out, run to the bathroom, put on nicer clothes, and then drive down to Arlington, do a spot in Hyenas. That was great. That was just so discouraged. I get discouraged every night. I was discouraged this morning. Yeah, I guess because I don't think this. Look, I'm not trying to belittle what people do, but I think if you're not just working, if you are chasing something that's been in your heart since as long as you can. For me, it's 4 years old when my aunt my Aunt Sandra took me to go see Beverly Hills Cop when it came out. I was in fucking, I think, I forgot how old it was, maybe second grade. I was maybe, because when I was 4, I snuck out and saw Delirious at my grandmother's house, because she had HBO. We didn't have HBO, but when I would go visit my grandmother at Laredo, she had HBO, and I snuck out in the middle of the night, and I saw Eddie Murphy Delirious. And I was 4 or 5. I had no idea what the fuck he was saying. I didn't know what half of it meant. But when he did the thing about the Annie's got the mustache and all that, and ice cream, I was, oh God, I was like, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen. And then I loved Dana Carvey on Saturday Night Live, Weird Al Yankovic, Eddie Murphy, and Monty Python. Those 4 things were just, I would, you know. And then so when I was a kid, my aunt took me to go see Beverly Hills Cop when it came out in the theater. I think I was like in first grade. I was saying motherfucker at recess. The very next day, I went to the principal's office. But like, I made kids cry because I was saying motherfucker. I was like, no, I think it's funny. But when something is in your heart for that long, me, comedy is what I do since I was 4. You're going to get discouraged. Even if things are going great, you're going to get discouraged. Because for whatever reason, there's always that nagging voice in your head that's telling you you still aren't doing what you really wanted to do. You know what I mean? Like whatever that is. It's like there's this mythical extra rung on a ladder that your fucking soul or whatever your insecurity creates. And it makes you feel like you're nothing, you aren't grabbing it. And I always feel like I'm not grabbing. Like I always feel like I'm still reaching for something that I don't know. But yeah, always. Fuck yeah, dude. I get discouraged all the time. An hour after I have, that's why I think people do heroin and people do things like that, especially entertainers, because an hour after you crush, you're back to just being Jerry. You're back to just being Joey. You're no longer that guy who just had 500 people crying and screaming and cheering. Now I just go back and I'm just this fucking dude alone in a fucking hotel room, right? And that's all I am. And that's the hard part, is I just sit there and I'm like, fuck, I'm just this dude who's just fucking all by himself in a town you've never been in before, and I'm just here, you know. And then sometimes when you're on the road, I remember I was working with this guy, I forgot his name, but he had Crohn's disease, the headliner, and so you're sitting there just depressed that you're working some shitty gig in South Bend, Indiana, right? And you're in this shitty condo, and if that isn't bad enough, you're just alone with the dog. You hear this guy taking a shit like every other hour, just with this fucking horrific shit, and you're just sitting there right next to it. You know, your bedroom's right next to the bathroom, so you just get woken up in the middle of the night by this guy just shitting. And you're like, you know, like fuck. But you had a great set that night, so that's you remember that at least a little bit. Like, yeah, but I did that, and not many people can say that they went and smashed the ring. So fuck yeah, okay, I'll keep fighting. And that's, but yeah, dude, I get discouraged all the time. All the time. It just, because it's, you know, comedy's been in your heart, I bet, longer than you even know, right? Like, you probably don't even realize. I bet if somebody were to hypnotize you, they would probably find memories.
I like the art of, I like the art of laughing.
Yeah.
And I like the art of making people laugh in a scenario. I never dreamed of stand-up.
Really?
Man. Now thinking back, like, yeah, I was funny on the bus. Yeah, when it was 10 of us, and I could torture Lee, and you would torture me, and Lee would torture me back. We all grew up together. We were on the basketball team together. That scenario, I was good. I didn't know about the solo shit on stage.
You know what got that for me was my first ever performance was, and when I was a kid, my uncle, my aunt's husband, him and his brothers in Laredo would have these carne asadas, and they would just have they would give me quarters, like you know, $1 and quarters, change, if I would just go do impersonations. I was like 5 or 6 years old, and they would love it. They would start giving me money, and I was like, well, that feels good. And then when I was in 5th grade, I was a class clown. Right? I was always trying to make my friends laugh in class. And the teacher pulled me aside. I'll never forget this. My 5th grade teacher, Avon Cravens, may he rest in peace. He pulled Mr. Cravens. He pulled me aside and he goes, hey, can I cut you a deal right now? And I said, sure, what? Am I in trouble? And he goes, no. He goes, just do me a favor. If you don't interrupt my lesson to tell a joke, every Friday, I'll let you tell 5 minutes of jokes at the end of class. And I'm like, fuck yeah, deal. Shook on it. And every Friday at the end of class, I would go up and do 5 minutes. I was impersonating the principal, stupid shit like that. But the kids loved it, and I was like, oh, that felt good. And that was it. I just knew that planted it. And I was in high school on a date with my girlfriend at the time, junior year, and we would always go to this comedy club called The Backdoor in Dallas, still there in Dallas. And it was like, because it was cheap. It wasn't as expensive as the Improv, right? Like it was easier for like high school kids to afford to go, And they were a cleaner room, so they allowed younger people to go in there. Like you didn't have to buy booze, that kind of shit, And so we would just go and watch comedy. And they just had a sign. I was getting ready to graduate the next year, senior year. I was getting ready to graduate. We've been going all junior year and then senior year. And I just saw them with a sign saying, hey, do you think you're funny? Try our open mic. And I'm like, fuck, that's what I want to do. It was just that. Because I was about to go to community college. I had no idea what the fuck. You know what I mean? And then I was like, that's it. That is it. That's what I want to do. Duh. Like, all right. And then so I just wrote 3 minutes of the unfunniest shit you could fucking imagine. And I just went up and that was it. I just never stopped going up. No matter what was happening, I'd always go up on their Wednesday open mics. Always. And I remember, man, I felt like a champion when they gave me that first ever Friday night spot. Oh, dude, I was like 18 and I'd been doing it for like 5 months. I'm like, yeah, you're doing good. We're getting you ready. Why don't you come and do a Friday? Oh, man, I thought that was good. I'm like, oh, yeah. That was fun. That was.
When you were 23, did you have any doubts about stand-up at all?
Oh, yeah. I never.
What were you thinking?
23, I thought, I don't know. I just 23 was about the time. Do you remember C.W. Kendall? Did you ever work for him?
Yeah.
23 was about the time that I was in with him, and I was touring with Neil Edwards, and he would get me hooked in with clubs, and I would start to call him on my own. He always told me, he goes, look, I can get you in the door, but they're not going to remember you. No matter how good you do, they're not going to remember the kid who went up and did 10 minutes. Like, you're going to have to stay on it. And so I would fucking call Bynum every day at Laughs. I would call Randy at Hyenas. I would call the every day at 23. I call C.W. Kendall every day. It was just Tucson at that point because that guy. Yeah, it was at Tucson, and I think at that point Albuquerque was already West Rivas, I believe. I think right around there is when West Rivas already had Albuquerque, and then Jeff Jones, the Looney Tunes, up in he had Memphis at the time, Little Rock, and Tulsa, and then now I don't think he's moved to Oklahoma City, Wichita, Kansas, right? And so I would call him, and he was that dude. Jeff Jones saved those Looney Bins, those clubs. I think so. Yeah, they saved my ass so many times. I remember I would just be like, I would get a phone call because that is, it's like you said. I don't know, man. Like, cause you know me, like I'm not that religious of a person. My grandmother would fucking kill me if she heard me say this. Yeah. But like, I'm not that religious of a person. But I do believe in. I don't think you have to. I think if you, like you said, if we talked before the show, if you're a grinder, like you have to believe, And I remember there was those times when I would get discouraged and go, you know what? Maybe I'm not going to make it as a comedian. Maybe I should just try to climb my way up this fucking bookstore's corporate ladder, and then Jeff Jones calls me out of the blue. Hey, what are you doing next weekend? Holy shit, this is a paid gig? Fuck yeah, and that keeps you. And then when I moved out here, you have those moments of doubt where I have $10 in my bank, right, and I'm not getting paid until next Friday, and I'm like, fuck, what am I going to do? And then back when Emily used to help book the Improv, she called me, hey, you want to come middle for us starting tomorrow? Fuck, just that lightning hits of like, fuck yes, thank God, this is going to keep me afloat for another month. This is, you know what I mean? Those moments, dude, they happen a lot, and it's, God bless them. But yeah, like, so around 23, I was still working at the bookstore, of course, but every Monday morning, I would get up and call in avails to all the clubs that I had met, the one-nighter bookers that I had met. I just stayed on it, fucking calling everybody I'd ever known. And at that point, I had a little address book, and every time I got in with a new club, met me for GKs in Beaumont, I would call them all the time.
Black couple.
Yes, the black couple that owned it inside the Hilton. Remember inside the Hilton, GKs. I would call them, and that's when that guy Dick Williams was booking it. And I would call Dick every day. Fucking just say, hey man, sorry to bug you, but here are my avails. What's the face? Cap Cities, the Velveeta room. Texas at the time had a lot of rooms. So Rocky Bottoms in Athens, three clubs in Houston, 3 in Houston. There was Spell. Well, they had Don Lerner's room. They had Danny Martinez's room. You had Pete's room, and the guy, I forgot who was the guy before Pete who had to stop. Shit, I forgot his name. But you know what I'm talking about? The one that everybody thought owned it. I thought he owned it. I didn't know he was just a man. Yeah. So that, and Spellbinders, right? So you had those 4 rooms when I was starting in Houston, and then there was a room in Lubbock. The Froggies was in Lubbock, I think. There was a room in Abilene. Like they had all these fucking little, and then you know, there was always one room that was a front for drugs that would be in Midland. You would always go, and you'd be like, fuck,
Midland and the other place.
Odessa, and then we
Midland, Odessa,
yeah.
Corpus
had a room. Corpus had a drug room.
Close to your front.
Yeah, Laredo and San Antonio had a room, and then Laredo.
Have you been to Alamo lately?
Yeah.
It's
It's a great room. It's gorgeous. It's a fucking gorgeous. I still like the River Center though, because that was my first one. Is that a River Center? No, I still like the River Center, but it's the same guy. They own them both. So it's LOL, and then the River Center is now the Improv. They called it. It's now an Improv, and it's the same one. It's still the dude. It's still that guy who owns it.
But the one inside the mall is the Improv.
The one inside the mall is the Improv. It used to be the River Center, and then the LOL is like in its own. It's more like, because the River Center still, the Improv is still downtown, you know, and the LOL is more like heart of San Antonio, like middle of the city kind of thing.
Okay, so that's the one you want to watch.
LOL, yeah, that's a badass room. But yeah, like it was. So that, I mean, and in Laredo, because I was from there. You know, every now and again you get a phone call from, hey, you know, I talked to your cousin. He said you're a comedian. Hey, I want to do a comedy night. If I give you like $300, yeah, like you would just get those things, you know. And so I would spend. I remember I would give. This is before I had a cell phone, so I would just give a lot of bookers the phone number for the bookstore, and I would say, just whoever answers, just be transferred to the music department. You know, like a couple of times, you know, they would get. That's how I would get some gigs. They would call me like, hey, yeah, it's me. You know, like yeah, I'll be there. You know, like shit like that. For sure, man. That was, dude. Yeah. There was also a payphone too outside, inside by the bathroom, right outside the music department, and it was kind of risky. But sometimes I would get that number out, and I would just kind of keep an ear. I would hear it ring, and I would just run over real quick and answer. And then every now and again, it would be a gig. You'd be like, all right, yeah, I'll do that. You know, like just do what you had to do, man. Like, but yeah, it's just I don't know if I'm, and it's kind of depressing, but I don't know if I'm ever not going to still get discouraged, right? But now this is where I'm going to sound like a fucking lunatic. I think it's, in a way, I like it because it makes me hungry still. It makes me think, you know what? Yeah, I did really well. I put out one special and 2 CDs, 3 hours of content, whatever. I'm still hungry. I still don't think I'm good enough yet. And I always want to feel that. I don't know if I really want to be that discouraged, but I always want to feel like I'm just not quite good enough. I always want to feel like, no, I still got to work. Because I don't ever want to be. My dad, may rest in peace, he told me this. It was when I first started doing comedy. He told me a story about how when he loved stand-up when he was a kid, and he remembered he watched the guy on the Tonight Show. This is way back when, right? In like the 60s. And the guy was like, what's the deal with the funky chicken? Like he was making fun of all these dances that teenagers do. And he goes, man, I thought that guy was the funniest comic ever. And then he was on the Tonight Show 2 years later, and I was all excited. And he's like, what's the deal with the funky? He's just doing the same shit. And I was like, I was so bummed out. It wasn't funny anymore. And I always remember, like, you've been with those dudes. We both worked with those. I mean, no offense to them. God bless them for being out there. But there's been some cheeseball headliners that you and I have had to open for that you know they're doing the same jokes, the same act that they did 10 years ago. Right? It's never changed. It worked for them once, and I don't ever want to fall into that trap of thinking that, oh, this is good enough. Right? And so I think that is why I get discouraged too. I never want to think like I just want to always be hungry. Always want to have like a little bit of a chip on my shoulder. Not a really devastating one. Return to some asshole, but you know what I mean? Just have that kind of little chip to be like, nah, fuck that. I still want to try to prove that I'm good at this.
I was never I had people.
Really?
Like I would never even think of going to comedy club in my world. And it was finally in Boulder when I went to see a comedian.
Yeah.
And I went back the following year because my friend knew somebody or he won tickets. And I'll never forget that comedian never wrote a new joke. And I wasn't even thinking of doing comedy.
Sure. But I bet you felt ripped off, right?
I was saying to myself, if I was ever a comedian, I would have new material.
Right.
Like, I remember having that and not even thinking of being a comic.
Right.
Like at that point in my life, the farthest thing from my mind was getting on stage or
right.
doing movies or anything. I thought that it was out of my realm. So when I became a comic, I always had to fall back about telling people about your day. Worst case scenario, I learned early on at the 2 or 3 year mark, in all those rooms that you do every night, that the best thing to do is just tell them about your day. No question. Pull out the 2 jokes you wrote, talk about your day and tape it and listen to it. And if you do that 4 nights a week, you'll get 3 new fucking minutes a week.
Always.
It's nonstop. That's what I did when I moved to Boulder, back to Boulder in 94. I was 93 and a half after I lived with a junkie.
Yeah.
Like, I was really tuned in.
Sure.
Okay, this is what needs to be done. I got the notebook, I got the pen. I would still write Renegade style.
Yeah.
But I wrote. That's all that matters. I still wrote Renegade style, but I wrote. I took a lot of chances. I learned in New York to take chances. You have to. So I took chances with material every night. I went into something new just to feel it out, to see how I could chop it up. And that took years to develop. The chop-up game takes another fucking 5 years. That happens while you're performing.
Yes.
And you learn the chop-up game. Last week I put a clip up. I put a clip up that Rick Ramos put up.
Nice.
Sanford's. And I still remember the night we used to get pizza on Friday nights, me and Alona Mertens. And we'd watch Sanford and Son and Chico and the Man.
Still the best. Sanford Son's still the fucking best, man.
And I still remember. And if you watch the wording of it, he says to him, they're in the courtroom scene. And they've cut it up. I don't want to put it on because YouTube is just going to yank it down.
I know what you're talking about. What Red Fox says?
Red Fox.
Oh my God.
But
we got enough to make.
Yeah. It's so funny if you look at the wording of that. Now, if you look at see who wrote that episode, I don't know if he wrote.
No, I didn't see who wrote.
But I know that he was one of the writers on the show at that time. It's Paul Moore.
Oh, yeah, I bet that was him, dude.
Watch how he delivers it. He goes first, and he goes, "How you doing, Jan? I'd like to ask the arresting officer a couple questions." And the judge says, "Well, who are you? Are you his counsel?" And he goes, "Yes, I've been his counsel. How long have you been his counsel for?" "All his life." "All right, he may proceed." He walks up to the guy first. And he says, "What do you have against black people?" And the judge says, "Well, incorrect," or whatever the fuck he says. Objection. And he goes, "He doesn't have anything against black people. I'm black." And he goes, "Yeah, but you're the judge." And he goes, "Can I ask the rest of those a couple more questions?" And that's when he walks over and he goes, "What do you have against black people?" He goes, "All right, and against black people." He goes, "Oh, you arrest me, or do you arrest me, white people?"
Right.
"Yes, I do." "What the hell are they?" Take it away. There's N-words in here. There's no N-words in here to make a Tarzan movie. God, that was television in 1975.
Could never do that today.
Watch how he said it. He said black first, and then he set it up with, and that's Paul Mooney. All
genius, right?
Paul Mooney could go with from black to that word, back to black, back to fucking, 22 niggas, back to black. I mean, he was a genius of that. Why cut that out? That could never happen again. But that's not the point of it. The point of it was the writing, the structure of it. Performing is one thing. Now you have to learn the active structure, which some people have naturally. Some people know how to structure.
Amazing.
I never knew how to structure.
Right.
I never had segues.
Oh, God, I had to learn that. I had to learn that.
Reading was like, I remember great segues.
I would just tell the joke and then go to another one.
Stop comments and blow off the stage. That would call me Mr. No Segue. Well, who's getting laughs?
Who's getting laughs? It doesn't matter. Fuck it. Yeah, man.
While you're there focused on the fucking... It's so weird how my Netflix special came out today.
I can't wait to see that, dude.
The only knock that I have against the special, I think Netflix did a great job.
Yeah.
Jeff Thompson was on the show, whatever, is that I focus too much on the works.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
If I have to look back at it now and see what the only knock I have is my own shortcomings, I focused too much on the verbiage that I didn't focus on my heart, which happens sometimes. How you learn all these things through experience. You know, it's like when you do a TV show and you have to learn the words. You can rehearse the words 20 times, and all of a sudden you'll feel it or go through you, and now you correct the line in the perfect way. For both of my specials, CISO, in fact, the CISO, I corrected it. Yeah, the CISO, the first show, I focused too much on the script, and I ate a bag of dicks. You have to make a show I wrote off script, and I did a lot better than the first show. So it's just so weird that this Netflix special, that's the only knock I have. I think I did great. Lee likes it. My agent likes it. You know, I just think that I focus too much on the words, and that's what fouled me up a little bit. But I'm like Max Holloway and the other guy. I got a lot better. I learned so much.
You're gonna laugh at me for making it about this, but did you ever hear the Empire Strikes Back story? The best line in any Star Wars movie, right, is Han Solo, Harrison Ford is about to get frozen, the capture of part 2, right? And everybody thinks he's going to die. And finally, Princess Leia just says, I love you. And in the script, Harrison Ford says, I love you too. He did 20 takes and he hated it. It wasn't working. And he told her, just please, let me do this. And so she goes, I love you. And he goes, I know. And that's the most memorable moment next to Darth Vader saying, I am your father, right? And because he went off script. All this, you know, he went, no, this is what my heart's telling me this guy should fucking say. Made him the coolest fucking character in movie history. You know what I mean? Just the guy's facing death. He doesn't even say, I love you too. He goes, yeah, I know. And then boom, that was it. But that is how fucking badass that was. And that's, I get so scared of that too, because before I tape any kind of CD or special, I recite it over and over and over again. But I try to like make sure that I have all the beats down, but also leave room in my head in case I want to take a quick little detour. It's okay. That's what you have to tell yourself, right? Like, it's okay because it's your script. You know what I mean? Nobody else wrote this. We wrote it. So if I want to go off it, fuck it. It's mine. I can go off it, right? Like, that's how you got to look at it. Like, it's still tough, though, because, you know, in your head, you think, oh, this is the perfect way. You got to do it like that, you know? But, yeah, like, it's, fuck, man. It's your own organic thing. You fucking do what you want with it, right? Like, but it's tough because I know, man, you get into that trap. Like, oh, fuck, I have to do it this way, and that's it. And then I think every comic should leave a little bit of room. You know what I mean? Just a little bit of room to go off and just let's go here now. Let's go.
And that's what I felt I didn't do.
Yeah.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
You have to have a little bit.
You look at comedy from such an obscure way sometimes, especially when you think the stakes are on the line. You think differently. And that's what I learned. I mean, Netflix was great. Yeah. Shooting of it was great. Sure. Jeff Thompson was great. The staff, everything, the hotel. I think the special was great. I think you guys enjoy it.
Yeah.
I just think that that's what was missing a little bit. And I think if you see me now, you'll see that I picked that part up.
Right.
Wow.
Right.
That's not going to happen again. I'm not going to worry too much on this shit. You know what I'm saying? It's just very weird, Jerry, that I've grown up with a bunch of people. I've shared a quarter of my life with a bunch of people in this game, and you're one of them. I mean, when I met you, you were a kid. And, you know, for a couple of weeks, I wanted to put you on, you know, just to let you know that you're a fucking grinder.
Yeah, that means a lot.
Right there. I mean, grinders, I'm a grinder.
Yeah.
I'm a grinder. I love it.
I remember, I don't want to name names. I really don't want to name names. But goddamn, remember those comics that you would call me sometimes. I'll never forget this. You would call me at like 1 a.m. and you'd be, hey, go to so-and-so's website, right? And we'd both be reading the bio and just howling. Remember that? We just these cheese balls. And we'd be like, these motherfuckers don't put any work in. They just do the same shit over and over and over and over and over. They think they have it made. I'll never forget, I was at Mark's room.
And I'm look, I'll be cool. I'm not going to say, and you know who it was. I'm not going to say who it was. But I told you the story. The headliner that I was working with was on the phone back when Trey was in Addison, and he was talking to Trey, and he goes, "Man, fuck those LA people. They want to come find me. They know where I'm at." And I remember you were dying. I told you that story. I called you from the condo, and that guy was asleep. And I'm like, "Joe, you're not gonna believe what I just heard." And we were howling, and you were like, "Look, nobody's gonna go fucking over there to find this dumb motherfucker." You know, like, oh my God, we would do that all the fucking time.
You know, one of the hardest things in comedy is in the beginning you work with a lot of junk. You work with all that. And when I say junk, it's I shouldn't even say that. You work with people who have been beat up by this business.
Yeah.
You work with people that I can't say they didn't. I'm not saying they didn't put the work in, but maybe somewhere they cut a piece out and they came to LA and they had zero success in LA. And now they have to live in LA, so they have to take these weird rooms to pay their rent. And I mean, they would tell me I'm paying my lease till, I would work with these guys in October, and their lease was over in December.
Yup.
They were busy.
And all they would do was talk about how awful LA is.
Horrible LA was.
You just got to be an ass kisser. That's the only way you make it. Fuck off.
You have to suck dick.
Yes.
You don't know how many times I heard you had to be gay.
You had to be gay. I've heard that before. Oh, yeah. Don't go out there.
Don't go out there. There's a level of it, people that exist that you cannot believe. Like, you're an excited guy. You walk into a place, you're so excited, you don't give a fuck. You don't see it for what it is.
Yeah.
It's a fucking dive bar. But do you?
Carnegie Hall.
It's Carnegie Hall.
Yes.
And you walk in as a feature act, you get your hotel. There's two Hindus behind the desk. You know, the family lives there. You can smell the Hindu food.
I still might as well be at the Ritz-Carlton, right? Oh, man.
You go into the room, you call. There's a channel that has dirty movies, but the guy has to switch the VHS. Sometimes he's jerking off and he goes into a thread. He forgets to switch it. I mean, the hotels, this was way before free breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
This is way before they gave you a hard-boiled egg and white bread.
Right. Oh, yeah.
You got nothing for breakfast, you know.
Do you remember you're seeing those hotels? I know you have. We probably talked about this before. We're like, your club puts you in a hotel, and the room next to your room is a pimp's room. And he's just having chicks go turn tricks in that room all fucking night. And you can just hear it. You can just like, oh, shit. It is crazy. The fucking places we used to stay in.
My case like that was Tucson. Tucson.
That condo?
No, the hotel.
Oh, yeah.
Hotel in town that Rudy used to put you up when you played the club Bugsies.
Right.
You showed up with a bug to reach in for food. You know, people don't understand that these things to you are like, especially when you get a flyer with your name on it.
It's heaven, man.
And you're performing on a Wednesday night in some fucking place, and you get there, and it's like, I still remember Mark Babbitt. God, no, he's still alive.
Yep, that was it. Babbitt, yes.
Me, Freddie, and maybe Bobby Lee in a barn. It was a barn. It was like Melvin's Comedy Corner. They only did one show. And they threw the cattle out that day.
Yeah.
They swept up the hay. It sat 500 people, and everybody from the town was there.
Oh, man.
I think he paid me $400.
That ain't bad.
No plane ticket.
Right.
In those days, I would buy a plane ticket to Houston that connected in San Antonio, and I'd jump off the plane in San Antonio, take the bus to Corpus because it was a lot cheaper. I mean, you had to pull tremendous scams.
Oh, fuck yeah.
That was a scam. And then I would go to the airport in San Antonio. Yeah. This is before 9/11, and they would go, "What are you talking about? You got to get on the plane in Houston." You're like, "I missed it, so I drove here." Like, we'll let you on this time, but don't let
That's it.
You don't know how many times I said that. Because the direct flight to San Antonio was a lot of money.
Way more expensive.
But if you went to Houston, it was $200 cheaper. Like directly to San Antonio. This was way before 9/11. You can't do this now.
No.
They'll throw you in fucking jail.
When I first moved out here, I didn't tell any. Trey knew, who used to run Addison, and Randy Butler knew, right? Because they kind of, they were nice. But the clubs in Houston, Austin, San Antonio, I didn't tell them I moved. There were times where they called me, hey, can you come feature tomorrow? And I did it. I packed my shit and I drove from LA to Houston in one sitting, made it in time to take a small nap, try to recharge, and then go do the show. I did that a bunch.
LA to Houston.
Yeah, I did that twice.
24 hours.
I did it twice.
I did it one time.
It was what you feel, right? Remember, I did 2 times the first time, but a bunch of times I would just they would give me a little bit of advance notice, so I would get a hotel, I'd go halfway. But a bunch of times I would do that, go halfway, and I didn't tell them I was because that was a lot of work they would give me when I lived in Texas.
That trip. You start off in LA.
Yeah.
And the first stop is Tempe.
Yep.
You take your legs out, you fill up the tank.
Take a piss.
Get a fucking sandwich. And then the next spot is El Paso.
El Paso, where if you have enough, maybe you get the Van Horn. Right?
Yeah, but you gotta fill up.
You have to fill up at El Paso. You ain't gonna make it to Van Horn. Yeah. There's shit. Fuck, there's nothing.
Shit. You better be filled up in El Paso.
Yeah.
You better be tip-top Magoo. Your batteries better be charged.
Yes.
If you're tired, just spend the night in El Paso on the freeway.
Because the rest... That's the real test.
That's the real test. That's cactuses for 4 hours. No gas station, no radio.
God forbid it's in the summertime during the day.
Oh, the radio would shut off.
It's 800, it's 100 plus outside, humid, and you're fucking like, oh God, it was, man. Jesus, I remember those things. Yeah, you had no radio to listen to, so
There's no radio.
I would burn my own mix CDs and save them for that trip. For that part of the trip, I'm like, all right, put in my own music and fuck you. Oh my God, what's the longest that you drove? That was it. It had to be LA. Oh, fuck it. I did the worst though. Was one time, the guy who owned the Hop in New York, he had Sweet Caroline's room in Virginia Beach. And he would go headline there, right? Every now and again, it was great. But one time after I'd already left New York, I was still in Texas before I came out here. And he goes, hey, I had a guy fall out. I know you're in Texas. I'll give you a couple extra $100. I'll give you a couple days notice, right? You can come out here. I was like, fuck it. I drove, headlined that room. And as I was headlining, as I was closing it out, I forgot what it was, but he had me stay. It was like a 7-night-a-week room, right? And he had me stay until like Tuesday. I forgot why, but I think the guy backed down. So I was there till Tuesday. I did the week, and I was there till Tuesday the next week. And then he calls me. Jeff Jones calls me in Little Rock. Goes, hey, you want to come in the middle? And I'm like, fuck, I can make it. And so I was in Virginia Beach, and I was trying to nap in the club. I was trying to nap in the club before I left, and this local comic kept bouncing jokes off of me. And I was too nice to tell him to go fuck off, and he kept waking me up to tell me, hey, what do you think? Maybe I should say this instead. And I'm like, yeah, that's great, man. I was like trying to nap, so I was already a zombie. And I get in my car after the late show Tuesday, and I'm driving the show, and I'm driving to Little Rock, and I don't know how I made it. I have no memory of the last 2 hours of the trip. No memory. I was like, oh, fuck, I don't know how I got here, but I made it. It was crazy. But the longest, that was about 20, maybe, something like that. But the longest was Houston to LA, for sure, in one sitting. Fuck, man. That was crazy. I've been LA to Dallas, too, in one sitting.
I've done Colorado to Detroit.
Oh, shit.
Colorado to Baltimore.
Oh,
that's probably my longest.
That's got to be, what, close to 30, Colorado to Baltimore, right?
Baltimore.
Yeah.
I would stop in Michigan.
Yeah.
Do the weekend in Michigan and drive back to Colorado. That was the longest. And then the longest in the car that I was had to be 8 months.
Yeah.
In a car like that, one shot.
Yeah.
And then the second time, the last time I did it was like 6 months or something.
Yeah.
Something not natural.
Right. Yeah.
So like, you know what? It's time to get out of the fucking car. Because it's fun at first.
It is. Oh, it's great.
It's a great journey. It's a great way to learn. It's a great place to see the country. You see a lot of
material. You write so much material just being around these, and then
it's like going to summer camp for stand-up.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is. You committed 6 months of your life to summer camp to stand up.
But once you take a plane,
there's no planes really. There's no planes. You know that there's no planes. There's really no planes. It's buses or
I've done Amtrak, Greyhound, and drive my own car.
Yeah.
Back then, fuck yeah, I couldn't afford it.
Now, you can't fly now. As a feature actor, no way.
You can't. No, yeah.
Most of these clubs don't want to put up a feature.
Nope. Because they got 40 people. They got 40 people in town who can do it.
So now you go into a town, you got to pay for your own hotel, and you take that difference. And it's, listen, man, what pisses me off is the people who think they're going to do it and make money. You have to go into comedy like thinking, I'm not going to make it dime. And if I tell you what the secret is, it's the real secret that it really is. Somebody told me this will end on this. It's punching it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, everything you do for the first 10 years, you're punching it. The more you punch in, the more money you'll make down the road. But you got to keep punching it.
And you can't care.
Punching that card.
Yep.
And you know what? There's weeks you break even, but you're working. You're doing. You have to look at it that you're doing what you didn't want to do. This beats me being blah blah. This beats me being blah blah. At least I can prove to my mom that I stayed on. I made it one more fucking.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
It's just this really weird feeling, and that's why I admire grinders. And I see that you're doing a CD, and I want to celebrate it. I want to get down. I want to let people know that you're doing this Thursday at the Ice House.
It means a lot.
And that you're one of the guys that I've seen grow. You're not a fucking pussy. You've never been a pussy. You've gone through hell. You've had management and fucking stroke jobs. And people sign you. And you've gone through it all.
Yeah.
And you're still here. And you're that one clip there from just taking over the world. You don't even know it. So I really appreciate you coming on. And
I appreciate this.
I really appreciate our 20-year friendship and how. You know, bro, you've never called me complaining. You've always called with questions.
I love your advice.
Yeah. Called with advice.
And I hope I never bother you.
We've always come to a conclusion.
Yeah.
I've always told you my advice, but then we make a conclusion of what works.
Yeah.
You know, if I don't have the answer, I'll call somebody who does. I have heard the situation before from somebody.
Sure.
You know, I get a call from somebody, hey, they want to book you in Laredo, Texas. Hold on 1 second. Let me call you back.
Yeah.
What do you think of this guy? Don't do it.
Right.
Fucking pay with
right.
You know, it's just, this is what part of this business is. It's having allies. That there's no animosity between you,
right,
and me. In fact, I was talking about one of the real jokes in comedy is you know, the white people eating Mexican food.
The racist uncle?
The racist uncle.
Yeah, man.
That has always been one of my favorite bits.
Thank you so much, man.
And I just want people to know he's doing the show. What time?
It's 7:30 and 9:30.
Listen, man, if you're doing me, if you ever did me a favor, do me this favor. This kid's a real fucking star. And I tell you that there's comics out there that, you know, for some reason or another, Comedy Central doesn't talk to them. So you guys don't put no verification on. And if you've learned anything through these podcasts, look at what you learned. That there was a lot more comics out there that meets the eye that you guys never would have known about without these stupid podcasts. If you're in the LA area Thursday night, please go down and support my main man, Rabbi Rothschild. Fucking take the CD, and I'm sure Lee will go up there. And of course, you jump up and down.
You know,
represent the church with a shirt on, do body.
Fuck yeah. Dude, I love you, man. Thank you. I gotta tell you, you kept me going. I never told you this story, but this is a perfect time. One of the ever got discouraged. One of the nights I was really discouraged, man. I think I got dumped. I'm on the road. The girl calls me and dumps me when I'm on the road. I think I was in Tulsa. So I called you. I was almost crying. And I was just like, man, I just hope I'm doing the right thing. I remember telling you that. I said, I hope I'm doing the right thing. And you quoted the beginning of Apocalypse Now. And he goes, let me tell you something. He goes, everybody out here is getting soft because you're in the weeds getting stronger. Never forget that. And that kept me going. I was like, fuck, that was so, I needed that. And I can't thank you enough for that. I don't know if you remember that night.
Yeah, I remember.
And you told me, you said, you're out, you're fucking, remember that line that he says in the beginning? I'm just here getting soft. Well, Charlie's out stronger as the weeds. Out the weeds, getting strong.
I always knew all those years that I was sacrificing.
Yeah.
In a fucking bus station, waiting 4 hours in the middle of the night. You know, have $8 in your pocket. You got a shoplift an old fucking hot dog. You always have at least that going for you.
Yeah.
That you're in the bush. And being in the bush, there's people that live here right now that are not in the bush. And they've been here for years. They're not in the bush. They don't know how to get in the bush. And they'll never get in the bush because they don't think that way.
It also breaks your heart when you see those dudes who were the king of the mountains in whatever town they came from, and they come out here expecting the same thing, and they can't handle when they get that punch, right? You know what I'm talking about? It's like those fighters who have never taken a punch, and all of a sudden they're in the ring and they're being cute, and they get whacked, and they're like, oh,
I got punched 52 times.
Fuck yeah.
52 times and kicked and fucking stomped on and fucking lied to and the whole thing. And you know what? I'm happy I did.
Fuck yeah.
I'm happy I did because, I see people, and I think I was telling I went to Cleveland with George Perez. Me and George at one point were talking about all the people that came and went that had more talent than we ever tried.
Right?
I could tell you people who came and went that were brilliant writers or aware of performing, and they just didn't cut the main thing, was perseverance.
Yep.
They didn't have the main thing to stick out here. It was just a little perseverance. And that's it. You wait around. If you give enough time, you wait for the miracle to happen.
Yeah.
It'll fucking happen.
Yes.
And it's your own personal miracle. It may not be being Louis C.K. and selling out stadiums.
Right.
It may not be being Kevin Hart.
Right.
But it's your own fucking private idol. When you created it, and you're happy with it and content, and you stay within your bounds, and you don't make believe you're Joey Bananas,
right?
And you're not at premieres, smoking cigars. I love it. I love going under the radar. Listen, November 1st, 7:30, 9:30 at the Ice House. And do not forget, Uncle Joey, next week, New York Comedy Festival, Gotham's, Thursday sold out, Saturday late sold out. You got 3 shows to fucking choose from. And then the week after, the night before Thanksgiving, I'm an Irvine. That's all you need to know. I want to thank Jerry LaRoche.
Thank you, man,
for coming on this show, my man.
I love it. Thank you, man.
Stay blessed. All right, I want to thank my man, Jerry Roca. I want to thank my man, the Christ Killer. And I want to thank you guys for listening. Don't forget, the church is brought to you by my book. Let me tell you something. Watching football is fun. Watching sports is fun. Even the World Series was tremendous. But you guys heard me talk about this for weeks. And some of you are still waiting there with your pockets all empty because you're not making no dough. No Ray me. That's why. Whether you're an expert or a rookie, you need to be betting at my book. If you're the kind of guy that likes to bet a little and win a lot, like playing numbers on a roulette, you create a huge, big parlay on my bookie. You pick 3 teams to win. All 3 of them come in. You can turn $100 into $600. You got the UFC this weekend. You got basketball. You got hockey. I recommend these guys because I trust them. My bookie has been in business for years, and they've got great online reviews in their mobile site. That's where the dough is right there. It's nice and easy to use. Now, my bookie, backed by popular demand, my bookie will offer 100% bonus for 1 more week this year. That's right. You've been thinking about placing a pick all season, but you haven't manned up yet. This is the time to make your move. After Sunday's kickoff, you can kiss that bonus goodbye. So this is the week to sign up right now. I'm not kidding. Go to betmybookie.com right now. Go to my bookie right now. Don't miss out on this opportunity. Also, make sure to follow us on BetMyBookie on Twitter or Instagram. They personally respond to every mention and every direct message. Not to mention they've given away nearly $10,000 in free money to their followers this football season. So you'll be the first to know as soon as new odds and props are posted. Now do me a favor, log on to MyBookie right now, and don't miss out on the last opportunity to collect the industry's biggest bonus. Use promo code CHURCH, CHURCH, and you'll get your first deposit match at 100%. That's right, 100%. That's right, 100%. That's promo code CHURCH, CHURCH. My bookie. You play, you win, you get paid. I love you, motherfuckers. Don't forget, New York City next weekend. Thursday sold out. All you got is Friday. And Irvine, the night before Thanksgiving, with my man Lee Syed will be down there with me, all right? Have a great Tuesday. Enjoy the special. Thank you for supporting me. Without you guys, I wouldn't even have this fucking thing. So thank you very much, and have a great day. Stay black.
So powerful with a hard-earned silver medal. It feels like flying. It feels like For this group of Americans, the road to Paris has been a long journey. After first failing to qualify for the games by just 2/3 of a point last year, but soon earning their spot at the Worlds months later. It was in Paris where they made the biggest splash with their powerhouse performance to Michael Jackson's Smooth Criminal that featured their now viral underwater moonwalk, showcasing their strength and technique. Crowd favorite moonwalk that catapulted to second place behind China with their free routine. Setting their sights on silver ahead of Wednesday's performance, a first to the Olympic sport, a third swim dedicated to acrobatics. Closing out the competition with this routine is just the best ending we could have, hoped for. Emotions running high on the team after securing silver. The big win especially meaningful for swimmer Anita Alvarez, who nearly drowned 2 years ago after suffering a medical incident in the pool. I remember swimming the routine and being so present, and then all of a sudden, waking up, looking up at the sky, and all these medical people around me. The sport has evolved immensely since its debut at the 1984 Games in Los Angeles. 2 hours of pool practice. USA's Daniela Ramirez showing how demanding the life of an artistic swimmer can be on social media. Now, a comeback story ending with these amazing athletes flying high for a silver medal win. They certainly did. And the team is with us now. We've got Daniela Ramirez, Anita Alvarez, Audrey Kwan, and Megumi Field. Plus Jamie Zerkowski, Jacqueline Liu, Kiana Hunter, and Ruby Ramadi. Ladies, good morning, and we're so happy to see you. Daniela, you and your team have really captivated this country. I mean, I felt like this was the very first time I've seen it, and it was incredible. It took so much stamina, so much joy, so much of all things. How does it feel to have that silver medal around your neck?
It feels incredible. I mean, this is everything to us. I've never been with a team that feels as magical as this, and I'm just so grateful to be here with them and to represent the country well. And it feels amazing, to be honest.
It does. It should. I mean, you guys are just the most phenomenal athletes. We simply cannot believe our eyes at what you are able to pull off, both athletically and artistically. Anita, this is your third Olympics, but this has been a long road. We just touched on it in the piece 2 years ago. You had that incident in the pool. I mean, just to have the courage to get back in and be here and now have that silver medal. What have you been reflecting on?
Yeah, so much. The whole journey since when I started as a kid to, making my first national team to just before Tokyo, our team missed out on qualifying to the accident that happened in 22. So I'm just so happy to be here with this team, and leaving with a silver medal is just the cherry on top.
Audrey, you're the flyer. You're the one who we see high above the pool. That's so much fun to watch. Tell us what it took to get to this point for you.
It took 2 years of hard work, a lot of trust between the teammates and Danny, my base, a lot of help from her. So just a lot of hard work. It really paid off. That's our queen right there.
MVP. All of you are. And Megumi and Jamie get to swim again in the duet. So Megumi, how are you thinking about that and translating this good energy back into the pool?
Yeah, we've been very focused as a team, like on the goal of qualifying for the Olympics, which we were able to accomplish, and now earning a medal. And so, really taking in this moment and celebrating every second. And then tomorrow we get right back to work with competing. So super excited to be able to compete at that venue again.
Yeah, you're all just so darn cute. We love you all. And the moonwalk was to beat the band. Yes. We've been watching that on repeat, and we understand that you guys have a cheer that you guys do before you go in the water. What is the cheer that you do? We want to be in on it.
It's a little long, but we say hold and sharpen, clean and crisp, and long and tight connect in patterns.
3, 2, 1, 2, 3. Wow! Oh my gosh! If there were a medal for cheer, we're so proud of you, ladies. Congratulations! Well done. And be sure to catch Maguli and Jamie in their duet that starts tomorrow. The swimming competition. You can find it everywhere you find the Olympics. Thanks, ladies.
Thank you.
We need to get a pre-show cheer like that. What do you think, Al? And not that 18 thing you usually say. Yeah, something else. Something that we made up.
That was.
You love the 18. I know.
That's all I got. So, yeah, what we've got, we're looking at the stormy conditions along the mid-Atlantic and then the Northeast because of Debbie. Record heat through Texas into the mid-plains. Gorgeous weather in the northern plains. Monsoon and moisture causing some storms in the Rockies. And it's going to be downright hot in some parts of the West Coast. Otherwise, nice, sunny, and seasonal. That's what's going on around the country. Here's what's happening in your neighborhood.
Good morning. I'm NBC 10 First Alert Meteorologist Bill Henley. Grab your rain gear. We've got rain on the way. After a cloudy morning, the rain returns this afternoon with easterly winds keeping our temperatures in the 70s. That's the case for the Lehigh Valley, the suburbs, South Jersey, and Shore, too. So rain will be steady. A few downpours and an isolated thunderstorm is possible today. But tomorrow, storms are more likely with tropical downpours. Even severe weather is a possibility. Then we clear out starting on Saturday with a high of 84. Have a great day.
Check us out. Today's show, Radio Sirius XM, Channel 108. But right now, best time of the morning.
All right, shall we dance? Yeah. All right, first up, Snoop Dogg with the LWG's Gold Medal Worthy coverage continues. His new favorite sport, we were just talking about it, artistic swimming. Check out Snoop's sweet reaction to Team Canada's performance when he recognizes the song they're swimming to.
That sounds like me. Hey! Hey! Oh, Canada! Oh! Hey, shout out to Canada, man. I mean, I didn't know I left that kind of impression when I did my tour over there, man. But I love y'all, ladies. Where'd it go? When were you in Canada? I was over there about 2 months ago. I was on tour, man. That's pretty.
What's happening? And then before you know it, you just lean in and you just enjoy it.
Clone Snoop.
He's done a great job. I'm not going to be another. All right, won a lot, right? He has. All right, next up, Sunny Choi, the Team USA athlete, is talking about making her big debut in the first ever Olympics to feature breaking as a sport. Remember when she gave us a little preview on the plaza? Luckily, we had just the right setup for Sunny that day. But over in Paris, she's still testing out the space. Check this out. I don't know, think about it. She has to be able to scoot and twist, and it can't have too much jump and track grip, right? Oh, wow. Good luck, Sonny. We'll be watching you tomorrow. Who knew there's so much to it? Yeah, that's why it's an Olympic sport. All right, now to the track. Did you see this close call yesterday during heat of the men's 5,000-meter race? Runners almost collided with the camera operator. Talk about that timing as they nearly crashed in the left lane. Can you imagine?
No.
If you're the runner, there's no time for that. No, this is your one chance.
Yeah.
Oh, that's almost an international insult.
Just like that. Just like that. Just like that.
Except we're not running.
Just like that.
All right.
See what you did. Very nice.
All right, next up, Olympic odd jobs. In Paris, Bob the cat catcher quickly became one of the unexpected breakout stars, going viral after video revealed he's the guy in charge of fetching swim caps that fall to the bottom of the pool during competition. But have you heard of these other gigs at the games? Okay, so there's a team tasked with fixing the walls at equestrian jumping events. If the horses knock them down, they got to go pick them up. Then there's the balloon brandisher over at the gymnastics stadium. Apparently, he waves a big balloon on a stick to prep the cameras for the floor routines. I like how they're spinning around. Spin and move. Right. All right, speaking of the cameras, here's one more. The team of camera cleaners at the pool using a massive mop to dust off the lens. Get those crystal clear pictures for you at home. So kudos to all the unsung heroes out there in Paris. The odd jobs. All right, and finally, the muffin dance. Last week we introduced you to Norwegian swimmer Henrik Christensen, the man all over TikTok singing the praises of those chocolatey Olympic Village muffins. Well, now he's gearing up to take on the 10-kilometer swim. But first, making some time to hop back online to poke fun at the current conditions on set.
Ashamed to admit it. It's hell in there. It's horror. You have to be a certain type of person to survive.
So we're captioning that video, guys. If I don't survive this, tell my fans I love them. I guess you have to protect the Muffin Man at all costs. Yes. He's an international internet treasure. Did he repost that or something? Yeah, I get it. All right. So there you go. And those muffins were delicious. Oh, were they delicious?
Really good.
Super delicious. So chocolate.
They have the molten chocolate in the middle.
It was like 200 degrees in there.
Even more medal winners. Who's joining us from Paris? Jordan Childs, our gymnastics superstar. Here, we'll chat with her and more coming up after this.
This is ABC 10 News starts now.
Good morning. I'm NBC 10's Lauren Make. It is 8:26 on your Thursday morning. Let's get to your most accurate neighborhood weather with NBC 10 First Alert meteorologist Bill Henley on this wet day.
Yeah, tracking some rain this morning, and there's more in store for us as the day goes on. You can see the line that's already pushed past through Philadelphia. Look at the downpours now in Cape May County. Just moving past Cape May and North Wildwood, that heavy rain is on the way to Avalon. Spotty showers in the Wilmington area into Salem County in New Jersey, and the rain is reaching now into Berks and Lehigh Valley. This is just the beginning. There's another rod coming in as we go into this afternoon. Clouds will be with us all day today. Lauren?
All right, thanks, Bill. Well, rain didn't interfere with this. The Phillies have won a series for the first time since early July. The Phillies beat the Dodgers 9-4. Kyle Schwarber was a big reason the Phils won. He hit a home run to lead off the game, hit another 3-run homer in the 6th inning, then another home run in the 9th. The Phillies start a series with the Diamondbacks tonight at 9:40. A local Olympian is going to be a flag bearer for the closing ceremonies in Paris. Nick Mead is a Chester County native. You can see him sitting at the front of the boat there. Mead went to Princeton University and he won gold in the men's 4-boat finals last week. Swimming star Katie Ledecky will be the other flag bearer for Team USA. I'm Lauren Make. Remember, you can watch us weekdays starting at 4 a.m. The Day Show is back in a few minutes.
Open heart surgery, big tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtual Health. Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtual is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey. Our focus is on heart function, not heart failure.
They changed my life and they kept me going, so it's truly a blessing.
They told me a lot of people don't make it through the surgery I had. I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you. Forget about the heart surgery. He's my friend.
Driving the Nissan roads, Google built in is like...
Hey Google, turn on Rocky's Food.
It's like the ultimate connection. See why it's been awarded a Consumer Guide Best Buy and recommended by Consumer Reports. Drive Nissan Rogue today. Get 2.9% financing for 60 months on Rogue. One of 6 Nissan vehicles with starting MSRP under $30,000.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Like these everyday heroes who trust IBX with their health coverage. Healthcare workers and hospitals have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. We're the #1 health insurer in the region and invested in what matters to our communities. When it comes to protecting your health and well-being, count on IBX to be there for you.
Vacation where you can be adventurous.
Where you can be you.
Be in a beautiful place. Be at ease. Be together.
Be hungry.
Be in the Pocono Mountains. Visit PoconoMountains.com.
I am radical. I do believe that we need to get radical. Radical Kamala raised money for a fund that bailed out violent criminals, that freed murderers and rapists. They even bailed out a domestic abuser. Days later, he murdered a man and defunded police.
The idea that more police equals more safety, that's just wrong.
We have to have this conversation about redirecting resources. Kamala Harris, dangerously liberal. I am radical. Make America Great Again is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Morning, everybody. 8:30 Thursday morning. Rain or shine, this wonderful crowd is here. And boy, do we have a special treat for them this morning. Yeah, they're cheering even louder because look who's here, you guys. Two-time medalist, Jordan, come on over. How cute. All right, Jordan. Hey, Jordan, I got to tell you something really cute. Come here. How cute are you? Come here. So, Jordan, I don't know if you remember this, but 11 years ago, you wrote this. 11 years ago, I waited in line as a little girl to meet you, and we have a picture. It is you and Sean Johnson. One day, you wrote on, your baby girl will know how much you inspired girls like me with big muscles and power to dream. Congratulations, Sean Johnson. So, there is a little girl here, and her name is Alexa. Come on over, Alexa. You can stand right next to Jordan. She is 11. Alexa's 11 years old. She wants to be in the Olympics, and she admires you so much. Is there anything you want to say to Jordan?
I love you for our team. Like I've learned the beginning. I love that. Well, it's so nice to meet you.
What kind of encouragement do you have for a little girl who wants to be you one day, just like Sean had for you?
Honestly, just go out there and be your best, be authentic to who you are, embrace the personalities that you have within yourself, and anything can happen at the end of the day. Always believe in the power of your dreams because they are very powerful, okay?
Want a hug from this girl? Are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay, do you want to come in when we interview Jordan inside?
Sure.
Jordan. We're going to come back and chat with Jordan in a little bit. All right, thanks, guys. Yep.
All right, we're going to head to Paris where Craig has got plenty of medal winners too. Hi, Craig.
Hey, Savannah, ladies. This has become one of our favorite traditions here. Check out this wave of hardware. We've got Kristen Faulkner. She pedaled her way to not one but 2 cycling gold medals, the road race and the team pursuit here in Paris. Then we've got Sarah Hildebrand here, claimed gold in wrestling. We've got skateboarder Tom Shaw. He won silver in the men's park final. We've got Katie Moon down here. Katie soared to silver in the pole vault. We've got Kenneth Rooks, shocking the world with silver in that steeplechase, shocked himself as well. And Hampton bronze, 20-year-old kid took home bronze in weightlifting, Team USA's first medal in that event in 40 years. Congratulations. Congratulations. Let me start with you, Kristen, because the story, a lot of folks are familiar with it now, but it's pretty remarkable. From a small fishing village in Alaska to Wall Street in New York City, you went to Harvard, you take up cycling 7 years ago in Central Park, and you said, I kind of like this cycling thing. You make the Olympic team, you come over, you're not even supposed to be in the road race, you're a backup. Have you wrapped your head around how all of this was so improbable just a few years ago?
Yeah, definitely. You know, it's definitely taken a while to sink in. It hasn't fully sunk in yet, to be honest. And I definitely was improbable. But I think I always shoot for what's possible, not what's probable. And so that's what I've been focused on the last few years, is just trying to go for what's possible.
So it's just a remarkable story. How do you feel? You're a little sore right now? Are you okay?
I'm just a little overwhelmed emotionally. You know, it's so much positive emotions in such a short amount of time. And 2 days ago, I hadn't won any gold medals, and now I have 2. So it's overwhelming, but also really exciting.
Kristen's boyfriend is off camera. I just asked him if he rides. He said, no, he doesn't. He used to try to keep up with her. Now he stopped. I want to share your tweet with folks at home. You tweeted yesterday after you took gold in wrestling. Oh, my gosh, I just won the freaking Olympics. Dude. That's the actual tweet. Have you been able to process a little bit more than that since then?
Dude, I just won the Olympics. No, I have not processed it at all. I feel feel like it's like one of those things where you dream about it for so long, and then it happens, and you're like, how do I emote now? Like, I don't even compute. So I don't know. Who knows when I will be able to take that all in? But it is an immense amount of gratitude right now, and just overwhelmed.
Tom, one of your runs, you did it to the ambassador of these Olympics. You did it for one of Snoop Dogg's songs. Snoop Dogg comes down during the competition to congratulate you. What was that like?
It was pretty crazy. I landed my run, the one I wanted to plan out finals, and it worked. And then I get onto the deck, and the first person I see, Snoop standing right in front of me. He's like, come over here, and he gave me a hug afterwards. And yeah, that's pretty much life peaks right there.
I mean, I saw you in Tokyo. You medaled there, you medaled here as well, but you had to overcome some injuries to do it this time around. Does that make this time around just even more special?
Very much. Yeah, it's been a really frustrating year, and anytime you can walk away from the Olympics with a medal, it is a victory. And of course, I wanted to defend my title, but to have my family and friends in the stands is just, it's literally a dream come true.
Kenneth, everyone loves a good steeplechase. We're all screaming at the TV yesterday when we saw you. You sort of started back of the pack, then you got to the middle of the pack, and then out of nowhere, you stormed to the finish. How did you do it?
Well, you know, I think that I learned a lot about patience and in the steeplechase especially, and you know, Coach Stone has helped me out a lot and helped me get a good game plan, and I've just had a lot of good experience this year building my confidence and my ability to run within myself and then also finish with the best in the world. And it was just, it was surreal to be able to be in that position to take the lead and then to move out into the front and think for a little bit of, I might actually win this thing. So
I love your reaction.
Yeah.
Hampton Morris. A few seconds ago, I called you Hampton Bronze. I just changed your name. Hampton Morris. First medal for us in 40 years.
On the men's side.
On the men's side, yes. But still, pretty impressive, Hampton. You started weightlifting when you were 12 years old. Your dad's your coach. What was it like putting that medal around your neck yesterday?
Amazing. I don't have any words. I still can't believe it.
Looks good.
I'm so happy.
Would you be willing to lift Kenneth right now, like bench press? No. Okay. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We're happy and proud. Happy and proud. Thank you again for being here, Mr. Rook. We'll send it back to you.
Oh, that's just great stuff, Greg. Thanks so much. Let's show you what we've got. Hey, let's take a look at the forecast for Paris today. Going to be gorgeous, 82 degrees, sunny skies, few clouds, and three of the venues that we're going to be looking at. Golf, great weather for that. Beach volleyball, looking good. Track and field at Stade de France, looking good as well. And for our weekend, heavy rain in the northeast, below average out west, sunshine along the west coast. Then we get to Saturday, some morning rain in New England. Heat continues through Texas. And then Sunday, we're looking at pleasant highs in the northeast Great Lakes. Hot, humid, hot and dry out west. And as far as the closing ceremony, 9 p.m. in Paris, time 3 p.m. Eastern, going to be clear but warm, 88 degrees. That's what's going on around the country. Here's what's happening in your
Good morning, I'm NBC 10 First Alert Meteorologist Bill Henley. Grab your rain gear, we got rain on the way. After a cloudy morning, the rain returns this afternoon with easterly winds keeping our temperatures in the 70s. That's the case for the Lehigh Valley, the suburbs, South Jersey, and the shore too. Rain will be steady. A few downpours and an isolated thunderstorm is possible today. But tomorrow, storms are more likely with tropical downpours. Even severe weather is a possibility. Then we clear out starting on Saturday with a high of 84. Have a great day.
That is your latest weather.
All right, guys, here we go. We're going to go inside. We're going to welcome in our gold medal winner, Jordan Childs, back home after a successful run in Paris. Can't wait to catch up with her. But first, this is today.
As I mentioned, we've issued a bunch of legal process, and we're still waiting returns from a number of companies to include other.
Not every decision you make will be as good as getting a Volkswagen at the Savvy VW Summer Sales Event. 2024 Volkswagen models cost less to maintain than Honda. 4.9% APR financing for a $3,500 customer bonus on the new 2024 Atlas or Atlas Cross Sports. Kids go hard. Live without boundaries.
play with no fear, and enjoy every opportunity. How they feel tomorrow starts today. Keep them on their toes with proactive steps to be well. Looking out for their total health and wellness includes keeping them up to date on preventative immunizations, allowing them to be their best self every day. Talk to your pediatrician about a vaccine schedule that works for you.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message. This is America's border czar, and she's failed us. Under Harris, over 10 million illegally here. 250,000 Americans dead from bedrock, brutal migrant crimes, and ISIS now here.
Do you have any plans to visit the border? You haven't been before.
I haven't been to Europe. I don't understand the point that you're making.
Kamala Harris failed, weak, dangerous, and liberal.
Say that you need to make them available as soon as possible. Those interviews can start weeks from now or months from now. Time is of the essence when memories are fresh and you can get the information that's most important to us. So my question for you as we wrap up this hearing, Director Rome,
and loving kindness.
commit
Live the life
having those
you
agents
love.
available for this committee to interview as soon
LiveWithAds.com.
as possible in a matter of days, not weeks, a matter of days. Yes, sir. Thank you.
We're back recording Jordan Child because she's just returned from Paris. She's still got that golden and bronze glow after earning those medals.
She sure rocked the drone gymnastics team. We're so happy she's spending some time here with us in Studio 1A. Jordan! We're back.
Yes.
I have to tell you, there were so many super moments at the Olympics, but one of the ones that'll stand up to me for all these games is when I thought, or we all thought you were in 5th place, and then suddenly, within a matter of seconds on the flooring team, you got catapulted to 3rd, you got the bronze.
Yes.
How much sweeter was it knowing that for a moment you thought, oh well,
Yes.
I didn't get my own medal this time?
Honestly, there were so many emotions going through my body in that moment because, again, yes, there was a lot of things that were happening between me not being on the podium to me being on the podium. I think the biggest thing is just always understanding not to doubt yourself and just to let everything ride out how it's supposed to be. So as you can tell, I was crying. Everybody was in shock. Everybody was crying, and those are true emotions. So I really like that was really to the heart.
But my favorite thing is, well, a couple things. Your coach literally picking you up on the floor. She's like, this is your moment.
Yes.
And then I think Simone, I think you're happier for Jordan's medal than you were for your own.
Yeah.
She said she was.
Yeah, she did tell me that, and just from Cecile and Simone being there, I think it's all about the support system and having them by my side since I first started doing WCC. Again, Simone's like a big sister to me. Cecile's like another mom, so that was definitely a great moment to have. And as much as Simone has done so much for me, I felt like in that moment I realized that.
I wonder how close you guys are, because she told me yesterday that the minute she saw you, kind of after it was all over, she said, I actually burst into tears.
Yeah.
And she said that was the first time that had happened.
Yeah.
That shows how close you guys are to have that moment together.
Yes, we went back to the village, and I knew at some point she was gonna cry. I didn't know when it was gonna happen, so I think just knowing and understanding that the bond that we've brought together even throughout the last 2 years of everything that's been happening, I think the biggest thing was we're by each other's side the whole time. I appreciate everything that she's done for me, and it's just, these pictures just show it all. Like, I have no words.
We also point out another picture that is at every single event and every single place. Your mother's standing right there. Your sister, come here, just run out here real fast.
Come here, lady.
Come on, don't worry, it's okay. You have no mics, you have coffee.
Just come over here.
You know why? Because you guys were here. Come here so we can see you. We need to see you. You guys were here. Don't try to run away. Y'all were here since the beginning. This girl is here because of her incredible family, and we just want to shout you out one more time. Watching you in the stands was like watching Jordan. I don't know when we felt more emotion, but anyway, we're so proud of your little girl. Y'all be good. Be good.
We love you, Jordan. Coming up next, look awesome. The director and co-star of this big movie comes out Friday. It ends with us. Justin Baldoni is here. Handing out copies of that best-selling book based on We'll sit down with you in a moment. But first, this is today on NBC.
At Toyota's national sales event, we've got a long lineup of vehicles for summer to buy, like Camry, RAV4, Highlander, BZ4X, Tundra, Corolla Hybrid, Tacoma, Sienna, Corolla Hatchback, Sequoia Freeze-Drive, RAV4 Hybrid, Land Cruiser, GR Supra, Toyota Crown, or
Right now, get great lease offers on the Corolla family, including Corolla, Corolla Hybrid, Corolla Cross, and Corolla Cross Hybrid. Shop online to get your new Toyota from your nearest Toyota dealer.
come in today.
Toyota, let's go places.
To put more money in your pocket.
No, Bob Casey is taking money out of your pocket.
Better for trends and reckless spending, causing prices to skyrocket. Because of Casey, Pennsylvanians are paying $11,000 more per year for groceries, gasoline, housing. The more Bob Casey votes, the more you lose. Don't let him keep your pocket anymore. Fire Bob Casey. Please don't remove package responsible for the content of this advertising.
Utmost responsibility to ensure that we learn from this responsibility.
The excellence of driving a Buick is matched by the excellence of the dealership experience when you own a Buick. Buick, exceptional by design.
Sign and Drive is here. Current eligible Buick and GMC lessees get this ultra-low mileage lease on this 2024 Encore GX Preferred for around $283 per month with 0 to assignment.
I became a nurse to make lives better. Today, that's hard to do because of the open border. I've seen firsthand the damage that Kamala Harris caused as our country's borders are. Hospitals everywhere are overwhelmed, and American patients are paying the price. My patients are covering the healthcare costs for people here illegally while their own care is jeopardized. Kamala Harris is weak and dangerous.
Preserve America PAC is responsible for the content of this advertising.
We are back at 8:46 with the co-star and director of It Ends With Us, Dixon Balboni. The highly anticipated film is based on Colleen Hoover's best-selling novel. It follows Lily Bloom, played by Blake Lively, who moves to Boston to fulfill her dream of opening a flower shop. After a chance encounter with a neurosurgeon, a relationship quickly heats up between the two of them. Take a look.
Why haven't I seen it before?
Mostly because I've never required brain surgery, but also because I don't live here. So.
You just broke into my building?
Have a really nice view.
I do.
And it just gets better and better. Justin, good morning to you. I told you behind the scenes, I loved it. Full disclosure. I laughed, I cried. The dialogue is hot, it's witty, it's emotional. No surprise, pre-ticket sales are through the roof. Are you surprised at the phenomenon that it's been already? First of all, with the book, but the anticipation for the movie.
I'm all of it. You know, I think that there's a little boy in me who I don't know if I ever dared to dream that this could happen. So I'm kind of trying to catch up with the reality of it, and I'm honored, and I'm also more honored that because what we're talking about is so important and so meaningful that we're able to have this much anticipation, and so many people want to go see it and are talking about it. Like, that's what I'm grateful for.
And you had a key part in bringing it to the big screen. How did this all come to be?
Well, in 2019, I read the book, I sent the book by my book agent in China at the time, and I was looking for films that could inspire, that were commercially viable, but also could really reach in and touch somebody's heart, and maybe ask them to see the world a bit differently. And I read the book. I couldn't even finish it. I was just crying as I was reading it.
You were crying.
I was in tears. I was sitting next to my wife, who's here, by the way. Hi, baby. And just not running down my nose. And I just was like, if I could be this touched by the leading story, then I can only imagine what this could do for so many people. So I wrote Colleen. She believed in me enough to give me the honor of adapting it, and it's been 5 years to get here.
You know, for people who don't know that, you tackle domestic violence in a way that a lot of people don't expect. I think you think of a typical abuser, you think of a typical victim, but this is nuancy, and sometimes by the time you get to the end of it, you really don't know how you feel.
Yeah, well, I think that's the challenge, right? Because what is a typical abuser or a typical victim? I think that there is no typical anything. I think that unhealthy relationships on a spectrum, and this was a really important one. So we partnered with our dear friends at No More. It was the only way that I could direct this movie is if I had a group of women specifically behind me who are specialists in this space. And from the very beginning, we worked very hard to create a very truthful and honest story that could reflect the reality of what millions and millions of people go through every day.
And I think Blake knocked it out of the park. Is there something about Blake that we don't know? And what was it like working with her?
I don't know if you know how smart and creative she really is. I think she's best known as an actress, and of course she's a fashion icon, but she is so much more than that. She is a dynamic creative. She had her hands in every part of this production, and everything she touched, she made better.
And in 10 seconds, the one thing you want people to take away from this project, what would you say?
Hope. That everybody has the ability to end a cycle that they didn't ask for. We can all say it ends with us.
Yes, Justin, thank you, and congratulations on the project. It Ends With Us is in theaters tomorrow, although I know everyone knows that. How about over to you? I'm going to grab it from you, Chanel. I've got Adriana with me. She said French shopping, the French pharmacy, and I had to be here. So she's going to share some hot tips coming up next, the secrets of the French ladies products you can pick up right here. But first, this is today on NBC.
James Copenhagen and David Dutch. And I extend my deepest sympathies to the Comparator family.
To celebrate Team USA going for gold, Xfinity is offering a gold medal deal. Now, through August 11th, get our best offer yet with Xfinity Internet and one line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for a year and a free 5G phone. Plus, add the new Xfinity screensaver for just $15 a month and get Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. Hurry, when the Olympic Games end, so does this gold medal deal. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity.
Cooper University Healthcare, your new neighbor at the shore. The region's leading academic health system. From primary care to the top specialists. Award-winning care, now close to where you live. With access to advanced cancer care at MD Anderson Cancer Center at Cooper. Together, let's create healthier communities down the shore. Cooper University Healthcare. Extraordinary.
Kamala Harris has taken on gang members to get justice for victims, taken on big banks to pay back people they ripped off, taken on drug companies to cap insulin at $35. Now she's running to take on greedy corporations who jack up prices to lower everyday costs for working families. They're spending millions on ads attacking her because she'd be a president who fights for you. That guy's responsible for the content of this ad.
Karen's about to retire. Here's what's going into her retirement.
There's us. She raised us on our own.
10 years as my roller derby wife.
Great. Preschool is open.
She's a mother.
I think we turned out all right.
She's a friend.
Our mothers can tell stories.
She's a teacher.
She may be retiring, but she's not done.
I'm never gonna stop.
Retirement is the sum of your life's work. Now what? Get income for life and protect your life's work with Prudential.
We are back with a special shop all day and a lovely Christmas treat team here to help us jump into our French boat beauty routine with Shop Today editorial director Adriana Brock. Adriana, good morning. Don't forget you can shop anything we're about to show by scanning the QR code. I love our tranquil setting. I love a French pharmacy. The French pharmacies, I'm so jealous of you guys being over in Paris for a few days because I was like, wait, I want to go shop there. Yeah. And you know what? You could shop this stuff here stateside. You could shop it online. This first one you could get at Target. This is a bet. And it's not all outrageously expensive either. And they're made with simple ingredients. The whole vibe is like effortless, but useful. Okay. So this first one's from a Ben. It's the Seagull Fake Cream, and dermatologists love this. I call this a medicine cabinet staple. It's kind of like your SOS beauty cream. So you can use it for every day, like as a daily moisturizer, but it really shines whenever you have like any wounds or cracked skin, eczema flare-ups. This is great for sensitive skin, sunburns, anytime you need a little skin pick-me-up, you want to grab this. So keep it in your medicine cabinet. It works wonders. I've used it as diaper cream too. Oh my God. Yeah. Well, okay. Well, really good. Multitasking mom. All right, tell me about this. This is a brand. Okay, so this is Codally. So Codally has its origins in Bordeaux in a vineyard. So of course, the ingredients are inspired by that. We use grapeseed, some vine sap, and some squalane, which is really moisturizing. So this is what I call a glow up in a bottle. And what it's going to do is going to help fade those dark spots, brighten skin, give you those antioxidants from the grapeseed. Exactly. So we love this. This is a little bit of a splurge, but if you're looking for something more like lower barrier entry, this travel set is incredible. It's $24 and it comes with everything you need to glow from head to toe, from a face cleanser to a body lotion. Okay, got it all. Love Codally. What is this? Okay, so this is from a newer brand. It's a younger French brand called Provence, and they are taking over the game, making products under $25 that are really cool and modern and fresh. And this is their lip serum. Love this because what it does, it's using hyaluronic acid and some peptides that's going to help plump and smooth your lips and make them look even better. So kind of like a lip balm, but even better. Okay, great. And this is the mascara. What's special about this? We can't talk about French beauty without talking about L'Oreal. It's been around for over 100 years. It makes so many great beauty products. When it comes to makeup, this mascara, the Telescopic Mascara, has over 50,000 reviews. It's under $10. The Shop Today editorial team loves this mascara. I mean, we use it all the time. Actually, we have a before and after of one of our staff, who's our resident Francophile, and she's actually a French girl, so she has been wearing this for over 10 years. And the magic here is really in the flatter brush. It's made to define and lengthen your lashes, so it's not like super voluminous fake lashes, like heavy look. Exactly. It's very like natural everyday look. Okay. Now, what is this? Oil? This is the Nuke's oil. I love this. So this is a dry oil. You're getting that oily effect from head to toe. But it's not going to give you that slick oil. No, it's a nice spray. I love that you spray it on. It's so much easier, less messy. 20-second dry shampoo. Let's talk about dry shampoo. This is from Florent, and it's made with oat milk, and they've been doing this before it was full of oat milk. So this is going to get rid of the oil. We have Alexa, who's actually a cycling instructor. Look at that before and after. Get rid of those oily roots. Plump up the hair. Scan the QR code. It's worth it, Adriana. Thank you. Natalie Rogers live in concert tomorrow right here. Check your local news now. Again.
I am immensely proud of the selfless dedication of our employees.
NBC 10 News starts now.
Good morning, I'm NBC 10's Lauren May. It is 8:56 and it's a wet Thursday. Let's get to your most accurate neighborhood weather with NBC 10 first alert meteorologist Bill Henry.
Yeah, we've already seen a round of rain come through much of the area. That's on the move. And now there's some downpours, too. They're pushing through Cape May County, now heading towards Corbin City and Morris River. Some spotty light showers into Gloucester, Delaware counties, and rain is in Allentown right now, just getting ready to move out of Bucks County. But there's more rain on the way. This is coming up from the south, so grab the umbrella. You'll need it today. Don't need to worry about the sun at all. Temperatures will stay in the 70s with some downpours possible this afternoon, tonight, and again tomorrow. Lauren?
Thanks, Bill. New this morning, police say a 59-year-old woman was hit and killed while trying to cross the street. The crash happened overnight in Albany. Police say the crash was so intense, the victim was thrown 100 feet. Investigators say the driver was not impaired. They're working to find out if speed could have been a factor. Nearly a dozen people are waking up this morning without a home after a building collapse in North Philadelphia. It happened along Broad Street yesterday afternoon. Police people inside said the building just fell like dominoes. Thankfully, everyone made it out safely. Investigators are working to find out the cause. A local Olympian is going to be a flag bearer for the closing ceremonies in Paris. Nick Mead is a Chester County native. You can see him sitting at the front of the boat there. Mead went to Princeton University. He won gold in the men's 4-boat finals last week. And swimming star Katie Ledecky will be the other flag bearer for Team USA. I'm NBC 10's Lauren May. You can watch us every weekday starting at 4 a.m. Have a great day.
Independence Blue Cross River Range Summerfest. Open 7 days a week, including holidays. NBC 10 First Alert Weather. Certified most accurate 9 years in a row. Count on it.
I became a nurse to make lives better. Today, that's hard to do because of the open border. I've seen firsthand the damage that Kamala Harris caused as our country's borders are. Hospitals everywhere are overwhelmed, and American patients are paying the price. My patients are covering the healthcare costs for people here illegally, while their own care is jeopardized. Kamala Harris is weak and dangerous.
Preserve America PAC is responsible for the content of this advertising.
To put more money in your pocket.
No, Bob Casey is taking money out of your pocket. He voted for trillions in reckless spending, causing prices to skyrocket. Because of Casey, Pennsylvanians are paying $11,000 more per year for groceries, gasoline, housing. The more Bob Casey votes, the more you lose. Don't let him pick your pocket anymore. Fire Bob Casey. Keystone Renewal PAC is responsible for the content of this advertising. Illegal alien wanted for murder.
Illegal immigrant convicted of murder.
Liberal open border policies. They're making our communities less safe.
So what's Congresswoman Susan Wild doing about
I
it?
just voted no on the border bill.
Blocking solutions.
Voting against Remain in Mexico, a common sense policy that kept immigrants in Mexico.
The result? More drugs, more violence, more illegals pouring over the border and into our communities.
Tell Congresswoman Susan Wild to secure our border and reinstate Remain in Mexico.
How about that? Unbelievable! Oh my gosh! What we just saw, we might never see again.
It's another resplendent day in Paris as this picturesque city and the athletes who have come from all over the world to compete here continue to showcase the magic of the Olympic Games. And how about our magical shot from our Eiffel Tower to the Eiffel Tower? Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 13 of these Paris Olympics. We have a packed program coming up for you. A live women's indoor volleyball semi-final match, that's the United States versus Brazil. A live men's beach volleyball semi-final and some diving for you as well. But we're going to start with track and field. We will be bringing you the first round of the men's and women's 4x100 meter relays. But earlier this morning, the heptathlon got underway, a grueling 2-day, 7-event test that starts with the 100 hurdles. American Anna Hall, a 2-time world medalist, making her Olympic debut. So we head to Stade de France and Bill Spaulding on the call.
Third heat of the heptathlon 100 hurdles, and here come all three Americans as we set up the big picture of this 7-event competition. This is a huge one for the trio of Americans. For Anna Hall's pursuit of gold, she's one of the best in this event in the 100 hurdles, but also for Americans Talia Brooks and Shari Hawkins. If they want to have strong performances, this is an event where they really excel. Get a look at the 29-year-old Brooks out of Wichita Falls, Texas here. She was third at Olympic trials and is an incredible hurdler.
This is where we really start cooking. I mean, Talia Brooks, she has a personal best of 12:61. That is very, very, very competitive. If she was to specialize and say, I want to work on the hurdle, she could drop that time significantly and jump in with the hurdler. So understand, this is going to be a really good event for her.
The stadium is packed with fans from Belgium out to see this heptathlon because they don't just have Nafi Thiam, they have Norwitz, the world indoor champ in the pentathlon this year, who will go out of lane number 4. Martha Rujo of Colombia is in lane number 5. And here's a young, up-and-coming French woman who could contend. Her personal best descent this year, Ariana Laurent, was 12th at the World Championships last season, but that personal best came at the European Championships where she was second behind only Thiam.
You having a breakout season. She's PR by over 400 points total on her entire score. So keep a lookout on her over these next 7 events. With this French crowd, she's going to be one to watch.
And here is the American Anna Hall out of Denver, Colorado, 23 years old. She is the world silver medalist. Had surgery back in January. For a while, didn't know she'd be able to make this Olympics. Did at trials, and now looks for an Olympic medal. And it's the Olympic debut of Shari Hawkins, the 33-year-old from Rexburg, Idaho, who has really grinded as a professional track athlete over the last decade or so and gets her first taste of the Olympics today.
Shari was so emotional, everyone, after the Olympic trials. She was like, I've been trying for so long, and it finally came true. I mean, she laughed, me and her laughed because she said, I probably am going to have some pretty hideous pictures of me. I said, they're going to be beautiful because it's tears of joy.
Her dad, Bill, a high school basketball coach in Idaho for 29 years, so coaches, they know the work ethic, and she said her work ethic
is unbelievable, and that she's really, really coachable, and that's why she's continued to improve throughout her career, hitting the best heights of her career at 33 years old. All right, so watch Anna Hall in 7, Hawkins next to her in 8. The American Talia Brooks is down in lane 3. Anna Hall, a gold medal contender, needs a speedy hurdles time. This is one of the events where she is heading shoulders above the other medal contenders. Anna Hall's chase for a medal begins, and she gets away well. Talia Brooks is also off to a steaming start. Brooks has the lead over the hurdle. She clips one, tries to keep it going. Hall is coming late, and on the inside down in lane number 2, it is Anna Kalik of Switzerland who wins it in 12:86, our first mark under 13 seconds. Brooks hits 13 flat, which will have her in second. Just 13:35 for Anna Hall. It is around her season's best mark, but would have been looking to gain a little bit more ground on the contenders here in that race for gold.
I told you we were going to be cooking here for this heat. In this heat, it was 3 ladies with a personal best of under 13. Somebody was going to break that 13-second barrier. Right here to the right of your screen, Kaylin, she has a good start, but Talia Brooks to her inside has a really, really, really good start. But she clips, I think that was hurdle line 6. But the fact that she was able to save that was beautiful, and to really get those points going. To the left here, you see Hawkins. She's ahead of Hall, which is really, really good for her to try and get these points that she knows she's going to need. Okay, if we're going to be honest, Hall may not be 100% pleased with the performance here. She did have a lot of time where she said, this year, I had to trust my body, trust my knee. At the trials, I think that question was answered for her. She knew that she could trust it here. She's going to have to continue to put together some good competitions outside of these hurdles now.
She is still ahead of KJT and Tian, netting 1,071 points in the opening event. Talia Brooks in his second place after the hurdles.
Did you know there's a way to cut your dishwashing time by 50%? Try Dawn Power Wash Dish Spray. It removes 99% of grease and grime in half the time. Dawn Power Wash has 3 cleaning boosters not found in traditional dish soaps that remove food and grease 5 times faster. And because it cleans so well, you can replace multiple cleaning products for counters, stoves, and even laundry stains. Try Dawn Power Wash Dish Spray. Brand power helping you buy better.
Detect this. Living with HIV, Robert learned he can stay undetectable with fewer medicines. That's why he switched to Dovato. Dovato is a complete HIV treatment for some adults. No other complete HIV pill uses fewer medicines to help keep you undetectable than Dovato. Detect this. Marnina learned that most HIV pills contain 3 or 4 medicines. Dovato is as effective with just 2. If you have hepatitis B, don't stop Dovato without talking to your doctor. Don't take Dovato if you're allergic to its ingredients or taking dofetilide. This can cause serious or life-threatening side effects. If you have a rash or allergic reaction symptoms, stop Dovato and get medical help right away. Serious or life-threatening lactic acid buildup and liver problems can occur. Tell your doctor if you have kidney or liver problems, or if you are pregnant, breastfeeding, or considering pregnancy. Dovato may harm an unborn baby. Most common side effects are headache, nausea, diarrhea, trouble sleeping, tiredness, and anxiety. Detect this. You could stay undetectable with fewer medicines. Ask your doctor about Dovato.
With so much entertainment out there, wouldn't it be great if you could find what you want all in one place?
Shall we, Paris?
Save on some of the biggest names in streaming with Xfinity. Plus, get a free 5G phone and our best offer yet on internet and mobile during the Olympic Games only. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity.
Hey, with Priceline VIP Family, you can unlock deals 5 times faster. You don't even have to be an actual family.
Oh, I'd be the dad.
I'm the dad.
Hey, physically, it's clear that I'm the dad.
Okay, so which dad is paying?
You're the dad.
Go to your happy price, Priceline.
Back to school means back to the doorway. Find new favorites that fit just right and save during our back to school customer appreciation event. Plus, Earn Kohl's Cash. Kohl's.
Welcome to St. Dennis Medical. We help our patients and each other. Let's get out there and heal some people.
You know, it's not always glamorous,
Oh, wrong side. Got myself. Feel like I need to go to the hospital.
but every now and then a moment comes along where you truly change someone's life.
No more cirrhosis. No more cancer. Wait, I have cancer?
No, we're just kidding, man. You go.
St. Dennis Medical this fall on NBC and Peacock.
It is time for the relays. Women's 4x100 meter relay, round one. The name of the game today, Don Harper Nelson for the United States, is Get the Stick Around. They are clearly the fastest foursome in this group. Clean passes send them to the final.
Yes, if we have not seen from today enough coming off of our throwers, the drama is here. The relay just adds so many more layers to that. But for the U.S., like I said, I was talking to Michelle Lewis-Freeman. She's a 2008 Olympian. She's been to the Olympics for the 100, been there for the 4x1. She knows what it takes, but she also knows what it's like to be devastated. They got disqualified when she was running. So she's like, I've learned so many lessons. We've been working on this for 2 championships now. We want to get the job done.
That's a good sight to see. Côte d'Ivoire got qualified, which was a huge accomplishment that Marie-Josie Tomlin-Smith was talking about. She was injured earlier on in this meet, had to pull out of the 200 after an injury in the 100, but she is back to run the anchor leg and try to get Côte d'Ivoire into the final. Poland should be a very good group. They're always really well drilled when it comes to passing the stick, and they have the speedy Eva Svoboda running the anchor leg.
And that's what it's about. It's not always about like, oh, we need some Olympic finalists to have 4 of them lining up. No, it is the chemistry with that stick. Who can run best through the zones and not have that stick slow down?
Germany was the bronze medalist back at the 2022 World Championships. Rebecca Haas will anchor for the German squad. Gina Lukenkamper running that turn, one of the top sprinters for the German group as well. And here is the United States. They're going to run with all of their heavy hitters, and in this order, Melissa Jefferson will lead things off, the bronze medalist in the 100 meters. T.T. Terry was a 100-meter finalist. She runs the second leg. Gold medalist in the 200, Gabby Thomas will run the second turn, and the silver medalist in the 100, Sha'Carri Richardson, will run the anchor leg as the Americans look for Olympic gold. It was Jamaica back in Tokyo that won the 4x1.
I mean, right here, there's star power here on the track, knowing that they can get the job done. But with the Sharika Jackson coming home, Gabby Thomas, she's like, I now have felt that feeling of, yes, successful, but defeat. We want to win here.
But then the World Championships last year, the Americans in this group starting to show their capabilities.
Coming back, you know that feeling of defeat? Guess what? We said it will not happen again. Not if we give Sha'Carri Richardson the stick. That is what's never going to happen with her ankle. So we're hoping that coming here to Paris, working on this stick, working on the chemistry, come on, baby, let's bring that stick home in first.
It'll be that same final handoff for the U.S. too. Gabby Thomas to Sha'Carri Richardson. So they're used to each other's speed and cadence, and Gabby Thomas's top speed. Hard for a lot of women to run with when they're getting the stick, but Sha'Carri is well prepared for it. You see Italy in 4, Australia is right next to the United States in 5, and Belgium down in 3, and Switzerland will run in 2. We mentioned the star power for Jamaica. It is a little different this time around because of injuries. No Elaine Thompson-Herah, and then no Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price or Sharika Jackson. We're both here in Paris, but Fraser-Price pulled out before the semifinals of the 100 with an injury. Jackson did not start either the 100 or the 200 with an injury, so it'll be a much different-looking group for Jamaica, which we'll see in the second heat.
When that happens, you acknowledge it. You say, okay, we don't have 2 of our stars, but the people that we're putting out there are runners as well. They're capable because we know it's not always about that speed. Sometimes people say all the time, you see Twitter go crazy, social media, why aren't the fastest people? Well, do the fastest people have the best chemistry? Do they have that relay IQ? Because it is a real thing.
Top 3 from each of these 2 heats move on to the final along with 2-time qualifiers. We know who has the fastest and deepest foursome, but in the relay, still have to get that baton 400 meters around. 23-year-old Melissa Jefferson, the bronze medalist in the 100, leads things off for the United States. They're flying early. Cote d'Ivoire also looking good. Here comes the first exchange, and the Americans make it. T.T. Terry has the stick. Cote d'Ivoire still in good positioning as well, but the United States starting to grab the lead. Terry to Gabby Thomas next. The third exchange, it is a little bit shaky, and the Americans slow down, but get the pass. Now Gabby Thomas has to come from behind as Germany has built the lead. Thomas for Sha'Carri Richardson looking to chase down Germany. The fourth baton is away. The Americans are in a qualification spot. Now Sha'Carri Richardson says, we'll just go ahead and win this heat as well in 41.94. So they get it around.
Yes, they do.
They're moving on. They'll need to be cleaner in the final.
I'm sorry. That laugh might have been so loud. That was actually a relief. I grabbed both of the gentlemen, you all, in the booth because my heart just kind of stopped. The coaches said your heart actually pauses 4 times during the relay. Wait for the gun to go off, and then the 3 exchanges. And my, oh my, was that second exchange kind of like, you had to just inhale. But it was the intelligence of Gabby to understand, let me slow down just a hair to secure getting this stick.
Let's make sure they stayed in the sector here when they made the pass. Yes, they did.
Got it right. And believe me, teams understand when it comes to the U.S., really anybody, they are going to be dissecting, did they stay in the exchange zone? Because, man, to get that U.S. out of there would be special. But no, Gabby Thomas got it in time and handed off to Sha'Carri. Well, you'll see right here, Sha'Carri Richardson even did a slight look over. She said, hey, girl, and then kept going. I mean, no disrespect. It's just, I mean, when that gun goes off and we're competing, it is no love. We are going for it.
Majinga Kambunji brings Switzerland home in third behind Germany in second. The United States, they win their heat. They are through, and they have the talent to make up for mistakes like that, but they're going to need to raise their game a little bit before the final.
No question, no question. And understand, all of them know. They all saw it. They felt it. Their hearts dropped a little bit. So the coaches in the back will have a discussion, pull them, say, hey, let's talk about what happened. All right, now let's perfect that.
United States, with a little drama, is going on to the women's 4x100-meter final.
When a victim becomes a survivor, the real work begins.
Help us get justice.
I'm not asking you to trust the system. I'm asking you to trust me.
SVU, October 3rd at ABC in Peacock.
Fargo is the new virtual assistant from Wells Fargo.
Oh, come on.
Fargo lets you do this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card. I found it. I found my card.
And also this.
Fargo, turn on my debit card.
Do you, Fargo? You can with Wells Fargo.
Not every decision you make will be as good as getting a Volkswagen at the Savvy VW Summer Sales Event. 2024 Volkswagen models cost less to maintain than Honda. Get 1.9% APR financing or a $2,500 customer bonus on a new 2024 Tiguan. Karen's about to retire. Here's what's going into her retirement.
There's us. She raised us on our own.
10 years as my roller derby wife.
Great. Great schools she's open.
She's a mother.
I think we turned out all right.
She's a friend.
Our mothers could tell stories.
She's a teacher.
She may be retiring, but she's not done.
I'm never gonna stop.
Retirement is the sum of your life's work. Now what? Get income for life and protect your life's work with Prudential.
You don't need to go to Vegas to get the red carpet treatment. Get your thrills wherever you are with Fanatics Casino. Play hundreds of slot and live dealer titles alongside your favorite table games. With easy deposits and quick withdrawals. All within the Fanatics Sportsbook and Casino app. New customers, deposit $5 today and get $50 in casino credit to use on any of our games.
Fargo Fargo is the new virtual assistant from Wells Fargo.
Oh, come on.
Fargo lets you do this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card. I found it. I found my card.
And also this.
Fargo, turn on my debit card.
Do you, Fargo? You can with Wells Fargo.
It's the second heat of the women's 4x100 meter relay. Top three from this heat automatically moving on. Here is Jamaica in lane 9, the defending champions, but this is a new look lineup. No carryovers after the injuries to Sharika Jackson and Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price at this Olympic Games. Tia Clayton, who made the final in the women's 100, will be the Jamaican anchor.
Is it weird that I'm a little excited that there's this new team for Jamaica? I think it's going to show their depth, right? I'm sitting here looking at personal best. I mean, 1092, 1088, 1096, 1086. This is fast, people. Please understand. They're not slacking anywhere.
Canada's in 8, and then the bronze medalists from the Tokyo Games in 7. And if Great Britain gets into the final, they'll insert a couple of great sprinters, Daryl Nita and Dina Asher-Smith. They're a serious contender, not just for a medal, but also to push the United States. Got to imagine this place is going to go crazy if France can get into the top 3. Chloe Gallet will be the anchor leg for the French quartet. The Netherlands, real contender to get themselves into the final as well, anchored by Kasayaya. Already won a relay medal at these games. It was gold in the mixed 4x4. You got to imagine that sense of confidence through the entire team. Nigeria may be sliding under the radar a bit. Look how young this team is. Their oldest runner is 22, but Favro Feely, Rosemary Chukwuma, and Tima Godbless have international experience, good collegiate experience. They know how to get the stick around.
They do. First leg is 17 years old. Wow, people, wow.
Here's Spain running out of lane at number 3. As will be the anchor for the Spaniards. And then Trinidad and Tobago runs out of lane at number 2 with Leah Bertrand, the anchor leg. Again, a young team, 2 18-year-olds out here for Trinidad and Tobago.
I think having such young teams across the board shows the future of where this event, where these teams are going. And I also want to speak on Great Britain. They ran a relay team at the London Diamond League and did an amazing job. I mean, the stick was beautiful, but the clock read something awesome. But 2 of those athletes, Daryl Nita and Dina Asher-Smith, are not running. That's going to be very interesting. I would assume that they would have me run, but they want to rest them because they say we want to once again have that star power and fresh legs once we make it to the final. That's trusting these people.
Second heat of the women's 4x100 meter relay. Top 3 teams move to the final. They'll join Team USA. We'll keep our eye on the defending champions, Jamaica, out 9 with their new look roster, and on Great Britain, the bronze medalists from Tokyo in lane 7. Jamaica is off to a good start here. First exchange clean for both Jamaica and Great Britain. France also trying to push. Great Britain looking very strong in the early going. Jamaica about to make its second exchange, and they do. And now Shasha Forbes takes the stick. Great Britain's right there with Amy Hunt. And Great Britain leads France into the top 3 as we head to the final handoff. It is clean for Great Britain. It is clean for France. They're away. Jamaica's Tia Clayton has work to do to lock up a top 3. Great Britain and France are going through. Jamaica will join them in the final.
Yes, Henry. Yes, that was, yes, you guys were what we call flying. I saw your arms. That was a good run. But wow, that was really a race between Great Britain and France. That's obviously what the fans wanted. But I love when a team comes here and they say, we don't have to be one of the main people they talk about. We're going to make them talk about us. And that was France. You see, I just brought up how Great Britain did at the London Diamond League. But France said, we saw them, but we know what we have. But I want to point out, on anchor leg, what Clayton did for Jamaica on the outside. They were in third, but it wasn't a convincing third. Right here, you see Jamaica on the outside. She ran a good leg, but it wasn't anything to really kind of solidify a top 3. And once Clayton got that stick, she said, listen, I am here, and I was in the finals of the 100 meters, and my PR of 10.8 is going to do some damage and really solidify us back to this third place spot.
Audrey LeDuc just ran Canada in on time as well. Canada was in 7th place at that final exchange They finished fourth with a top 2 qualifying time. So 4 teams from each heat are going to make it through based on time qualification. As Great Britain, France, Jamaica, and Canada will come out of this heat. Great Britain looking strong. And remember, they still have Dina Asher-Smith to substitute in and Daryl Nita to substitute in, a finalist in both the 100 and the 200. So Great Britain serving some notice to the United States. You better bring your A game to that final. It is not going to be an uncontested race for gold.
I told you, every day is a new day, and that is how every athlete out here functions.
So Canada and Australia will be the 2 that make it through to the final on time. To go along with Great Britain, France, and Jamaica. That time for Canada, 42.50, is a national record. This was a good last leg, as you mentioned there, from Tia Clayton. We're watching that first exchange here now, Don. Great Britain, one of the reasons they did so well. Look how clean all of their passes were today, other than that first one. It was the other 2 that made a big difference.
But I will say here, what you just saw was Hunt being patient and keeping a good hand out there.
Well, we've had some disqualifications from the first heat coming in. Cote d'Ivoire, one of those that will be disqualified along with Belgium. So that has shaped the picture a bit. And now your qualifiers are the United States, Great Britain, and France, along with Germany, Jamaica, and Switzerland. Canada and the Netherlands are the other 2 going through, not Australia. So those are your 8 that will move on after the qualifications have been sorted out.
Drama, drama, drama. We talked about it, and there you have it.
That's the reaction from the Canadians when they see that they're through. Audrey Leduc, who's become a sprint superstar there, running them into it. And the Dutch find out they also make it into the final. So 8 teams will head to the final. The Americans are there. They will be the favorite for gold in that 4x1 final tomorrow night.
I told myself I was okay with my moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis symptoms.
With my psoriatic arthritis symptoms. But just okay isn't okay.
And I was done settling.
If you still have symptoms after a TNF blocker like Humira or Enbrel, Rinvoq is different and may help. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that can dramatically relieve RA and PSA symptoms, including fatigue for some. It can stop joint damage and PSA can leave skin clear or almost clear.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin cancer. Death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occur. People 50 and older with at least one heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Done settling?
Ask your rheumatologist for Rinvoq.
And take back what's yours.
Learn how AbbVie could help you save. Once upon a time, there was an infinity, meticulously crafted to stir your imagination. And dare you to dream. Luxurious 3-row dreams. Where everything for every passenger could be just right. Introducing the all-new 3-row Infinity QX80.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, getting a bachelor's degree doesn't have to mean starting from scratch. Here, you can earn up to 90 undergraduate credits for relevant experience. What will your next success be?
You're the one the Wizard of Oz has been waiting for. Sky's the
You can do this. You can do anything. I know.
It is time for the speed, time for the drama, and time for the nail biting in the men's 4x100 meter relay. First round underway, and for the United States, this is a big step toward shifting the narrative in this men's 4x1 at the Olympics. The last time the United States won a medal in the men's 4x1 was a silver all the way back in 2004. Since then, they've had a drop baton in 2008, disqualification in 2012 and 2016, handoff issues that just led to a slow time in the first round in 2021 and kept them out of the final. They have won world championships since. They have a lot of the same faces here at this relay, and they have drilled at relay camps the baton exchange. See if that all adds up to an Olympic gold medal here.
As I'm hearing you say all the stats of this year, this happened, and it just got worse and worse, I was almost like, oh, Bill, please just stop saying all these things. It's hard to hear, but that's the reality of it. That just shows how difficult. This is not an easy thing. But I think the men that are on this track are here and ready for that task.
There's the defending champions, Marcel Jacobs, the 2021 champ in the 100, who finished 5th in that great 100 this year, will run the second leg for the defending gold medalist from Italy. Japan is always so strong with the handoffs. They gain ground at each exchange zone, so keep an eye on them in lane number 7. And then it's the United States in lane number 6. Christian Coleman, the fastest starter in the world, will lead them off. Then Fred Curley, Kyrie King, and Courtney Lindsay with Noah Lyles and Kenny Bednarek in the 200-meter final tonight. They'll be back if the Americans make the final. But if you watched the struggles last year, this is where it all went wrong for them. A bad early exchange, and it got them so far behind that they could never get back into it.
You know, yes, and saying that again, your question is like, how did this happen again? But it just, I'm telling you, incoming runners, they are moving. We have to respect that.
So that was Tokyo, but then this was the World Championships last year, where the United States put it all together, and Noah Lyles grabbing on that second effort, the handoff from Brandon Carnes, and pulling away with it.
Yes, as you saw, a little bit of a bobble with the stick, but it's being patient. Noah Lyles has that IQ of don't panic, he'll get the job done. As soon as I get the stick, it is over, and that's what he did.
Again, Lyles and Bednarek are ready for the 200 final tonight, so they won't run this opening leg, which shifts the responsibility to Kyrie King and Courtney Lindsay, who've been here like Christian Coleman as part of this relay pool for weeks and finally get a chance to run.
You know, the conversation has been like, man, when we get on the track, man, well, you are here. Let's see it.
Mentioned the defending champions from Italy. Great Britain also has a tremendous team that should push the United States. Nathaniel Mitchell-Blake is their anchor. Louis Hinchcliffe, the NCAA champion, runs the second leg just to the left of the Americans, so they'll be there to push them along in this heat.
Hinchcliffe, you have, like, this second leg that he runs is amazing. Cannot wait to see it.
Top 3 in each of these 2 heats, and the next 2 fastest times make it through to the 4x1 final. All right, the best starter in the world, Christian Coleman, gets out of the blocks for the United States, 4th from the top in lane 6, and he's created a little bit of a lead. Here comes the first handoff to Fred Curley. He is away with it. And here goes the Olympic bronze medalist down the backstretch. Great Britain getting that leg from Hinchcliffe you expected, but the Americans make another clean pass. Kyrie King has the stick. Just one more exchange to come for the United States. King with it. He passes it to Courtney Lindsay. Take a deep breath, America. They got the stick around, and they are running away with it here in round 1. The American 4x1 is on to the final.
What a run. Yes, we are all in here. We can finally exhale. But let me say this, because I'm going to say it, no one else is going to say it. Fred Curley, that was the safest stick I've ever seen in my life. I laughed. Christian Coleman's running up, and he eases out. He's like, just give me the stick. Now, once he got it, he turned into a monster. But you can see a little bit of that. I just want to make sure it's safe. The first round jitters were there. Everyone understands how important this is. But, man, that last leg from Courtney was awesome.
888 on that final leg for Courtney Lindsay. Get the running start, obviously, but going sub-9 there. Only Akani Simbine of South Africa was even close.
And you see it right here. Watch how Christian runs up on Fred Curley. Look at this. That is hilarious. Fred Curley said, I just want to make sure I get the stick. But Christian said, look, man, I'm coming in like a freight train. You can go.
Christian Coleman, really good start as well. And Curley, even with that little delay, still is 8:98 on the backstretch.
That just shows, listen, once you get these jitters out for the finals, with that execution, the time will be really, really fast. I mean, it was just some good sticks there from Fred Curley to Kyrie to Courtney. That was textbook.
How about the end from South Africa and Simbine going from 6th all the way up to 2nd to grab an automatic qualifying spot. Then Great Britain just ahead of Japan. It grabs the 3rd automatic mark. Maybe a little more difficulty than we would have expected for Great Britain to make it through.
Well, they did have a Zarnell Hughes on there, so that's something that I noticed. But, Simbine said field is 9.8 speed on everybody in the field.
Christian Coleman, Fred Curley, Kyrie King, and Courtney Lindsay get the United States into the men's 4x100 final.
Witness the origin. Don't you want to be more than they say you are? Of Optimus Prime. Take these and access your full potential. On September 20th. Roll out. What? Transform and roll out. Yes! Discover the legend behind the leader. Come on. It's all good. Oh, that's not good. Transformers 1. Oh, September 20th.
Your memory is an amazing thing, but sometimes it can start to slow down. But did you know Prevagen can help keep your memory sharp? The secret is the powerful ingredient apoaquarin, originally discovered in jellyfish and found only in Prevagen. In a clinical study, Prevagen was shown to improve memory in subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired. Stay sharp and improve your memory with Prevagen. Prevagen. In stores everywhere without a prescription.
I love this place, but I need better credit.
Bad credit? You could just open a new card. Good credit to get credit.
Wow, I could build my credit that fast? Nice.
Everything you need to outsmart the system. Intuit Credit Card.
I'm John. I wanted to quit smoking for years. I tried several different times. Nothing seemed to work for me, but I didn't give up. Eventually, I found the right doctor, and together we came up with a plan that finally worked by using 2 quit smoking medicines and getting counseling. My tip is, keep trying. You only have to quit for good once.
You can quit. For free help, call 1-800-QUIT NOW.
My competition is fierce, sweat, grit, oil.
New Olay cleansing melts. Just soak, activate, wash. For 3 times better clean.
For my best skin.
New Olay cleansing melts. The official facial cleanser of Team USA.
I can't believe Daddy never told me I have a half sister. He always said family is the most important thing.
Maybe that's why he started 2 of them.
We have a bar. No, I have a bar.
Oh boy.
Drinks are on the house. No, they're mine.
I always wanted a big sister, even if she is old enough to be my mom.
This is Tennessee. I'm old enough to be your great-grandma.
Happy's Place this fall on NBC and Peacock.
Getting those relay athletes in positioning all around the track. Mentioned Thompson, he'll run the anchor leg for Jamaica. Canada will be anchored by DeFrost. Aaron Brown leads them off. France is in this group, and we've seen them again pushed along to new heights so far with the way that they've been going. Jamaica, the interesting thing, they are using their relay pool here. We didn't know if they try to run their A group, but no Oblique Seville in this 4x1 for Jamaica. You'd expect to probably see him go in tomorrow if they make it into the final.
I think they're showing their depth. You have to, if you put men out there, you have to sat down and had a conversation. This is not something in passing. You said, you know what Jamaica stands for. In relays, we get the job done. So now that's on your shoulders.
Heat 2 of the men's 4x100 meter relay. Germany is on the outside with Kevin Kranz leading them off. Jamaica is one of the teams to keep an eye on in Heat 2 of the men's 4x100-meter relay. The Americans have already made it through. Will Jamaica possibly be their biggest challenge in the final? Shane Thompson, the silver medalist in the 100, runs the anchor leg. This is France. Ryan Zeze has been very strong for this French quartet here at these games, running some great individual efforts. And he will run the third leg, the second turn for this group. Canada was the silver medalist at the last Olympic Games. Andre DeGrasse dealing with some minor injury issues, but still feeling strong enough to try to anchor them back into the final.
If Andre DeGrasse wants to run, I'm putting him on there. I've seen what he could do on anchor leg, put this team back in the fight.
China won a bronze medal in Tokyo. It was their first relay medal in Olympic history. Got to get to the final to try to defend that medal this time around.
China has beautiful sticks as well, so looking forward to that.
Ghana in lane number 4. Moa anchors this group. Benjamin Asmani, who will run that second leg, is blazing fast. Brazil is on the inside in lane number 3. Gabriel dos Santos is fired up to lead them off. And Renan Correa, the 20-year-old, will be their anchor.
Well, I'll say on first leg, you have to have that fire, right? You get your team out the hole.
Here's Liberia. Joseph Fanbule finishes races about as hard and as well as anybody in the world, and he'll look to finish this relay for Liberia. Second heat of the men's 4x100-meter relay. Top 3 move on to the final, where they'll face the United States. There is Jamaica, trying to get the stick around in good shape for their anchor, Shane Thompson, the silver medalist in the 100 meters. Canada, the reigning silver medalist from Tokyo, also in this heat in lane 6. Good start on the outside for Akeem Blake of Jamaica. He's already trying to make up some ground running away from France. Canada got out well with Aaron Brown at the first exchange. Jamaica's clean. Canada's clean. Germany with a very good handoff as well. But now Jamaica's Jelani Walker is eating up some distance on the back end. Canada first to the second exchange. It's a beauty. Jamaica had all kinds of issues there. Canada in the lead. Brendan Rodney for Andre DeGrasse. They have issues on the exchange. Now China, who was clean, takes over the lead. Thompson's got to pull Jamaica from 5th. He is running out of time because Shane Thompson didn't get there.
What is happening with all of these sticks? The pressure is on. I'm telling you right now, with all of this speed in the exchange zone, this puts in perspective how hard it is to manage. You don't want the stick to slow down, but if it slows down, you're like, well, let's at least keep it in the exchange zone. Don't drop it. Wow, there was drama in the exchange zone. And I'm just going to say, there is an exchange zone that I have a question on if a team will be disqualified. I'm going to wait. And I saw something and I want to wait.
China, France, and Canada get the auto qualifying times. And if there are no disqualifications, Jamaica will be out. But Jamaica, 38:45. They're on the outside looking in on time.
But I wonder if Jamaica got the stick in the exchange zone right here.
Well, either way, they're out.
There we go.
Time, and they may get disqualified here. By the time they got it to Shane Thompson, he was in 5th and didn't make the ground up.
Wow. I will say, I thought that there was going to be a stronger charge from Shane Thompson. It seemed like it took him a little bit of time to get going. Wow. I mean, Andre DeGrasse once again held on for his team. You know, we talked about this hamstring and I told you, if Andre DeGrasse wants to run, he can run on my relay any day.
And China, again, a great example of sometimes the machine is stronger than each individual part. Nobody who did anything in terms of individual results in the 100 or the 200 on this quartet, yet they win their heat with beautiful passes, 38-24. To get in along with France and Canada. And again, Jamaica is out, barring any disqualifications ahead of them. Japan and Italy will get through on time, so the Italians eke in to try to defend their title.
This final will look different.
We have our first shot of the 4x1s. Jamaica is out. The Americans are moving on.
Wow, well, the relays really are, aren't they? Two of the most captivating events on the programme. 40-odd seconds of excitement, and of course we will have those finals for you live on Friday afternoon from Paris. Coming up shortly on NBC Daytime, the live women's volleyball semi-final. That's the United States versus Brazil. But when we come back, Craig Melvin and I will have our daily chat as we talk all things Olympics. See you in a sec.
They started as dreamers, but today they're stars. Follow every moment of Team USA on the network that brings you legendary speed and reliability, Xfinity Mobile. With Xfinity Mobile, you'll have the most powerful mobile Wi-Fi network with you on the go, with exclusive access to speeds up to a gig in millions of locations nationwide. And right now, Xfinity Internet customers can buy one unlimited line and get one free for a year. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity.
It's Toyota's national sales event. Swipe into end of summer fun with an exciting new Toyota. Whether you're paddle boarding in a RAV4, mountain biking in a Tacoma, or tubing with your best friends in a Camry, you'll find plenty to post about all summer long.
Right now, get up to $1,000 finance cash on Highlander, or get up to $2,000 customer cash on Tundra. Shop online and get your new Toyota from your nearest Toyota dealer.
Come in today. Ooh, like
Toyota, let's go places.
Dupixent can help people with asthma breathe better in as little as 2 weeks. So this is better, even this. Dupixent is an add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma. It's not for sudden breathing problems. Dupixent can cause allergic reactions that can be severe. Tell your doctor right away if you have rash, chest pain, worsening shortness of breath, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor about new or worsening joint aches and pain or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Ask your specialist about Dupixent.
I guess they just aren't fine today, huh, guys?
Not even a nibble. Oh, boy. Come on.
My lucky spot just isn't paying off.
Well, this might.
Whoa. The new all-cash from the PA Lottery.
And with top prizes of $1 million, that's quite a catch. Keep on scratching.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Paris called, and Mary Cassatt arrived to leave her mark on the art world. Come join us at the Philadelphia Museum of Art for Mary Cassatt at Work, the first major showing of the artist's masterpieces in 25 years. French Impressionism comes to life in prints, paintings, and pastels that celebrate color and beauty and highlight Cassatt's passion for the serious work of art making. Tickets are on sale now. Let us help you plan your visit at philamuseum.org.
Welcoming you back in the studio this Thursday morning, Craig Melvin has joined us, and Craig brought us French pastries this morning.
you have this.
Yeah, it was so nice. I had a bit of a brownie, just a bit of a brownie, but everyone had a pastry, so thank you for that.
You're welcome. You want to tell them the backstory, why I brought it?
Well, I have been asking him every day, is he going to bring us any treats from the Today Show? Never brings any treats. Today he brought the treat.
Actually, not asking, demanding, insistent.
Very true.
It's like, Craig, you, sir, are here because of us. The least you could do is bring us some of the sweets from this.
Finally worked. Okay, what's been happening in your last 24 hours?
So, this morning on the show, we like to highlight the best and brightest.
Mm-hmm.
This morning, we exclusively revealed that Katie Ledecky, the most decorated female Olympian in American history, there she is right there getting the news that she has been named flag bearer for the closing ceremony. Her teammate and good friend, Bobby Fink, giving her the news there. And Katie got a little emotional. It's a huge honor. It's a huge honor. She's going to share that honor with Nick Mead, one of our rulers that we've been talking a lot about over the last week or so.
Love that.
What about best? What was your
Oh my gosh, so much. My big moment probably from last night was Quincy Hall.
Oh, yeah.
So let's just rerun a bit of the race, right? At the end of this race, if you didn't see it, 400 meter, he is nowhere really near it. And if they get to the finish line, Craig, what's so amazing here, you can see him struggling. That is not the gait or the kind of sort of demeanor that you would associate with the 400 meters. He just looks like he's struggling so badly, but he's going so fast.
Gate of a champion.
It was incredible. He has cross country in his history history. So he talks a lot about this engine. There it is, his engine to get past everybody, and he is just fighting for his life right there to get that gold medal. I love that. It was amazing. We've had some brilliant finishes, haven't we, in races? And that was certainly one of them.
I also enjoyed seeing his family's reaction in Kansas City.
Oh, yes. So many of them as well. I know.
Bonkers, as they would say over the pond.
Absolutely. Potty. They went potty. We say that as well. They went potty. That means something different in America, so I'm going to move on to the menu. Right, should we do that? Looking ahead to this afternoon's track and field action at Santa France, where the Americans could have their most successful day of the games. That is coming up.
They might go potty.
They might go potty. In the women's long jump final, Tara Davis-Woodball, a dynamic personality for whom the runway is a stage, goes for her first global outdoor title.
And then Noah Lyles, the newly crowned world's fastest man, looking to complete the golden double by winning his signature event, the 200 meters.
What about Sydney? McLaughlin-Levrone is already the greatest 400-meter hurdler ever, having broken the world record 5 times. Today, the defending champion could achieve Olympic immortality by becoming the first woman to win multiple hurdles golds.
3 years ago in Tokyo, an uncharacteristic off day relegated Grant Holloway to silver in the 110-meter hurdles. Today, the 3-time reigning world champion looks to right that wrong by winning the gold medal he covets.
So when we come back, it's been a daily occurrence. Our colleague on the 3 has been all over Paris for us. He's a tough guy to keep track of. Where has he touched down today? Find out on the break.
Eczema isn't afraid of the spotlight, and it isn't worried about when it shows up. But eczema won't show me up because I face bigger obstacles than this. And so have you.
Always anticipating your next flare? Visit facemyeczema.com for tips on speaking to your doctor about eczema.
Coffee Mate is the world's biggest coffee lover because we love.
Coffee lover?
Huh?
Impossible.
Well, Coffee Mate loves all the ways you enjoy your coffee lover. I flew to Thailand for this. We have flavors from all over the world.
Wow. We need our little coffee treats, even if it means we'll never afford a house.
What I'm trying to say is, okay, maybe we're the second biggest coffee lovers.
At Fisher Investments, we may look like other money managers, but we're different.
How so?
We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our clients' best interest, so we don't sell any commission-based products.
Then how do you make money?
We have a simple management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
The clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority by getting to know their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more.
Wow. Maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Chanclin's presents Messin' with Sasquatch. Chanclin's Jerky. Feed your wild side.
Okay, Lulu, you said it. But as I spike it, I'll tell them how Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance, so they only pay for what they need. Got it? Did you get that?
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. I know you're out there. I've been your captive, and you've been mine. I'll never stop helping the missing, the forgotten. And I won't stop until I find you.
So what's going on right now, day 13 of this Olympic Games? Top left of your screen, the golf, day 2 of the women's golf competition. United States Nelly Corder tied for second. You can watch that on Peacock. Top right, we've got some diving, weightlifting as well. Table tennis is in play as well. So much to get caught up on Peacock Live, as always. Now, it seems like our versatile colleague, Ahmed Fareed, has been doing his own personal decathlon here in Paris every day. He pops up at a different event, doesn't he? He's basically done them all. But where are you today, Ahmed?
Well, we're at LeConte Court, and there used to be a basketball hoop right there, because this was the place where 3x3 was happening, but it has been converted, and now it is the site of the newest Olympic sport here in Paris. This is breaking. You see the speakers, the beatbox, the judges will be right here, the DJ will be behind me, and yes, it is breaking, not break dancing. That was a term that was used in movies that the community never really liked, and so it is breaking contest. It's a community that has been around since the 1970s. In New York is where it was born. A DJ realized that the best dancing would always happen in the instrumental breaks, hence the competition, the term breaking. He would make songs then that had no lyrics. It was just one long break. We have men and women. The women go tomorrow. The men are coming up on Saturday. They're called the B-boys, the B-girls. They all have nicknames. It's all very hip. They'll be on this dance floor, all dancing against each other for about a minute. And here's the kicker, guys. They have no idea what song that DJ is going to play. So not only do they have to be athletic and know the moves, they have to be nimble enough to tailor their dance to whatever song that guy is playing back there, guys.
It's pretty remarkable. And I actually spent some time with some of America's best breakers. We did some profiles on them leading up to the games. Eddie, I mean, in terms of judging them, scoring them, what can you tell us about that? What do we know about how they're going to be judged?
Yeah, so there are 5 different categories that are judged. Some are self-explanatory, execution, technique, also originality, but they also have vocabulary, and that has nothing to do with any words that they're saying. That is the diversity of moves they do. They shouldn't be repeating moves up here. There should be a lot of different ones. They're also judged on musicality. How well do their moves adapt to the song that they might be hearing just for the first time here? There is a gold medal favorite on the men's side from Kissimmee, Florida. His name is Victor. His nickname is Victor. That's what he goes by here. So he's a gold medal favorite there. And so we will see that all for the first time at these Paris Olympic Games. And I already know what you're going to be saying, guys. We want to see you do some moves. We have to have some music for that. So if we can play a little music, we can do that. But I want to show what this is going to be like. And so I'll pick my own music if we don't have it. Hold on here. Give me a second here. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Oh, that was funny. So what I did right there is a throwdown. Hopefully the camera moved down. If it did, you'll have to take my word for it. But that is what you will see over the next 2 days, guys.
Well done. Well done.
Brilliant. Brilliant stuff. I mean, brilliant.
By the way, Victor Montalvo, who we just mentioned, he was one of the breakers at Profile. He's about 30 years old. He's been training for the last 2 months just outside Philadelphia. Nutritionist. I mean, we're talking like 10, 11 hours a day. He also spent some time talking about strategy. Because as I just mentioned there, if you use your best move for like early on, then you can't use it again later.
You can't repeat.
Right, you can't repeat.
I can't wait. We're going to try and watch it, aren't we? We're going to go and watch it tomorrow night.
I am going to go.
All right. Right, when we come back, Women's Volleyball Team USA taking on Brazil in the semi-finals. That is coming up lightly after the break. You want to see Craig Melvin dance? He's just on a TikTok.
That's not true.
Yeah, you have. We'll try and get you that detail later.
This is the women's 200-meter fun. Set.
We believe no journey is taken alone. Toyota, start your impossible.
This is a hot flash. This is a hot flash. But this is a not flash. For moderate to severe vasomotor symptoms due to menopause, Veoza is the first and only prescription treatment that directly blocks the source of hot flashes and night sweats. With 100% hormone-free Veoza, you can have fewer hot flashes and more not flashes. Veoza reduces the number and severity of hot flashes day and night. Don't use Veoza if you have cirrhosis, severe kidney problems, kidney failure, or take CYP1A2 inhibitors. Increased liver blood test values may occur. Your doctor will check them before and during treatment. Most common side effects include stomach pain, diarrhea, difficulty sleeping, and back pain. Ask your doctor about hormone-free Veoza and enjoy more not flashes. You could save on Veoza. Visit saveonveoza.com to learn more.
The NBA app is everyone's app.
Everyone looking for bandwagon.
Every statistician always in the weeds.
Points, rebounds, assists.
Every streetwear king busting out tunnel things. Every diehard who wants to dive behind the scenes. And everyone else on this floating basketball we call Earth.
Hey, it's Stephen Curry. I couldn't be more excited to be competing with Team USA in the Paris Olympics this summer. Once the games are over, though, the excitement continues with my new show, Mr. Throwback. The series centers around a down-on-his-luck memorabilia dealer who looks for redemption, and that's where I come in.
Holy cow, Danny, what's going on? People love a redemption story, but what people love even more, a train wreck.
Oh, sorry, dude. I am thick. I'm wide. You all right?
For the 11th time, the United States and Brazil will meet in the Olympic Games, remarkably. The first time ever in the semifinals. Let's take a look at the bracket and see how these teams arrive. Both of them relatively easy in their quarterfinals. The number one overall seed, Brazil, over the Dominican Republic, 3-0. Poland, a much improved team, was taken out by the United States, also 3-0. Brazil, Morocco, and Kevin Barnett uphold Sunderland with Heather Cox on the sideline in Paris. We've seen a lot of the United States, not so much of Brazil. But who should we be looking for in the gold jerseys?
All right, Gabby Guimara's number 10 is the Honey Badger. If you let her get going, she'll be blocking balls, swinging for points, and eating a steak. She'll be passing perfect, running backwards, and getting stung by bees. Honey Badger don't care. She's the most complete outside hitter on the floor.
I love that.
Underway in the semifinal. One of these two teams will play on Sunday for the gold. And Andy Drews, who was outstanding 3 years ago in Tokyo when these two teams played for the gold medal for the third time. Brazil had won the previous two. Drews was the leading scorer. Avery Skinner out of the back row, both liberos doing work. Speaking of work, Oblaku starts things off right away. Chiaka Obagu, wearing number 24 in red, the leading blocker so far statistically in the tournament. Here is Avery Skinner out of Katy, Texas, won a national championship at Kentucky before moving on to Baylor and has been outstanding, as has the block Catherine Plummer, along with Skinner taking over at the outside.
Well, the block is definitely going to be a story today for the United States. Chiaka Obagu has been the best blocker in the tournament, and anything that gets in the way of Cat Plummer and Obagu is going to be blocked.
A serve for the Americans.
Game plan starting already. You have to serve Anna Christina. You have to stay away from Gabby, stay away from Naomi. This is important. This seam right here is going to be a big part of their serving strategy. Deep to the left corner. And there's Bruno.
Bruno Resende closing out his fabulous international career. Very concerned about how his women's team is starting.
This one is for you.
C's baking the house special. Arissa's styling a new look. And Steve's filling his biggest order ever. With the first ever Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. These business owners get 5 years of value on gig speed internet and advanced security. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. So now they can focus on doing what they do best for the next 5 years.
That's a lot of bread.
You got this. The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Switch today for a limited time.
That stage is where dreams come true.
We are all rooting for you. Here we go.
Welcome to the live show.
That was as good as I've ever seen. America is going to love you.
There's $1 million at stake. Are you ready to choose a champion?
AGT is live Tuesday and Wednesday on NBC and Peacock.
In the midst of an early challenge, Brazil still looking to get on the board, and they do for the very first time. One touch challenge by head coach Jose Guimarães in his 22nd year as head coach of the Brazilian women. And they're on the board. Thaisa Mendes, back twice an Olympic gold medalist, back after a 5-year absence, a serious knee injury. Plummer again.
I like the speed of the offense right now. It's not fast and low, but it's fast and high. And you're going to have to do that against Brazil. Carol in the middle, Thaisa in the middle, two amazing middle blockers, and the United States handling the ball well is the key to that.
I like one high to cat, one low to cat, showing what she's capable of hitting both of those paces. Let's go to the sideline now to Himmelcott's in Paris.
Paul, as you know, these two programs extremely familiar with one another, such a rich history, and the two coaches, Karch Karai and Zé Roberto, have a long-standing relationship, strong mutual respect for one another. So months ago, the two discussed the idea of scrimmaging in Paris right before the game started. So 2 days before opening ceremony, Brazil came to the U.S. Training Center for a match. Both coaches agreed they'd play their starting lineups and go strong against strong. Brazil beat the U.S. in 3 out of the 4 sets they played. But Karch was quick to remind us, both teams' starting lineups have changed dramatically since that meeting. The U.S. has gone to what they call their slugger lineup with Catherine Plummer and Avery Skinner, and Brazil has changed their starting center. Back to you guys.
It's very interesting because I think that scrimmage match with the ball control lineup, they played well in that matchup with Brazil, and that probably was the confidence builder that Karch and the staff needed to put out that passing lineup that did not succeed against China. We have not seen again. I would guess that's where it came from because the preparation has been so challenging for the staff.
I think that's a really, really good point. Hard finding that combination, and now that they played match after match after match, and you see it over time, you're getting what the U.S. really needs.
Well, remember, they were not healthy the entire lead up to the Olympic Games, so that leaves you as a staff searching for a data point that you can count on, and I think they got one there, but it didn't end up applying. They have made an adjustment and gone to this slugger lineup, which I think we've all agreed is the best lineup, and certainly the results in the quarters would bear that out. Early on in this opening set for the United States. One for Abagu, one for Plummer, and now one for Haley Washington. 8-3 is the advantage.
Well, U.S. right now 1-2 in blocking on the tournament, so this is not a surprise. You're going to see it on both sides, but it's a lot of blocks this early in the match.
Mandy Drew's back to serve among the top 3 in scoring so far in the tournament. Good first contact by Skinner. Poulter, very, very smart shot, but just over the sideline.
Well, it's one of my favorite attacks, but the reason this is working is the serving. We have to keep an eye on where they're serving the ball. They are staying away from the best passers or really working the seams of Anna Cristina.
Anna Cristina back to serve. She is number 12. So watch that to Selena's point about who the Americans target. So far, very good first ball, except for that for the United States. U.S. was concerned about that jump serve. Plummer is stopped.
That's a really nice one-on-one block from Jose Maria. Excuse me. The double sub came in, a big block and a key sub at a right time.
Right, that is why you go double sub, because the matchup out there with Roberto is far worse for Brazil.
Yes, you're going to want Plummer.
And this is earlier than typically you see a team go to the double sub. I think Zé Roberto go into it because the start the United States has had.
And that's the thing, you go to it again, you're going to run out pretty quickly, and at the end of the match, at the end of the set, we'll see if that matchup ends up happening.
The United States got out to a quick 4-0 start. Brazil, as you would expect, came storming back. Now we have a challenge. Ball is set a little tight. Haley Washington, number 15 in red, pushed the ball into Gabby Guimarães, and we're having a challenge on the American side. All right, look, for the United States side, it's all about the two. If this club can stay in that same headspace as 48 hours ago, play free, play confident, execute the plan, I think they're going to win. So watch the players' demeanor. I think so far this is really good.
And what did they say? It was not about being pretty. It's about being gritty.
This is a bad angle on this challenge. This is one of the rare times, I think, when this challenge has been misused. They used the challenge along the net when actually the ball was deemed to have been brushed off of Gabby Guimarães. That was one of the rare mistakes they made in the challenge. The point goes to Brazil, and just like that, it's 8-6. Plummer. Wow, tentative swing, not even a swing, actually.
The left side connection has been a little bit off at times. It's going through ups and downs.
And you've talked about, we like the high and the fast, but it's when are you doing it? Is it at the right times? Are they on the same page when it's happening?
Timeout called by the United States. Carroll right there, once again, is one of the top middle blockers in the world.
All right, gentlemen, fall in.
Summertime's here and a Togi Fest. You got this, on your feet. Wawa swing right up the street.
Hey, now we're gonna talk about it. Summertime's here and it's Hoagie Fest.
$5 shorties and $6 classics.
Tasty.
The world's most popular musical is making a triumphant return to Philadelphia. Les Miserables returns August 27th. Tickets at ensembleartsphilly.org.
Go for the whirls and the twirls. Go for the walks and the rides. Go for the savory and the sweets. Go to celebrate and rejuvenate. Go for the win.
You can't hide what makes NJM Insurance so great. Although some may try. We're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
I feel like I'm a part of the community at Reach.
There are lots of opportunities for the kids to get together.
I have a lot of friends. Some of my friends I've had since second and third grade.
Reach out to charter school even has a prom.
Reach your potential!
Wawa has the right drinks for the right time. Now you can add electrolytes, so you can refresh post-pickleball, prepare to perform, or reset the weekend. Add electrolytes to any iced or frozen drink to help support hydration. You gotta have a Wawa.
First ever semifinal meeting between the United States and Brazil, although they have played very, very often in the Olympic Games back with Serena Rockwell, Ken Burnett, Heather Cox on the sideline, on Paul Sunderland. The Americans out to a perfect start, 4-0, but Brazil right back in it now, trailing by only 3. Do not want to serve Guimarães.
Listen, 4-0 is one of those scores that you think is bad. As soon as you sign out, 4-1 is nothing. It's pretty. Yeah, it's not that far of a deficit.
So that's not a bad serve. I mean, it's raining the seam. They're trying to get Anna Christina to her left and deep in that corner, but Gabby's so good, she can cut that off.
Tagara with service pressure. Good off-speed shot, but there is Guimarães. Skinner is roofed.
We knew the Brazilian block was going to do work defensively, but this right here, Gabby Guimarães, opening this broadcast, he talks about Gabby. She is legitimately the best outside hitter on the planet. She's 30 points in this tournament. I often talk about teams being one outside hitter short of elite. The addition of Gabby would make any semifinal team in this tournament the favorite. She's got every skill wrapped up in a 50% kill percentage with fiery positive emotion for her side, and I love the way she competes.
And the double sub has stayed in. Macris, who was starting, Heather Cox mentioned the scrimmage between these two teams back on July 24th. Macris was the starting center. Tainara is staying on as well.
when Macris is one of the best setters. I mean, it was interesting even coming into the games. I wondered, I mean, they're both very good, but I was wondering why Macris wasn't the starting setter. But obviously, they learn throughout playing and what's working the best for them.
These are dangerous plays here. Two players going for a ball and you end up colliding. It's really brutal.
So when you talked about Gabby, and right now the United States is holding her at hitting 0 right now, and that's going to be an important thing to watch over the course of time. They're just slowing her down a little bit. She's going to have to work the edges of the block, not straight into the middle blockers of the United States, down the line, whatever she can find in those respects to score.
Yeah, Brazil hasn't had a lot of transition swings yet. That's what she tends to thrive, is point scoring and ripping off runs from her side.
Tainara again down the line after another very, very good swing. Taking out the trash, number 3, Avery Skinner.
This is an interesting little bit of coaching play here. So you play with Macris against the U.S. Then you play the entire turn with Roberta, and you throw your double sub in early and leave it. I think you're messing with the Americans. So you don't have a lot of video on what's going on here.
I love it.
And I'm going to give you a little different look.
I agree. But right now, even with the double sub, Skinner has been able to hit over top of that block, which is huge, kind of high line, not line, but seam deep corner. So it's a big block, but Skinner still has the ability to hit over top.
5 scoring. Oh, look out. Facial delivered by Avery Skinner, but back to Brazil's side in goal. 5 scoring blocks already for Brazil.
That's a great swing. Skinner is high. She is fast right now, attacking at a really high level. Love it.
4 kills for Skinner early on. Good service pressure coming from Brazil. And off the inside hand into Cristina. Once again, number 12 in goal.
Honey Badger stay ball. She don't care. She don't care at all.
Honey Badger don't care. She eats steaks.
I am staying out of that part of the conversation, although I did enjoy the video. There's Thaisa, now 37 years of age. Twice an Olympic champion. Who will play for gold on Sunday? That ball flailed out of bounds.
It's an interesting serving strategy. Obviously, Skinner's a much better passer statistically than Plummer, but this definitely is a scouting thing. They want to serve zone 1 to try and create, be more predictable with what they're setting in their offense.
See Roberto pulling a fast one on his old buddy Karchkirai.
Interesting personnel move.
Perfect pass and thumped by 12.
And then some of that energy is what I'm talking about with Gabby. Giving that to her side. You need to watch what she's given so far. I mentioned that she's 0 for 5, but she's passing balls perfect. She's dug a couple. And look at this. You want to get some of that after a good play.
There's Macris, tied at 14. Opening set 3 out of 5. Skinner, rock solid in reception and attacking as well.
Loving this big attack and really what Skinner's doing. She started off really strong in the last match. We'll see how long she can hang on to this, but I believe they're running it just like they want to. Haley Washington pulling the block just a little bit on the 31 to open up that big attack.
Jordan Thompson on along with Lauren Carlini, or just half of the double sub. Leaving Drews on to serve, and then Carlini will come in. No setter on the floor for the United States. Good pass by Naomi. What a dig by Gabby.
Brazil is dangerous to the U.S. team and the celebration potential in Colorado Springs here with USA Volleyball offices, and it's because they will dig the ball multiple times and make you work for every point, and each one of their pins is capable of killing the ball in a high ball transition situation.
Carlini now on, Drews to the sideline, and Cristina on the serve. Lots of service pressure from Brazil, and better block. Half a dozen scoring blocks already by Carol and Brazil.
At Delta,
We're proud to give a little back on a journey that has pushed Team USA as far as they could go.
You're too fast, too soon.
And often further. While we may be the airline these athletes trust to get to Paris, it's you who gets you there.
Choose between Reese's Legendary Cup and the new metal shapes. That's like trying to pick between Alex Morgan and Sophia Smith.
You don't have to choose. Same team.
So I get both Reese's?
Actually, we get both Reese's.
Back to school means back to the doorway. Find new favorites that fit just right and save during our back to school customer appreciation event. Plus, earn Kohl's Cash. Kohl's.
I'm running to fight for an America where the economy works for working people, where you only have to work one job to pay the bills, and where hard work is rewarded, where reproductive rights are not just protected by the Constitution of the United States, but guaranteed in every state, because that's our America. And that's the America I believe in.
FF Pack is responsible for the content of this ad.
When you have skin in the game, you reach for what's vital.
That's vital. That one's vital. Definitely that.
Neutrogena, recommended by dermatologists, and is the #1 face care brand.
Number one. Can't beat that.
Neutrogena.
Brazil has been the most consistent team in Paris, probably the most consistent team all summer long. And boy, Kevin and Celinda, they are really doing work blocking the ball as Kelsey Robinson-Cook comes on now for Plummer.
It'll be interesting to follow this sub here and see if they leave Kelsey Robinson-Cook across the front row. They haven't been getting production from Plummer early on here, and you might just keep your passing form on the floor.
Block again. This is record-setting.
Right into Taisa. That's a big block to swing hard into. Again, can you reach and chop that ball down the line? She's trying to go hard in that angle.
That's what she likes to go.
Block.
Yeah.
That is a nice drop with that left hand.
And credit the pin, too, for setting that block inside, knowing that Skinner on a high ball loves the angle.
Skinner with a good response.
Moving it around. Have to move it around. The swing down the line. I love it. Keep working the line, and then you can tip that ball when you have an opportunity right over top because my crease is going to be super deep.
Transition opportunity quickly to the outside. Want to dig down the line by McCrease. Gabby Guimaraes off to a very slow start by any standard, but particularly hers.
Again, the result of hitting the ball down the line, a bit of an out-of-system swing. Gabby is 0 for 8 right now, trying to hit high and flat against the big set block of the U.S.
0 for 8 and Brazil still leading.
Yeah.
Good and bad news.
Yep, it's been the blocking. And another hitting error. Was missed by Tainara, absolutely. Roberto calling the timeout. The whole Robinson-Cook family on hand. Sue and Mike, the parents. Caitlin and husband Kelsey Robinson-Cook. Brian
here on the left-hand side. Cheering on Kesha. Yeah, for the Brazil side, I don't think you're going to see Gabby Guimaraes get a quick hook. They're going to keep her making other plays.
But the U.S. is putting the pressure. These unforced errors on the side of Brazil is because the U.S. is putting the pressure on Brazil. Either offensively right now, a couple of smart swings, getting them out of system, and then that last serve right to Naomi. I mean, that drop, that's a great serve by Haley Washington when you've got good passers on the other side of the court.
Yeah, Haley's been killing it with her serve. She loves that angle-to-angle move, get the ball, some high flights. She's been working a little short, deep game as well.
5 aces so far in the tournament, to Gabby's point. She's like Urban Engapet for France. She is never coming off the floor. Congratulations to the Frenchmen. They will play for their second straight gold medal. On the overpass and tap down. The United States claws their way back.
I think Brazil changed their passing pattern just a little bit, or Naomi was shifted over, and they pulled back the opposite, I believe, to pass.
It could be the journey that the Americans have had to this point, that grit that they've needed. They have needed in this first set of an Olympic semifinal. Your journey can benefit you in the moment.
20-19, the United States back on top. Free ball. Oh, and out of bounds. Wow, that is a gift for Coach Kirai's American team. They're looking for a touch on the sideline. Juraj Makri from Slovakia is the first referee. Heard the challenge announced, but not what for. There's a pad on each sideline, and there's a category. You can't challenge ball in or out. You can challenge. It's a referee's referral. Okay, so Juraj Makri requested a look to see, and it's awarded to the United States, who are back on top by 2. The coaches can request a challenge, and the official can request one on his own to make sure. Wonderful dig by Cook. It's going to be a lift called against Kelsey Robinson Cook after the effort from Washington.
Huge break for Brazil because the United States is all over their star outside hitter Gabby right now. Good high hand. They had a couple of chances.
Welcome.
Brazil gets lucky.
How are you?
Just a good bounce off the ball.
That ball was down. I thought that Washington got a piece.
Welcome.
Now it completely
How are you?
once again.
Well, you're back into that rotation. Yeah, that's why. You're getting Macris out. Thinking about having that double sub stay in the entire time.
I'm here.
We've seen almost none of her.
And this is the game within the game, right? This is what
Yo, dog.
make the adjustments mid-match.
That is an ace.
How are you living, pimp?
Right back on, and Rosa Maria up front for more blocking from her.
Wow, that ball was saw it cut and make a left. She thought that was going to keep going.
That's excellent to hear.
That ball was in. What a time.
Met some people online. Had some interviews. Same old.
With a couple of digs, and right back into Lady with a.
Yeah. There you go. Well, I guess Steve didn't make it. It happens. How's your day going? How's your day going? I gotcha. The same here. We're watching the Olympics. Women's volleyball. It's a big fucking deal. Yeah, I think they're playing Australia right now. So yes, sir. Yep. Damn. Dude, stay on that topic. I have to use the restroom. I'm gonna be back here. I want to hear all about your high school team's dominance in volleyball. Be right back. It should be just a couple minutes. I'm back, big dog. Yo, so what's on your agenda for today? There you go. Word, Mockingbird. For some reason, one of my computers shut off, and I think it's because the battery died. Oh, I think I accidentally unplugged it, and so the battery died. So I just have to restart it. It's little things like this that get in my way of world domination. Oh yeah, exactly. In the state or in the United States? Was she hot? Okay, so there was definitely the rumor going around about Coach K being pretty hot. Oh, okay. And you guys just you won the state championship? Semifinals? Semifinals? I could see that. Right. 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 We were looking at how teams had done, and it was really sad to see the most populous country in the world, India, had won 3 bronzes. That's it. North Korea had won more medals than the most populous country in the world. And it does not mean that people are not talented. They're some of the most talented people in the world, particularly in software engineering. It's just the infrastructure and the food and nutrition isn't where it is in the West or even in China. Like, you can't worry about building muscle when, like, your brother doesn't have any food. Right. Right. No, I'm 100% in agreement. Yeah. Known as India Institute of Technology, IIT. Precisely. Caste system. Caste system was a big thing.